So let's all straighten up and fly right.
Sounds like a great idea. Hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV. The biggest and best names in the trading world are on this show. You're not going to find another show like this anywhere on the internet. And this is Friday. This is Opening Call. He's Hansel. I'm Gretel. And yes, we've got an informative and educational show for you today. Each and every day, we're going to be a trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, well, life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning how to dance in the rain. Remember that. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, our trading mentor, and the man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Johnny, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everyone. Happy Friday, July the 26th.
Oh, yeah.
As always, oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're going to focus on context, good risk management, and patience this morning. I want to say good morning to the top 10 I see in the chat. Lido, John, Chris, Ecom, Corey, Toby, Mwang, Theo, good morning. Chris, Aaron, Sagor, good morning, everybody. I wish I could say good morning to everybody. Just get the top 10 there. And looking forward to having a good day today. Happy Friday. Looking forward to a nice weekend. And we got a lot to do today, though. Lots came out already, and we'll see how these markets treat us today.
You got it. Now people are going to be fighting to get to that top 10. You know that, John.
Yeah, right. Well, that's all right. Yep.
It's like getting a tee time at a public golf course, and they're out there like 3:30, 4 o'clock, 4 a.m. in the morning in line, ready to go.
Yep.
You know that.
Yep.
All right. Let's get to the news here. It is Friday. S&P Tech Heavy NASDAQ Composite yesterday closed lower, while the blue chip said ixnay on that and bucked the trend, adding 0.2%. Now, with all three of these indices are set to be posting a losing week, the S&P down 1.9, NASDAQ nearly 3.1%, and the Dow roughly 0.9. We got some earnings coming here today. John will be talking about those. I got some okay earnings here. The overall inflation cooled as expected in June, adding to the expectations that the Fed Reserve will be cutting rates in September. September morn, we danced until the night became a brand new day. Okay, I'll stop. September, yes. Two lovers, no. According to data, personal consumption expenditure, that PCE, slipped 2.5 in June. They were looking at a 2.5 expectation. I don't want to step too much on your toes, Johnny. Had some other stuff here. Items like food and fuel, year-on-year core gauge, widely known as the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation, remained at 2.6. Also, the gross domestic product data released earlier this week did show healthy growth in the second quarter of the year. Widely watched consumer price index fell in June for the first time in years. So, cooler than expected report set off the rotation, and equities cemented some market expectations that we will be seeing something here in September. And Johnny, what do you got for us here today?
Well, yeah, just kind of looking at those economic numbers this morning, we're all well aware that the PCE numbers came out for June. The year-over-year PCE, they were looking for 2.4, 2.5. Came out at 2.5, which is 0.1% lower than the previous. So things looking like inflation starting to really kind of slow down a little bit. I think that's good. I think it came out a little bit hotter than it was expected overall, but still not bad. The month-over-month PCE came out as expected, 0.1% higher. That's a 0.1% higher than the previous release. The core PCE, as Eddie was mentioning, year over year, they were looking for a 0.1% drop from the last one, which was 2.6. They were looking for 2.5%. That came out at 2.6%, and the month over month came out just slightly hotter than they were expecting. It was 0.1%. They were looking for 0.16%. It came out 0.2%. So Some mixed numbers there. The market's responding. It wasn't really a big deal here this morning. We'll see how these markets respond to all this information as the regular trading hours open up here in just a little bit. Personal income, they were looking for a drop from 0.5 to 0.4%. It came out 0.2%. So personal income suffering a little bit there. 9 o'clock today, we got the University of Michigan sentiment due out. As far as earnings are concerned, we had just a couple of smaller companies, Bristol Myers, Colgate, Palmolive, 3M, all beating on earnings per share and revenues according to what they were expecting in on the street. Next week, we got a lot of big things coming out. We've got Microsoft on Tuesday, Meta on Wednesday, Apple and Amazon on Thursday. And then on Friday, we get into the energy sector with ExxonMobil and Chevron. We do have the FOMC meeting next Wednesday. That's the rate announcement and the chairman. VIX this morning down 5.5%. It's currently, the last I checked here this morning, 17.45, where it was 18.49 yesterday at this time. Dollar index 104.32, pretty much right where it was yesterday at this time. And the yield on the 10-year also very steady to where it was yesterday at this time, currently 4.24%. I'm sorry, 4.22%, where it was 4.24% yesterday at this time. So got a lot to do today, lots of interesting things in the markets. Let's see how we play it out. Eddie, back to you.
Thank you, Johnny. Crude prices. Dude, where's my crude? Well, today, Friday, we have taken it down all the way to 77.55 here for a low on the high 78.33. Stabilizing today, but we're on track for the third straight week of decline, largely due to the demand in China. WTI basically flat, 78.28. Brent rose 0.1% to 82.39. Now that Brent contract was marginally lower this week, while WTI was down over 2%. Benchmarks have fallen about 5% in the last 3 weeks, and we've seen that too. We were hanging around the 80s for a while, and now we're all the way down here around 77.5 right now. So concerns over the demand in China, these are weighing very heavy with data showing that the Asian giants oil demand fell 8.1% to 13.6 million barrels in June. The gross domestic product data last week showed Chinese economy grew less than expected in the second quarter. So there you have it for our news. Let's hit the tip of the week. This will be our last one for Trading Journal. Journaling. Now remember, this is a tool that you can use. We've got it here on our Topstep X, and we are always updating it. Any suggestions you have for it, let us know. So, continuous improvement. What are you talking about there, Eddie? Well, I tell you, when you've got a journal, it's going to be another coach for you. It's going to identify strengths. It's going to identify weaknesses. It's going to help you identify these things, allowing you to leverage your strengths and address your weaknesses. It's going to tell you what you need to do. It's going to tell you how good you're doing. It's going to give you that pat on the ass. It's going to give you that smack in the back of the head. It's going to let you know what you need to improve, correct, or continue. So continuous analysis, reflection leads to the learning and improvement over time. Give it a chance. Give your journaling a chance, like Johnny always says. But Johnny, what do you got here for our last day of journaling?
Well, I hear a lot of people say, I think about journaling. I try and journal, but it just takes too much time. It doesn't have to take a lot of time. If you're a very active trader and you're trying to journal trade by trade, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but do try and take a little bit of time at the end of the day, even if you just kind of write out thoughts and feelings that you felt throughout the day, get them out of your head, and then just kind of get rid of all of the baggage that we sometimes carry after a trading day. Put it all on the paper, let it go, be ready for the next day. There is absolutely no, I don't think that there's any way that journaling, starting to journal, anything like that is ever going to hurt you. So give it a try. Give it a try.
You can't tell if it doesn't work if you don't give it a try. All right. We've got some time here, and we're going to be going to our charts. So, Johnny, what do you got for our lovely traders on this lovely Friday morning here in Chicago? Oh, got you on mute? You on mute?
Well, maybe that's $5, but no, that's all right.
I got you covered, brother.
Thanks, Eddie.
All right, what do we got? What do we got today for charts?
Daily in the S&Ps, overall, the structure in the longer time frames is still good to the upside. I think we've got a little bit of distance before we're going to really start thinking about any kind of bear market. Now, yesterday, that pullback, we had some pretty decent volume on that, right down to the 5% level. Why do I always put those levels on when we start seeing, deeper pullbacks in the equities? Because a lot of people are looking at those percentage levels. And boy, it sure put in a nice low yesterday in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, at least for a time being. A lot of folks look at those levels, and when you know that there's a lot of folks looking at those levels, you certainly want to be aware of them. So with all that volume we piled in yesterday, we lost an estimated 9,800 in open interest in the S&Ps. Well, what makes a good auction? A good auction is increasing volume and increasing open interest. Now, the S&Ps have been dropping open interest all week. So far this week, it's lost about 45,000 in open interest. So that is saying to me that while we are seeing a pullback, we're not seeing new interest in continuation to the downside, at least not yet. Of course, anything can happen. So I'm giving this pullback a C because it is building some volume, but it's not bringing in new business to the downside. And again, at least not yet. Anything can happen. So this pullback, I'm kind of giving it an average grade of about a C because I don't think it's performing all that well. So yesterday we had a nice test down to that 5% level. And if you think about it, the next time we're in a situation where we're getting near 5% or 10% of a pullback off of all-time highs, put that on your charts because it would have been a good opportunity for us yesterday. Now let's take a look at the S&Ps on the 30-minute chart. Short time frame, downside structure is intact. Yesterday when we opened, we started looking lower right away, and we traded right down to that 5% off the all-time high. We were in fast markets yesterday. I said, you got to watch this level because a lot of eyes are going to be on it. It stopped one tick above the 10% in the NASDAQ and right about the 5% in the S&Ps. That's when we saw the rally come in, but we had a lot of trouble holding that rally. So that is a little unnerving for longs, I would say. We did close relatively close to the low. Yesterday's settlement price in the S&Ps was 54.41 quarter. Overnight inventory, we're holding some weaker hands, shorter time frame longs that have put us right in the middle of the range from yesterday and inside value. Even with the PCE numbers, my suggestion is going to be, as always in this situation, is to try and stay patient. Let the market establish an early range unless you find some directional activity very early, and work those extremes for your opportunities. The market is right at the point of control, right in the middle of value, right in the middle of the range from yesterday. No major change in perception of value, even after the PCE numbers. We do know that we have the University of Michigan sentiment coming out at 9 o'clock. Maybe that could knock things around a little bit. But I'm going to try and stay patient as the market is showing that it's really not, there's no real change in the perception of value, at least at this time. We open up, longer time frame traders come into this market, that could change very quickly. Take a look at the NASDAQ now, which had a nice check down to the 10% off the all-time high level. Volume was good. We've seen a little bit of a difference in the NASDAQ in the fact that it is kind of adding a little bit of open interest as it pushes lower. Nothing tremendous. We only added about approximately 700 in open interest on that whole big move to the downside with all that volume. That's all we added. So I'm giving the NASDAQ a B minus as far as this pullback auction is concerned, because it is building volume and it is increasing open interest, but only in very small ways. So I'm giving it a B minus. That 10% off the all-time high and the 100 session moving average in confluence like that really put in a nice low yesterday. And I was really hoping for a really nice long wick on this bar, the daily bar from yesterday, because that might indicate a bigger degree of excess. We still have a wick down there. I still see that level as being supportive if approached again. I mean, it just gives you the opportunity to limit risk. All about the PCE today. Well, that's out, and it doesn't look like it is doing all that much to the equity markets, at least not for now. So, settlement in the Nasdaq yesterday, 18,992 and a quarter. Overnight inventory has been pushing price higher. Weaker hands, shorter time frame traders are holding longs into this market, but again, right back into the middle of value, right back into the middle of the range, suggesting again, let's try and stay patient, let the market shake itself out early this morning and look for opportunities at the extremes of that initial balance or the first hour of trade. We'll see what happens when the market opens and the longer time frame traders jump in. And of course, anything can happen. The profiles yesterday in the S&P and the NASDAQ, they were both very large ranges. They turned into normal variation trading days. But in both products, the initial balance low ended up being the low of the session. So that was that stab down to the 5% in the S&Ps, the 10% in the NASDAQ. And we saw buyers really swiftly just come in and push price right back above those levels. I'm really interested to see what happens if price gives us the opportunity to participate down at those levels again sometime in the future. We don't know if that's going to happen. But we were right down there. So we just hit the 10% in the NASDAQ. We're not the only ones looking at this, guys. And boy, it just looked down there and then just peeled up, put in a new high, and then rotated for the rest of this session. ECH, ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. Let's take a look at crude. So it looks as though we've found some failure to accept below that weekly kickoff low, 76.50. We looked at it earlier in the week. We looked below it yesterday and found some pretty good rejection from that level. We are basically setting up, I'm calling this a 3-day area of balance. The extremes, weekly kickoff low, 76.50. And the 200 session moving average, which put in the high yesterday, put in the high last night, that 200 session moving average is coming in right at 78.50. So we've got about a $2 range that we've been inside for the last actually 4 sessions, but I'm calling it a 3-day balance. We're heading right back to the center of it. Try and stay patient. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see what we're looking at here in a shorter time frame. So overnight, we did kind of in an overnight session close the gap that was left just above, almost to the tick. Yesterday, when we looked below that weekly kickoff low, and we were talking actually with Anne Marie, I think, and I said, we're really just kind of range bound here, and that happens with weekly kickoff levels sometimes if there's not a quick decision made by longer time frame traders. But I said, as soon as we break out of this current range, you want to go with it. So we did break out. If we went with it, we even talked about the idea that this naked point of control that goes back to the 22nd of July was a good visual target. Well, where did it go to? It went right to it, settled on it. Overnight inventory is a little bit short. We had a double distribution trend day in the session yesterday. Well, what does that mean? Well, there was an area of distribution of volume and time, basically weekly kickoff high up to, let's just call it $77. And then the market drove higher and then ranged at the top from about $78 to $78.50. Okay. Well, price has come back into the area where there was little time, little volume. This kind of looks like it might just fall into repair. What is repair? When we open between the distributions of time and volume on a double distribution trend day, the tendency is for one or both of the assumed points of control in the distributions to be reached. So it looks like we may, we can come down to 76.70, 76 half, which is weekly kickoff low. And we could also rotate back up to a high around 78.12, which we're calling basically the point of control from the upper distribution. So because there's two distributions of time and volume, yesterday's profile, I put like an assumed point of control in both distributions of time and volume. And when we open between them, which we just did, the tendency is to trade to one or both of those naked points of control. Be cautious today. The potential for repair. Be patient. Overnight inventory is continuing to get paid. Overnight inventory is long. We're seeing sellers coming in and continuing to pay. As long as that continues, the shorter time frame, weaker hand shorts will just sit in those positions. As soon as they get nervous or it gets to a level of support, they'll start to cover those, and we could see a move back towards the settlement gap close. Let's see if we can get down to this NPOC down here. Let's call it around 76, 72, around there. Take a look at the gold now. All right, so yesterday we were looking at possible acceptance below the weekly kickoff low, which could have brought us back down to around 23.10 approximately. I think Anne-Marie was kind of agreeing with that level if we were going to accept below that weekly kickoff low. Well, it looks like we are showing signs of rejection of that. Remember, it is in rollover, and the longer time frame traders are trying. Their focus is on getting a cheap rollover. Yesterday, they did a really good job in rollover. There was 45,000 contracts or open interest that left the August contract yesterday. That's a pretty good day, especially for somewhat of a directional day. They did a lot of rollovers yesterday. Now we're still seeing a lot more volume in the August contract. We're not ready to roll to December, which will be the front month yet. It's a very slow roll in the August to December rollover in gold. Let's take a look at the 30 and see what we're looking at. So, we had our first close below that weekly kickoff low. We were looking for shorts below that level. We actually ended up with a pretty decent opportunity for that short on the 12 o'clock bar. The market did settle below that 23.53 half, and overnight inventory is long. Market opened down here, and let's call it 23.62. On the overnight, we're trading considerably higher than that. Overnight inventory, weaker hands are long up against the overnight high. This looks like an interesting spot. It lines up very nice with the overnight high from yesterday. And there is another gap from 24.14 approximately to the high of yesterday, which is approximately 23.77. Remember, all these levels are zones. There's nothing finite in futures trading, but this looks like a kind of an interesting area for us right here. If we reject range and value from yesterday, a gap close would not be out of the question. Watch the dollar. The dollar hasn't been doing much, but we did have a normal variation trading day with a late spike to the downside in gold yesterday. So we settled at 23.53 half, the base of the late spike, 25.56.70. Well, what is a late spike? It's when price leaves an area of balance right at the end of the day and then closes outside of the area of balance. We extended the range and closed below the previous day session range. We're opening above that. What does that mean? It means rejection of lower pricing. The probability is that price will now start to seek higher levels to facilitate trade, which it is already doing. Hopefully this is going to help everybody today. As always, I remember to take a deep breath before you start trading today. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. And as always, every day, pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day. Eddie, that's what we've got for the opening call here so far this morning.
Wunderbar. Great job. Thank you, Johnny. Coming up next here, we got Fast Markets, Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, Hoag, and Andre. Boy, it can't get any better. Peter Tuckman a little later on. We got Anne-Marie and Deeyana this afternoon, and Coach Jay is going to join us again here for Power Hour. Don't go away. We got lots going on here, as Johnny said. So we're going to take a break. Fast Market's coming up. See you in a few. All right, let's get them Chicago Bears in the gates, and we'll add a Tom Brady on one of those horses.
Oh, man.
There you go. All right, got inside a minute here. Good morning, Andre. How are you doing, partner?
Good morning, Eddie. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, Coach Jay. Good morning, Hoag. We just saw him on opening call. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Jay just dropped a bombshell on us in the green room before we got on. He's not watching NFL football anymore. But that's another conversation for another time. Anyways, we got the opening bell here on Friday, July 26th. Let's go. Johnny, what we were talking about, we saw some icebergs in the S&Ps. What level is that at again?
54.85 half up to 54.88. Now, this was pre-open, pre-PCE numbers, which were really a bit of a storm in a teacup. But we did see some kind of some early iceberg sellers up at those levels. I'm looking forward to seeing if we can get back up near that overnight high to see if we can find some opportunity there. But overall, I'm just going to focus right now on the S&Ps because where are we? Well, we've got some overnight inventory to the long side. Those are already being reconciled. But we're right in the middle of the range and the value from yesterday. So that usually tells me try and stay patient. We're going to be looking at possibly some better trade locations later in the day after the initial balance is established, whenever we open inside range and value. I try and keep my hands off the mouse for a little while because there's very little change in the perception of value, even though the PCE numbers came out today. We still have Michigan sentiment at 9 o'clock, which may do something to knock these markets around a little bit, right? But right in this area, typically I'm not going to be all that active, and that's just me. We've got opening ranges which are really large in the S&P and the Nasdaq. So we saw probably a lot of those overnight longs. The market opened down here around 54.46. We're trading 73 right now. All night long, those weaker hands buyers were getting longer and longer. They're already getting nervous, liquidating some of those longs, and so we're getting that nice pullback. But I'm not viewing it as longer time frame traders. I think we said we had some iceberg orders at the highs here. I'm looking forward to seeing if we may get an opportunity up there to see if they're still there. But with a 10 handle opening range in the S&Ps and a 49.5 handle opening minute opening range here in the Nasdaq, that's a tough trade to take. It's very expensive, so I'm not going to do it. We did take out the low of the opening range in the Nasdaq. Let me put this up here so we can see it. So here's that opening minute, that gold bar. Let's call it 166 and a quarter. Let's call it 119. So, I mean, that's a $50 opening range. That's huge. I'm not taking that, especially look where we are. Here's yesterday's high. Here's value high. Value low is all the way down here. We're right in the middle of the range. We're right in the middle of value. We're really close to the points of control. Try and stay patient. That's my only suggestion this morning is we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, it could just drive out of this area, but the probabilities state let's stay patient. Let's see what kind of range we set up and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. That's just my thought. Jay, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Doing good, Hoag. I agree with you, though. I think there's a case to be made for both sides. I was looking at the NASDAQ, and it looks like it's Wednesday's range, right? We had that huge down day on Wednesday. In the ES, we traded a 50% retracement of that day. In the NASDAQ, we haven't yet. So to the upside, I wouldn't be surprised if we trade up there, if we do see buyers coming in the day. But right now, I'm staying patient as well. We know we have Michigan sentiment coming out. We're in yesterday's range. Not much to do here. I think I have a case for both sides, and then just see which one the market agrees with, and then we'll take that one.
Smart. Yeah, John, big opening range in the NASDAQ. You said about 50 points. That tells you hands off for the time being?
Yeah. I mean, that's why, with an opening range that big and opening right in the middle of the range, if I'm looking for a 2-to-1 on a 50 handle opening range in the NASDAQ, I need to make 100 points on it. I don't see that necessarily happening.
John, take a look at the Dow chart real quick. Shot out of a cannon.
Yes, it did. Oh,
yeah, it did.
Holy moly.
Wow, look at that.
Look at that sucker go.
The Dow is just amazing.
Someone ate their Wheaties this morning. Look at that thing go. NASDAQ selling off. Dow's flying up higher. Holy moly. Still selling off. About 100-point sell-off right now.
NASDAQ left the opening range at the high. Dow left the opening range at the low. S&Ps still in that first minute of range.
All right. So three amigos doing three different things.
The S&Ps are like, wait. Which way do I go?
Exactly.
Which way do I go? It's getting deked.
Whoa.
Hey.
Oh, who's that?
Morning. Morning, sunshine. Good morning, sunshine. There he is.
Good morning, sunshine. I have a cup, but that's exactly what it says.
Morning, sunshine. Welcome, Dakota. Welcome to Fast Markets, man. How you doing?
Man, it's Friday. We'll see. Markets are so volatile this week.
Look at these right now. That was incredible.
Yes, they are.
How are you guys? It's Friday morning. I'm actually looking for longs. These 19100, 19, like right in this zone is an area that I'm actually looking to buy it.
19100s?
Yeah. I'm looking for today to be a consolidation day. We had news come out today, right? We've seen a lot of rallies since the close. We've been hanging around in the zone from yesterday, and yeah, I'm looking for the market to return back up to the 200s, and just be a very choppy day. I'm not looking for an extension to the downside. If anything, I think worst case scenario, we come back and test the lows of like the mid 18,900s. I mean, that's still a 100-point move. Like this is so volatile. When I'm thinking of a range day, it's a range between 18,900s and 19,300s. Like that's a big range.
Good range, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a range nonetheless. It's yesterday's range, and I'm looking for us to stay inside of it.
Nice call on Power Hour yesterday, Dakota.
Yeah, it was just one of those. Like I've been struggling trading this week, where it's a perfect example of you're reading the market really, really good, but then you just are not executing it good. So that is me. It's a case of great analysis, horrible execution.
I get that a lot. It happens.
Yeah, it does.
And I think this is just that example, right? Where I was just looking at the long, these 100s to 110.
Snap back.
If you want to buy something, the Dow and the Russell are just screaming to the upside. I know you don't trade those, and I don't want to distract you, but the Russell as well, up almost 2% already today.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes,
but that might be good for. Go ahead, Hoag.
I'm sorry. S&P's just took out the high, the 1 minute opening range. Probably the 3 minute opening range too. It was in there for so long.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it did.
All right, these markets are rocking and rolling right now. Patience is the key. Dow's still chilling around the highs, about 30 points off the high of the day, 40,616. Last trade, 40,600. NASDAQ saw some sellers out of the gate, but now we got the buyer stepped in right around the 88 level, right when Dakota said get long. We popped around 40 points off of that. Last trade, 19,124. A tilt. We got here 80% long in YM, 80% long in gold as well. What's gold doing? Gold trading around the highs. New highs, actually, 23.79, 50 cents. If you see the top of 50 cents. 50 cent. You know 50 cent, John? Your daddy iceberg.
Yeah.
Don't forget your daddy iceberg, Johnny.
Iceberg.
Yeah. If you look at the top of the chat, you'll see the daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. I have them up. You got zones, zone 1 through 10 in the NASDAQ, zones 1 through 10 in the ES as well. We'll use those to make trades provided to you by some of these guys right here. Hoag, Jay, all providing their levels, expert levels. We're hitting way out more often than not.
Oh, let's start looking for these. We get weekly.
Yeah.
I'm looking in the S&Ps. You guys look in the NASDAQ or whatever.
Yep. I'm long 131. I'm long too. I'm looking for this as just a pullback. And I'm looking for us to get up to these 200s again. I'm seeing some really nice market structure over here. And that what we're building, where we're starting to make higher lows and higher highs over here on the 100 tick chart since the open and since we got down into that area. And so, yeah, let's see if we could break above these 145s. And if we do, I think could be off to the races back into this 200 zone that we've been in during the London session.
So Dakota, you are long?
Yep, I'm long.
Guys. Working the board. Hold on. Live?
Nope. I'm not gonna trade this New York session with my live account. I took some losses last night. It's Fade Dakota Friday.
No, we're doing that again.
So I mean, it's still on. Everyone's talking about it.
We have to ban
we'll
Fade Dakota Fridays. We can't talk about it anymore.
I know.
Couple things we don't talk about on the stream, Dre. Politics is one of them. Fade Dakota Friday is the other one. We just don't even talk about it anymore.
Dakota, come on. We're back to this.
It's valid.
see.
It's valid. We'll see
We'll
how it
see
goes.
if we can turn that around.
I
We'll
don't
see if we
know,
can turn it-
man.
Yeah.
I don't know. If I start to think about, all right, I'm going to fade Dakota Friday. I think twice.
MP was fading himself yesterday. Not a good place to be. Here
It
comes some
worked pretty
sellers.
well so far.
It did work. That's the problem. When it works, then you really, when it works, then everything gets screwed up when it works. All right, sellers
went right back
sellers
down.
came in. Yep, new lows.
Dang.
Still staying strong.
All right. So in the NASDAQ, I've got yesterday's TPO value low at 19,061 quarter. That's the TPO value low. 061.
061. Yep.
Does that mean anything to you, Dakota, down there?
At what price?
061.
061. Yeah, I have 061 to 066 could be a really great entry. We've seen a lot of support there yesterday afternoon, and then again during right an hour before the London session. There's a nice support zone right there.
And then on this platform, on Topstep X, on the volume profile, it's got a volume value area low down around 19,042, which is one of the levels that we've got. It's got my name on it and it's got Ray's name on it. So there's a little confluence there with value low. Different platforms sometimes present value in different areas. I've got PPO value low at 61.
61.
So it's between 61 and 42, maybe some basing going on there.
86 trade. Sellers. Those 61s to 45. 42 to 61 zone. Like John said, opening call.
Those bears were in the gate to start.
Yes,
the
they
morning.
were. Yes, they were. This could get ugly.
The Dow is just still so strong. Flight to quality?
I guess so. Dow's quality, yeah. John, what was that down 10% off all-time highs price again yesterday? 18,000.
In the NASDAQ.
Yeah, what was it?
18,885.
My man, 18,885. Yep. Huge bounce off of it, but not as big of a bounce. Well, and that was yesterday.
When I say things, I put these on the charts for a reason. When there's pullbacks, I put 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% on there. Because so many eyeballs are looking at that. And we got down there. I said, we're not the only ones looking at this. Instead of saying, let's buy them, I just said, well, a lot of people are looking at it.
We're talking institutions. We're talking big players, right, John? We're not just talking, not big time locals. We're talking institutions. Your Goldmans. Yes.
Man,
correct. So
that was one heck of a bounce off those 80s. That's 50 points right there.
Yep. Dow's still rocking higher.
Okay, I think I'm going to get ready and set that same exact trade up. I'm going to look for a pullback, and I'm going to look for an entry to get in long for a break back up into those 200s.
Nice.
What are you seeing, Jay? Any trades this morning?
I'm looking to potentially take a short here, back down to those 80s. I'm seeing, so this blue box I have on my screen here is the opening range, and 50% of that opening range was acting as a resistance so far this morning. So I'm looking at another test and rejection of that, and then taking a short from there, and then I can risk the high of the opening range.
Short. Dakota long.
Yep, looking to build another long position up into this zone and for that break of 200s.
Right.
Yep, I'm short one. I'm risking the high. I'm risking 50% of that opening range.
What price, Jay?
I'm short from 27 and a quarter.
7 and a quarter. Thank you.
One long, one short.
One long, one short. Both can be successful.
Well, we can both be
100%.
wrong too, but let's see. Let's hope we're both successful.
Let's see here.
With this volatility, who knows? We could whipsaw one direction than the other.
Yeah.
But I'm long too at 128.
Nice.
This is the same exact trade.
You guys are like directly fading each other. Yeah.
It's a hedge.
I like this. Let's see how this plays. Let's see how this plays out. One long from 28, one long from 20, one short from 27.
I just added.
This is going to be fun.
All right.
Man, this volatility. It's crazy. Usually these are like little 1, 2, 3 point moves. But no, these are bigger swings. It feels so
yeah, dude. These are no jokes. S&P.
I'm just so used to these candlesticks just being just a different range, different type of volatility.
Dre, we're back up to where I saw those like small iceberg orders up in the S&Ps here.
84s, yes.
85s, 88s.
All right.
Okay. 88 icebergs. Nick for a tick in here.
Seeing him now.
Yeah, but earlier that was a level set.
Yeah.
Wow, these moves are crazy. You blink.
I'm going to take blink in the short term just because there's a lot of overlap here. So I just trailed my profit down. I trailed my stop down. And if we get selling, I'm not seeing selling coming in on the tape, so that's why I'm trailing.
What are you seeing?
I do. It's just kind of nothing. We just got a little burst of selling there, so that looks pretty good. I'm going to trail down to 110 now. Exits at 110.
I'm out. I stopped out.
If this holds below 100, I do like this for continuation.
Jay, you got that memo. Fade Dakota Fridays.
No, come on.
Nah, man. I think so. Like, this just feels like an overlappy kind of range bound start to the morning. We both honestly entered in the middle of that range. That wasn't a comfortable short. It looks better now, but it wasn't comfortable. Trailing again here. I'm going to trail my stop down to 95. I am copying 3 combines right now. Like Dakota's been saying, I've been trading like garbage as well. So I'm copying some combines right now. And let's see. Actually, here we go. My stop's above 100. If we pop back above that major level, then I'll get out there. Right now, this trade's
you have a target
points in the profit. Target Hoag 1930, and then below that 18,996.
Nice. Back down towards those lows from yesterday.
Yep.
Nice. Yep. Aggressive. That's good. I like it.
Yeah, decisive.
There's definitely some stuff in the middle of that. We have all this overnight ranges that we had last night. Midnight open is 1975, and then there's a 1963 I have below that too. So need to see some selling come in here. We know we have it higher. Just are sellers convinced to continue pushing this? Is the question.
How's volume looking, Jay?
It looks decent, but let me see. Let me take the filter off for time and sales.
Still selling off here. Dow just shot out of a cannon.
It looks good. It looks good. Buyers didn't really get much there. I'm going to continue to trail this. My stop is now above 88.
Beautiful execution.
Just in a one lot. And if we get the selling to continue, let's see this reaction at 50. If we get down there.
Yep, we're hitting those 60s, those lower 60s, that 62 that we were talking about, Hoag.
Trailing to 70. So really what I would do if I had a multiple contract position, I would probably take one off here just because we're near these lows and then use one as the runner. But because I'm in a one lot, there we go. I just got out of that one.
Flat.
So flat now. I don't even know what the P&L was on that. I'll check it in a minute, but flat now, and I'll probably wait until Michigan sentiment to do anything else.
Beautiful.
Nice trade.
Beautiful trade.
Nice trade.
Just real quick, and the reason why I continue to trail this, this yellow line here is the anchored VWAP from the New York session. If this left the opening range, I'd feel a lot more comfortable holding this, but it's still in the range. So I wouldn't be surprised at a bounce back to that range and hold it. What I really do like is that it's at the low of the range right now. So that's another potential resistance if we bounce back up there. The more we keep selling under this 19,100 and don't hold though, sellers, if they don't get what they want, eventually become buyers, and then that could pop us back up. So I'm going to stay patient for now.
Well done.
Jay, that was a great out.
Thank you, Hoag.
Yeah, that was very beautiful execution. That was really nice.
Right, that 61, 62 level.
Yeah, man, that was really well done. Damn, Jay.
Yeah, that was value low from yesterday. TPO value low. It's on my chart. It's on my screen right now. Traded right to it. Got a nice bounce off it. We don't know if it's going to hold forever, but that was a great out. There it is.
Thanks,
TPO value low, 61.25. Great job.
Beautiful.
Yeah. All out right there. All right, real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Topstep. On Twitter, X, call it what you want. Send us some cool swag, your performance dashboard, analytics, anything you want to share with us, your battle station setups, anything you think you'd like to share with the audience here in the community on TopstepTV. We'll turn that around to you guys in about 2 hours or so. But before then, we got University of Michigan sentiment number coming out in about 8 minutes. Step in, Jay, just like you said, and Dakota, range bound, but big ranges.
Big ranges. Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah, big ranges.
Because to me, it's still in this range, and
it's
just so weird to think. It's like, boom, 100 point sell off in like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and we're still in the range.
40-point snapback.
Yeah, I saw someone mention in the chat, like, patience isn't the key. There's 50-point trades everywhere. If you're not patient with your entry, that 50-point trade could go in the opposite direction of you. So, and if you are,
what if you
go ahead, Troy?
What if you're too patient with holding it? Like, say you were still short right now.
Right, exactly.
And you'd be too patient. Now what do you do? Like, oh, this is tricky.
Right. Yeah. Take profits when you have them.
This is tricky.
Well, that was the area I wanted. So, yeah, I'm actually now in a funded account, and I'm long 92s.
Let's go.
Nice.
Yeah, let's go, Dakota.
This is one I'm more confident in, to where I'm gonna just not advise fading me on this particular one.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I
like it.
This is a show, right? We're talking about fade, and I was in a combine, but this is one that I was looking for to go test these 60s, like we said, and see if we could get a nice bounce from there and play this range. The next stop is going to be 960s, so actually 100 points from here. We'll see.
Good job. Who's on the board back there? Good job. You got your quick width today. Updating that board in real time. I think Jay's flat, though. Jay, you're flat?
I am flat, yep.
Can we get an update on your P&L? Just update the board?
Yeah, that was, and again, these are combines, 1,100 in those combines on that trade.
1,100.
Who you guys who just paid me?
Look at
Beautiful.
So that anchored VWAP that we were talking about from the New York session open has now left that opening range to the low. It's right around 19,115. And all that's doing, that's just telling us, and we can see it from the price action, obviously, but sellers are in control right now. So what I would do from here is just watch these major levels, right? Anything that we have as a level, TPO, point of control, things like that. And then psych numbers as well, right? So 1950. Andre, we talk about this all the time. If sellers are that convinced that we should go lower, when we get to these levels, we should see more selling, right? And if not, then they're not going to continue to push it, and we'll pop back up. But 5 minutes to this number, I'm going to stay flat for now. But I want to watch the reaction at 1950, 19,000 even.
Markets remember price. Some words that you spoke that I've never forgotten. Markets remember price.
Always. Even though we roll contracts, and that's something that's always been on my mind, is futures, the contracts roll. And so I've always had that debate and that thought of, how can one determine, like, okay, is this still support even though we're in a new contract? And err on the side of yes because we were there. Because we were on a different contract. What's your thoughts on that, Hoag? I'm curious on your.
I was just gonna throw it to Hoag on this one. What do you think? Yeah.
If I can get information in the current front contract, I tend to lean to that more. But we know that there's rollovers, there's back adjusting, all that stuff, and sometimes those are gonna be just as important because think about what people are looking at. Some people are looking at the actual front contract only. Some are looking at back adjusted or not back adjusted information. So that each of them can be equally as valuable in the right situation.
Okay, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the closest month is obviously the most important. But
right.
Yeah, I like what you said, Hoag. They can be equally as valuable, but not completely just useless. In terms of it doesn't mean anything.
I've got that number in 4 minutes.
I've seen in highly volatile situations like in 2008, 2009, whenever the financial crisis came in, bonds traded through a level on the front month, but traded right to a level on a back adjusted chart to the tick.
Interesting.
What does that tell you then, John?
So that tells me that they can both be valid and useful in the right situation. And how do you find the right situation? What is the right situation? It's all contextual, but if you have the ability to look at both on the same platform or different platforms, I'll look for confluence between like a back adjusted or not back adjusted in the front month. And it's all zones, right? I mean, depending on the current discount or markup on the front month, it's going to be that zone, right? Yes. If it's a 50 point
Just a
markup.
Reminder, we got news in 2 minutes. Sorry,
yes, we do. No, it's all right. I've got an alarm set. We can be ready for it.
See
I mean, they both can be useful.
All right,
nice trade.
Dakota.
Yeah, I'm still in the long.
Live account trade. Don't fade him on this one, he says.
Yeah.
Like that.
Jay
funded
account.
Saying, funded account. Not live, just a funded account.
Funded account, excuse me.
The market is people. It's what they're looking at.
It's true.
Yeah.
God, like those 885s, John. More than just people, man. There was some wealth. There were some big time players. Look at those 885s yesterday, man.
Yeah.
We're talking sovereign wealth funds. We're talking pension funds. We're talking Vanguard. We're talking.
Big time. Big time. They're looking at those.
100%.
We said it yesterday. It's a lot of people are looking at these, and bam,
just a bounce, just like.
And both ways, right? Because Hoag, we have to know that like there are probably some shorter time frame swing traders that were short from the highs as well. And then when you think about what might make sense to take profits, they're taking them there as well. Yeah, just 10%, you see the reaction, such a strong reaction.
All right, less than 60 seconds till University of Michigan sentiment number comes out. This can be a market mover, folks. Okay, John's got it. James. Hoag's got this one.
I'm
Thank
flat.
you, James.
Just got to be flat going into this number.
Nice trade, man.
P&L update when you get a chance.
Yeah, $1,200.
Nice. The boys are up over $1,000 already.
The previous was 66. They're looking for 66.5. We got about 10 seconds.
All right, folks, be flat. Cancel all. This can move us.
Dome's a little thin.
Sure is.
Yeah, it is.
Wow. Empty. Look at this. Look at NASDAQ.
My platform just froze.
No, I don't know. It
was a lot of.
It's University of Michigan. You get it.
All right. 66.4. 0.1% lower than expected, but 0.4% higher than the previous release.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yep, it's back up now.
They'll be back.
Just a lot of data coming through at one time.
Yeah, that's just for the number. It freaked out for the number. University of Michigan freezing markets. What's going on? Come on.
I took a nice little scalp there. I got in at 144 on the break of that high and got out of 160.
Nice. Still in this range, right, for the day. We're pretty wild moves. It looks like we're getting ready to break out now. We're seeing some nice buying coming in here.
Yeah.
Price hasn't gone anywhere. Violently unchanged.
Spoos up against the overnight high right now.
Where's Spoos, John?
54.91 half. Overnight high, 54.90, 275.
275. Pushing higher here. Higher stepped in.
We're through where we saw those earlier little possible ice orders before the open.
Yeah, that wasn't Topstep X, guys. That's market. Like Dolby says, in the markets get weird around news like that, low liquidity. That's University of Michigan sentiment numbers messing up the ladders. Wild.
Yeah, I usually never see lag on Quant Tower, and there was a ton there too, right? It's a ton of data to be processed, and if we're honest about where we all sit in the that line of data, we're somewhere towards the end of it.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. They pay for server location right next to the data centers and all that. Yeah, all the algos turn off, and the markets don't know what to do.
Right.
I'm trying to get it long right here.
Heading back up towards 5,500.
So 80% long, 75% long in the ES right now. 80% long in gold as gold continue makes new highs. And Q 60% long. So everyone leaning a little bullish here.
Good. Delta congruent in the S&P is a little divergent in the NASDAQ. Negative 200 in the NASDAQ on those all-time highs. 200. Or on the day session highs.
Hoag, those icebergs you were talking about in the ES before, those are at 85s? 585?
Yeah,
54, 85?
85 half.
Gotcha.
And right around 88. 87, 75. 88. And they're not huge. They weren't huge. It's just, the volume is skewed to the positive delta. So there were some offers there.
ETG in the chat. Dakota, you're a legend. Letting us know which trade to fade you on and which ones to not. I mean, man, where else would you get something like that besides Topstep TV?
For you guys. It's all for you. All for everybody.
Dakota, with a heart of gold, man. What
hey, listen.
That
worked out.
Yeah. I saw someone in the chat say, give Jay the keys to the house account. I agree.
Ooh.
I agree. Let's give Jay the keys to the house account. Jay, you want the keys to the Ferrari? They are all yours, my man.
If I get the keys,
I'm trying to log right here in
so
the 40s.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at this and seeing if we could get this as a pullback, and maybe we could get a continuation up.
Let's go. Hey, John, I saw you gave the pullback yesterday a B-. Why B-? Uh-oh.
Did we lose?
$1, $2, $3.
Dang.
There it is.
Hey, all right, so you gave the pullback a B- yesterday. Why'd you give it a B-?
The volume was good, but we didn't add any open interest. There was no major new selling coming in because we added 700 estimated positive. So there was some selling, but I don't think it was that tremendous. And when we saw that bounce off that 10% level, I was like, well, okay then.
Yeah.
I gave the downside move yesterday in the S&Ps a C because we lost 9,800. S&Ps have lost 4,500 45,000 in open interest so far this week. So this pullback isn't bringing new business; it's getting out of old business.
That one just crushed me. I got
Long
stopped out.
liquidation.
Right.
Dang.
Yeah, there's no buying at the highs of that range, and I'm just going to measure this range out real quick. Regular trading hour session range. We have a 100-point regular trading hour session range, and then I'm just going to look at the daily range. We're at 241 points, and the average daily ATR is 391 points. Right, so if we get an average day, there's about 150 points of range left somewhere, right? Whether we, trade it to the upside or the downside, or we get a consolidated day because we know the last 2 days have been those range expansion days, right? We had a 714 point range day on Wednesday. We had a 500 point range day yesterday. So if we understand how averages work, at some point that range has to contract, and that might be today. So maybe we don't extend the extremes of this range, and fading the extremes is the idea.
Jay, why at some point does the range have to contract? Why?
If we just understand how averages work, right? If you have an outlier to the upside, at some point you're going to get an outlier to the downside just to keep that average the same. Now, that average has increased over the past week or so with these huge days that we had, right? If we look at the beginning of July, that range was around 270 points. The last 14 days, that range is 360 points. So overall, that range has expanded. But if we,
baby.
Yeah, if we, that average is data, right? With two outliers, I would not be surprised at an outlier in the other direction, just to get us closer to that average.
Reversion to the mean is what Jay's referring to.
We've expended a lot of energy in these markets this week.
What does that mean, John?
Well, with the ranges and the volatility, all the news is out now. We're right in the middle of the ranges from yesterday. It wouldn't surprise me if we did have a smaller range bound day today.
The ranges are still
right
big,
back to the mean.
100-point range right now in the open. Good stuff. All right, look in the NASDAQ coming to the lower end of this range, call it 19,060. Call your trade 19,084. S&P's not as big of a range. Gold still pushing higher the day, 23.86. Last trade, 85s. Oil selling off around the lows, about a penny off the lows. New lows put in oil, $77.18. Wow, new lows here in the NASDAQ.
Yep, I got stopped out. That's I think that's about it for me on the funded account trades. This is just rough on my end. Just looking for areas to buy it in that zone, and now we're starting to break down. So minus 2,800 for me.
We got value area low right here, right now. We just were 19,042, 19,042. We'll check marks. Potray and Hoag, 042s. Lost about 40 points off those. 30 points.
Yeah, that's volume value low on Topstep X.
Yes, it is. Man. So, what a Friday.
That range we were just talking about just expanded a little bit.
Yep, now we just
bounce right back into it.
This market.
I don't envy what you guys are doing today on TV, man. These guys are trading on live television right here. Trying to make sense of this volatility, this big ass range. It looks like it wants to go.
Scanning around to see if there's just an easier opportunity somewhere else. The Dow looks decent. As far as the trend goes, right? I'm more of a trend trader. They just make more sense to me. So looking at the Dow, I could probably find a better opportunity for a trade that I'm comfortable with than in the NASDAQ right now. I might just put the Dow up on a side screen. We'll keep the NASDAQ up and watch it. But if I take a trade there, I'll let you guys know.
Stepping in. So Dakota, you switched over to the combines then? Is that how you handle this?
Yeah, now I'm done with my funded accounts.
Cool.
This just market is too rough for me. I was looking for that like a rally, some type of a bounce. It just wasn't giving it to me. It gave me to that one time and immediately sold off and right back, punctured the lows of the New York session, and now we're right back in the middle of this range. Right hovering around 19,100, and yeah, I mean, I'm just so tempted to just find ways to get in long for a push back up at these highs, but it just didn't give me that opportunity. I mean, it gave me opportunity, but it's too volatile. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. It better to be hands off right now for me.
Right back in that range. My goodness.
Yeah.
42s, John. 42s.
Yep.
Have those levels up, folks. Topstep daily levels.
I mean,
Two lows in. Go ahead, John.
we haven't done any. I mean, we haven't been outside of value in the S&Ps at all. We've tested value low from yesterday twice in the NASDAQ. We looked above the overnight high in the S&Ps and then just kind of crumbled. And I was thinking about that trade, but with VWAP leaning to the upside and 5,500, that big fat round number above again, that weekly kickoff level, I was looking for something up there. But this is typically why, I mean, I suggest when we open in range and in value, stay patient because there's going to be a better trade later on.
This is, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Hoag. A lot of times we see these consolidations in the morning, and it's crazy to even call this a consolidation of the NASDAQ. It's still 100 points to the top and the bottom.
Dude.
But at some point you see it break, right? And that might mean, later in the day, we're talking, 12 o'clock central where we break out of that range. So if you're the type of trader that, that breakout makes sense to you, either find the market that's doing it early or wait until the market that you're watching does it. Because the likelihood that we stay at these prices and the NASDAQ is probably pretty low. But we don't get to choose when it's going to break out. And right now it's show that it's not going to.
Is this barcoding, John? Oh, God, look at that in Q&S. Barcoding's taking on a new definition.
100-point barcoding.
This is barcoding on steroids, man. This is wild. Gold's still pushing here higher. 23.88, high of the day. Last trade, 87s.
Yeah, we've been having trouble. Been having trouble in gold holding below that weekly kickoff low. It was a good short late in the day off that, but we opened it put in a late spike to the downside, and we opened above it and above the weekly kickoff low. It's a long hindsight capital at its best.
I'm just a potato in the chat. Love it when the best traders haven't got a clue. Happens to the best of us.
Exactly. Well,
that might tell you something, right?
Probably some of us.
If you guys got a clue,
I'm
please let us know. Anyone that's got a clue, please give us a clue in the chat. We'd love to hear all clues and any clues to help solve this riddle. Right now, we got a 100-point barcode going down.
My day trading journal said that makes him feel better. Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's nothing to do. I think when Brian Shannon was on, there was a question that I had, sent through to him about the market being between two anchored VWAPs that he has, and he's just like, it's telling me not to do anything. It's like, oh, that's easy enough, right? Where it's not a clear signal that the market is trying to go in any direction. So just it is telling you something. It's telling you that there might not be a trade for the setup that you're looking for.
It's
on the opposite side of that is if you, the pinch, exactly. If you're a range bound trader, it's telling you a whole lot, right? Where those are the extremes of your ranges, and you trade them until it breaks.
Taking a look at the tilt, we do have a 76% long in the ES. That's flattened out now to 50-50. Boy, I'm pulling back a little bit, about 120 points off the high of the day. High of the day, 40,788. Last trade, 675. Gold still pushing higher here. Crude, we're flirting with that $77 level. Last trade, $77.05. 72% long in the gold as it continues to rally. So hopefully they're taking advantage of that. John, you said Delta was, we got Delta, but I don't even know if to say if it's congruent with market direction or not, because just based on what this market action is doing, or this price action is doing. What is Delta, just out of curiosity? What's open interest doing?
Well, Delta.
Delta.
It's basically just the number of contracts that trade on the offer. Every contract that uses a market order to lift a resting order is +1 in Delta. Every order that trades on the bid using a sell market order is -1 in Delta. So you take the positive Delta minus the negative Delta and you come up with a number. And you can sometimes find longer time frame participation in that. Now there's nothing perfect about it at all, but there are times when, let's say late in the day, you've got price continuing to push to the upside, and you've got negative Delta accumulating. That's telling you that there's a longer, stronger buyer in the market pushing price higher, while shorter time frame speculators are hitting it. So you get price moving higher and Delta increasing in negativity. That's saying that the shorter time frame speculator class are probably getting a little bit too short, and watch for a short squeeze. That's just one of the ways that you could use Delta. And you mentioned open interest. Open interest is simply the number of open contracts in a futures market or an options market, because for every long there's a short. So if I were to buy one from Jay right now and he sold it to me, that would create a contract. We would have a contract that he would deliver, and I would accept after expiration whatever the contract we were trading is. So that creates that contract, right? So when let's say Jay takes his short and buys it from Dakota. So he transfers the risk of that short to Dakota. Now Dakota is short.
What is
that? Doesn't change open interest. But when a long and a short take the opposite side, that evaporates, or that ends one of the contracts. There's no obligation. So open interest is basically the total number of open contracts in a futures or an options contract, because we know that it's a zero-sum game, right? And so if I'm going to buy one, somebody's got to sell it to me. For every long, there's a short. And that's one of the things that open interest and direction gets a little bit confusing, because a lot of you're going to hear a lot of traders say, I think the market is way too short, or it's way too long. Well, if there's a long for every short and a short for every long, how can that be true?
Yes.
It's the time frames of the traders and the strength of the traders that may say, it looks like we've got the short time frame traders way too short up here. If they start to capitulate, they're going to turn buyer and they're going to run price higher. It's pitting time frame against time frame. Your longer time frame big traders, your funds, your banks, they're not very price sensitive. They're in the market for weeks, months, even years at a time. And it's when the shorter time frame speculator class gets too long or too short against those, where you can use that to your advantage. It's a little confusing, but just get your head wrapped around it and you think about it, because it's just part of the context of the market. If you've got the longer, stronger, long time frame buyers in the market, they're buying it. They're not buying it from each other. They're buying it from us. They're buying it from the speculators.
Yep.
And if they can squeeze the speculators far enough, the speculators are then going to turn the other direction and push price in the direction, basically for the longer time frame. The longer time frame usually wins because they've got the deep pockets, but not always. But you got to remember those long time. Pardon?
We're the speculators. Us here, the locals. Yes. We're the speculators. Yes.
And there's many layers of speculators. There are speculators that are trading hundreds and hundreds of contracts and holding them for long periods of time. There are speculators that are holding for months or a week or a few days or just one day. Now we're getting into the day trader, which is what all of us are. we're the most price sensitive. We're the nimblest because we're quick to get out, hopefully of losses, and hopefully able to hold on to those winners. But we're the most active. We're the most active. The long time frame isn't buying or selling from each other. They're buying and selling to and from speculators. Think about this. If a farmer wanted to sell his corn for $5 a bushel, but the purchasers or the users of that corn want to pay $3, there's not much price participation there. They're going to say, well, it's $5 or nothing. And they're going to say, well, it's $3 or nothing. There's going to be no volume. It's going to be very difficult for any trade to happen. But the more speculators that come into the marketplace, the closer those bids and offers are going to come to each other. So that you get the speculators, and they're going to move price around and up and down. And the speculators are the ones that are buying from the farmer at $5, and they're the ones that are selling to the producers at $3. It doesn't mean every speculator loses. A lot of them do. But the speculators, they may buy it at $5, sell it at $4.50, buy it back at $3.50, sell it at $3, buy it back at $3.50, buy more. And so you have this big bowl of different time frames, different speculators, different opinions, different ideas, different thoughts, different processes, different motivations. And that's what makes the market so robust. It's the speculators were introduced to the markets for liquidity, for price discovery, and for that we have the opportunity to profit. There's no promise of profit, but you have the opportunity to profit.
Just a quick heads up. We got I know we took that crude trade in the house account last week. We got crude coming back down to that weekly kickoff low where we entered. 76.5. We do have some levels lower than that. We have that zone 6 on the daily levels lower. There's like a 75.50 there. Hoag, I think you have a 76.04 yesterday's low. But gold is kind of just barreling towards these levels right now. I don't think we want to catch that knife, but if we see it consolidate a little bit, we might have some opportunity down there.
True. Just
and Hoag, while you were going through that, we had a MZ trader in the chat said Hoag is a smart dude. I agree.
Indeed. Fact, man. There's a walking book of knowledge.
I appreciate that.
Walking book of knowledge right here. Crude making new low, $76.79. Low today, $76.77. Like they said, we took a house account trade on Monday from right around these levels. Yep. Profitable. Dakota eyeing any prices?
Write the book.
Yep.
Yeah, you
write a book.
Hear my thought on
write
this.
The book.
No, Dakota.
Oh, actually, I could be over here writing a book. I'm looking at the NASDAQ, and I'm just looking at it and feeling just so bullish right now. And I'm just thinking, where do I buy? Where do I buy? Do we look to buy? And if we break above these 126s, I want to be a buyer of the NASDAQ, right? And we're starting to break, show signs of breaking. This could be a nice rounding bottom, but maybe I'm just not reading the market okay today. And I feel like we could just break and go into those upper 200s. And as I talk about it, we go up. That's okay.
Range. All right, S&P's pushing higher here, just almost about a tick off, or about $1 off the high of the day. 54.94. Last trade 54.93. Try to push here. We'll see. The third time they try to push through this level on the S&P's. Looking at the 5-minute here. As I try to push higher as well, like Dakota say, we're out into the 150. I call it 147s. 19,145 last trade.
Yeah, I think we break the range to the long side of the NASDAQ. That's what I'm looking at. If I was to get into a position, like I said, it was just getting in longs, looking for a range break to the long side, and look for a nice green day.
Looking at the Topstep daily levels. 165, 2-day VWAP. 165, brought to you by Coach Jay. 165, 2-day VWAP in the NASDAQ. Look at S&P, Topstep daily levels. Yeah.
Yeah, that 2-day VWAP moved down a little bit. I mean, just with the price action that we've had, it went from 165 to 155. Just kind of going with the idea that we've been a little heavy. But I don't disagree with you, Dakota, about the potential for the break to the upside. It's just on a day like today, buying that breakout, like buying it here,
it's risky.
Yeah, the breakout trade's tough. It's more of just a reversal at the bottom of the range.
Right, exactly. Right.
You say the breakout trade?
We're just about to put in the initial balance.
Well, yeah, we are. First hour. That goes quick. All right, S&P's broken out of the range. New highs.
S&P's now.
Yep. 160. Jumped in these 5,500s. Hey, would you guys say the breakout trade is the least likelihood for being such a low probability play? What did you say? Or the breakout play?
No, I think I'm going to say the opposite of that. The breakout trade is a higher probable trade.
Well, that's a breakout of a range, though, correct? So how are you going to know when it I guess it is right here, right now.
So I would say right now is the breakout trade. It's happening as we speak. We're breaking above the 175s. Next stop 185. If we break above 185, then we this is it. This is that move. I was really thinking we was going to get it a little bit earlier. It chopped me up.
Breakout trades.
Yes.
I want them to go now.
Now. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want them messing around. I just want them to go now. For me, it's a time stop. If it doesn't go now, I'm out. I can always get back in.
Yeah, JD talks about that. We do a 30-second countdown. Speaking of JD, all right, we're still pushing higher here. High of the day, S&P's 5,500 even. See if that is the resistance, or we do break through that. Dakota looking for a trade, push into the 180. See if we break out of that. I think we can throw it to JD. JD, you got some stats for us? XFA payout. What do we got over there, JD?
All right. Well, let's start with some hot streaks. What do you say?
Yes. Oh, did he do it?
He's there. He did it.
No, is he there again? Yes.
He tied the record. 42 days. Sure he made $2 yesterday. We're gonna have to have a meeting about this guy. I'm not sure what to do with him.
What is this?
42 days, $486. Yeah, the ultimate troll. He just wants the record, the recognition. But anyway, we'll talk about him later. Michael's right there too. Michael put up $200 to extend his streak to 39 days. Parmeshwar grabbed another $16 to improve to 33 days. Richard's on a nice run, made $169 yesterday for a 25-day hot streak worth more than $5,000. Nice trading from Richard. And Fan, who is new to the list this week. Pretty consistent trading from Fan, putting up a little more than $200 a day, now on a 23-day heater. There are your hot streaks. If Dustin makes another buck today,
that's the record.
We have to call him the leader next week.
The champ. That's the champ. Incredible.
One clam.
The clam.
Yeah. What's this?
What scares me, JD?
What's that?
If we get more people doing that entire leaderboard is just going to be full of people just making $1.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying we should probably have a meeting and see maybe do a little filtering. But
Dustin broke the system.
Dustin broke the system.
Well done.
All right.
Just tell him if he wants to stay on the list, he's got to make $2.
$2 a day.
I think he's
and then the next day 3.
I think he's a victim of positive slippage. I think he tries to make $1 a day, and the positive slippage gets him, $2 or $4 some days.
Incredible.
All right. Yesterday's best live funded PNLs. Brian, currently number 4 on the leaderboard, picked up $7,200 trading the ES. Bin, welcome to the show, Bin. Took home $5,000 trading the NQ and the MNQ. Rips the man. We watched him trading during Power Hour yesterday. $4,700 trading the NQ. Nice chunk of that came at the end of the day. Philippe also had a great trading day. Trading the NASDAQ, $4,200 in profits. I'm trying to pull Philippe into our onto our daily levels team. So let's give him some encouragement. He's kind of on the bubble. Let's all give.
Come on board, Philippe.
Let's give Philippe a
Waterborne.
push.
Yeah, Philippe. Jump on
Awesome.
And Matthew, we got Matthew, solid $1,900 winning day, also trading the NASDAQ. All right, it's also Friday. It's payday. Let's take a look at yesterday's payouts.
All right, what do we got?
$626,811 in payouts. 415 payouts processed, averaging $1,500 per payout. Real money, folks.
Over $500,000.
Real traders paying themselves with the real money.
That's fantastic.
Here are yesterday's top payouts, too.
Oh, I like this.
Some new names on here. Jeremy T, almost 19 grand. Pulled that out of 4 XFAs. These are all XFA withdrawals. Lucas, almost 12,000 from 2 XFAs. Ronald and Daniel both pulled out of a single XFA, 10 grand for Ronald and 8,800 for Daniel. And Ashley, $7,200 taken out of 4 XFA accounts. Big payouts. Nicely done, everyone. Going to be a good weekend for these traders.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it will be. And big shout out to Rips. He's been on that leaderboard in his live account.
Yes.
How many days this week? A few.
Yeah, we saw him twice this week. Twice Rips was on this week. So
good on Rips, man.
He's on a ripper, that's for sure.
Wow. He loves this market.
Very nice.
We're seeing some reports, some people saying in the chat. I'm seeing on Twitter also maybe like an earthquake in Dallas. And
Dallas?
Jay was saying in Oklahoma. Yeah.
Hey, Nick for a tick. That's your neck of the woods. He's in the chat.
Andre, look at the high in the S&Ps.
Brutal, man. 8501. I know. Those.
Right back into that range, and
Right back.
now we're seeing some
brutal,
pretty big, heavy negative delta.
That was brutal. So I guess I was talking about the breakout. How do you know it's the breakout? Okay, Nick for a tick. I'm trading and didn't feel anything. All right, we got a bunch of people. Look at this live. We got boots on the ground. Boots on the ground in North Texas, in Dallas Fort Worth. All right, someone in Lubbock, Texas just felt it. This is really cool. North Texas not feeling anything. Lubbock, Texas feeling a little something. We got boots on the ground all over the place.
That was some pretty heavy negative delta in the NASDAQ just now. The last 3 minutes, the last 6 minutes, negative 1,500 delta in the last 6 minutes, and that's some of the heaviest we've seen all day.
And that's the entire day, and as far as delta is concerned in the NASDAQ.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Miss J said, all right, we got. Those longs just got their face ripped. That was so. All right, bottom end of the range right now. All JD was doing his stats at the upper end, and we are right back down to the lower end in the NASDAQ.
Yep, we went to 190s and then right back down to
this is
to 60s. This is nuts. This is
taking barcoding to a whole different level.
Yes. Yep.
I had a 19,191 level on my chart. I don't know what that was from. Sometimes it's too many things on my chart, but yeah, just again, violently unchanged range bound day. If you have profits on a trade, consider securing some of it somehow.
Yeah. Man. Sounds good, Gabe. Coming your way in a second here.
Do we buy the lows? Do we buy the low of this consolidation, Jay?
Kind of have to, right? You kind of have to, not.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. I think
it's the cheap trade, right? It's going with what the day has been saying. To me, it's uncomfortable to do because I see so much selling coming in, but sometimes that uncomfortable trade is exactly what you need to do. I don't want to short it here. I'll tell you that much because we're in the hole. So yeah, Dakota.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch over to some micros, and if we stay in this range, let's see. We're actually seeing selling coming in here though. This isn't, but the couple of times that we've tested the lows of the range before, it was on pretty low delta, right? You can see this indicator down here. low volume, low
Nasty.
delta. This changed, right? This kind of changed the picture where we may potentially get a breakout. But at the same time, they're selling.
The volume that,
what if price isn't getting anywhere?
yeah.
Go ahead, Jay. You were going to say, is the,
No, I
volume
was saying,
that low?
volume. Was the volume on that sell-off, I'm looking at the 5, was that enough to say that there is conviction for more push to the downside? Because my volume bars, and obviously you look at it in a much more detailed way, it just looks like just average sell-off there in terms of volume. But if you're seeing something different, please do.
Yeah. So with the volume indicator, it probably looks like an average with the other volume candles that you've seen. The difference in that selling and why I use the delta is the delta difference, right? It was a lot heavier selling than what we've seen before. But yeah, the volume was about the same. The delta was heavier.
Gotcha.
And we've had some people ask, on Topstep X, is there a version of this indicator on net volume? If you change it to columns on Topstep X, I'm on Power Hour later. I'll actually show it. But net volume is a similar indicator on Topstep X.
I have net volume.
But yeah, Dakota, I'm in a 1 lot long in the micros, risking the lows. I'm long at 87.
You're long at 87 from micros.
Yeah, 87 micros. Yep. Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't want to give back the day, and I'm also kind of
That's the right decision. When we see this type of volatility, micros, tell traders all the time, with volatility, you reduce your size.
Quinn says, Topstep TV, the best. Thank you for everything you're doing here. Thank you for tuning in, man. You guys watch some of the best right here. You got Coach Jay, you got Coach Dakota, you got Hoag in the house. If you like what you're watching, please click like, please click subscribe. I think we can get to 111,000 subscribers by end of day today. Just a couple hundred away. All right, so we're seeing the buyer. We're seeing the buyer step in here. Yay, that's a range trade. This ranges are wild, but he still identified the range, got in there. These ranges
are my best Dolby impression.
Dolby time.
Yeah, Dolby's going to be loving it. I'd love to hear his opinion, how he's in this.
Rooster says, Topstep TV would be better without Dre. I agree, Rooster. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. Here we are.
Yeah,
Dolby time specials. I like this range, man.
I think we break this range to the downside. That selling changed the picture a little bit for me. And that's why I switched over to micros. I don't really love this trade, but I'm trying to go with, the range bound idea. I need to get better at trading ranges myself. But that selling looked pretty heavy.
Right around the
Man, I thought the same thing about that rally. I was thinking, you know what? This changed everything. We're going to be breaking this range to the long side and then crash. 140 point sell off.
Bang.
Yep. Crude oil is right around where we took that long. I think actually a little bit lower than where we took that long on the house account. If we're looking for a house,
yeah, 76.30s.
Would anyone give it's down 2.5%.
What were you gonna say?
Could we get some check marks on a long in crude here?
Yeah, we could definitely get some check marks. Unfortunately, the house account is not open as the driver away from the office today. In transit to somewhere. In transit to somewhere.
I seen him in the chat. He was in the chat. He was asking about a house account trade.
Was he? That's interesting. My man.
Oh, there he is.
MP, get him. Come listening. MP is listening, just like a talk radio show. MP, Mike from Aspen, you're on line 1. Call in right now, Mike from Aspen. Call in with your market takes, your hot takes, your opinions. Where do you think this market is heading
take
next?
it. So if we come up with the house account trade, he'll take it.
Going on a hike, listening to, Mike from Aspen. Mike in the mountains. Call in right now.
Topstep mobile.
Mike on a mobile. Yes, Mike on a mobile. Love it. All right. We're straight around these lows right here. See if we can push lower. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my man Gabe because we got some news in the house. Gabe, happy Friday. What's going on, man?
Happy Friday, gentlemen. Happy to share some news with you. Got a couple exciting stories. One first pertaining to chicken wings. So if you guys think boneless wings are supposed to be boneless, think again. Michael Berkheimer was dining with his wife and friends at a wing joint in Hamilton, Ohio, and ordered the usual boneless wings with Parmesan garlic sauce when he felt a bite-sized piece of meat go down the wrong way. 3 days later, he's feverish and unable to keep food down, went to the ER, and they discovered that a long, thin bone had torn his esophagus and caused an infection. Berkheimer sued the restaurant, Wings on Brookwood, saying that they failed to warn him that these so-called boneless wings, which are, of course, nuggets of boneless chicken breast, could contain bones. In a 4-3 ruling, though, the Ohio Supreme Court said Thursday that boneless wings refers to just the cooking style and that he should have been on guard against bones since it's common knowledge that chickens have bones. So they dropped his case.
Oh, come on.
They said, you have nothing.
Come on. Shout out to the lawyers on that one, man. Shout out to the lawyers that really.
Yep.
Man.
Yeah, that's unreal. Dakota, were you about to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, minus what you say, Andre, where like if they use that logic on so many things, there'd be a lot of changes.
We're in trouble.
Does that mean if we go to McDonald's and order chicken nuggets and if there's a bone in one of them, there's nothing we can say about it?
Apparently.
Anything with chicken?
I mean, now granted, this is Ohio Supreme Court, so if you're in a different state, you could still try your luck with that. But I guess that depends on if you want to deal with the court filings and all that nonsense. But
the fact that the Supreme Court even took that case is just hilarious. Let alone ruled on it and ruled 100%. In favor of the restaurant. I mean, we are living in a simulation, Dolby. Where's my man, Dolby? We are living in a simulation.
I see that argument though, as like if you have kids or if you have like someone older and they're like they expect like, hey, this is chicken, there's no bones in it, and they're eating it and they ended up choking. I mean, I could see that to an extent. But
what about lactose-free milk?
I go to McDonald's.
Like lactose-free milk. Lactose-free milk. I mean, milk naturally has lactose in it, but lactose-free milk, you're supposed to be on guard for the lactose.
Where's the line end?
Yeah, it's about advertising to me. Exactly. I think it's an advertising failure. Like you can't say boneless chicken unless you could guarantee that there's no bones in it. Then it's just chicken.
Speaking of chicken wings,
just chicken. Thank you, Dakota. Let's just call it what it is. It's just chicken.
Gnawing on some wings. You're on mute there, Hoag.
What are these bones doing in my chicken?
John, that's how you get them levels. All
right, well, moving into the next story here, we had a series of arson attacks in Europe on some railways. So Eurostar canceled a quarter of its train services ahead of the Olympics after arson attacks on the French railway. They faced a bunch of malicious acts overnight and causing service delays and cancellations estimated to impact over 800,000 people. It's not immediately clear who was responsible for the incident. Obviously, everybody was masked up, but they were carried out at about 4 a.m. across several locations with fiber optic lines being affected, explosive material found on sites. They are mobilizing thousands of workers to try to reestablish the lines. But these attacks come just ahead of the opening ceremony for the Olympic Games in Paris. Set to feature tens of thousands of athletes and spectators, along with a heavy police presence. They have put on staff about 45,000 police officers to cover these Olympic Games. So we'll see if that can manage to keep the possible turmoil to a standstill, hopefully. So these games go by smooth. Cool. Last but not least, though, we have a major case from the SEC. Federal prosecutors have criminally charged the activist, short seller, and analyst Andrew Left with securities fraud relating to allegedly using his platform to illegally profit to the tune of at least $16 million from manipulating the stock market activity contrary to positions he presented to the public between 2018 and 2023. Left and his hedge fund, Citron Capital, were also separately charged in a related civil fraud action by the SEC. But the civil complaint in Los Angeles federal court accused that Left who has been a frequent guest commentator on CNBC and other business cable news channels. He engaged in a $20 million multi-year scheme to defraud followers by publishing false and misleading statements regarding his supposed stock trading recommendations. Essentially related to 23 companies on 26 separate occasions. And this was more so, promising returns, putting too much weight on his profit targets. But that's it. So another slap on the wrist. I'm sure he's back to his normal trading and ways.
Lame.
Over and over again, stories like that.
It's just whack-a-mole. Whack-a-mole with these types.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
That's all I got for you guys this morning.
Thank you, Gabe. Went from bones. Went from bones in the chicken to another shady character on Wall Street. Yep. Still not buying that. Got to be on guard for bones, man. What is that, Dakota? Anyways,
testing lows.
Testing lows here.
Break them.
I'm out of that short in the micros, by the way. That selling kind of changed things. I'll just zoom in real quick here. We see this heavy negative delta here. A lot of times what I'll do to look for trade entries is, find where 50% of that candle is. We tested right up to 50% of that candle right around 19,105 and rejected off of it, which to me is the way I'm reading that is the sellers are defending that position, right? They came in, sold it, and when the market gets back up there, they're defending that position, selling again. And that's why I was saying that changed what the range looked like to me.
Yep.
And now do we get some follow through to the downside? Downside target 1930, and then I think I said 887 before, but switch back over here.
Okay.
All right, there's a little range extension.
Yes,
yep,
there
a little
is.
bit of range extension.
Could end up being a failed downside auction.
There's something to be said. The megaphone pattern. We could be in a megaphone pattern where we extend the range to the upside. We extend the range to the downside, and then we can continue to consolidate. Higher
Dakota,
highs and lower lows.
That 100 tick move, that 100 tick profit that you just took earlier in the week started just like this.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it did.
Yeah, it did.
It's a lot easier to make 100 points in a market like this, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when you get this much volatility and movement.
Yeah, I see that oil, Jay. That oil is
look at it now.
Bounce off that.
Yeah. That level.
I had an alert at 76.24. I think the low is 76.25.
I got 24s, yeah. Little 50 cent banger right there. 50 cent.
I'm seeing the low at 76.24. Your number.
I don't know. I'm trying to see if I actually put that one on the daily level sheet, but it meant something at some point.
Marcus, remember price.
Yep. May just be like a dead cat bounce, though.
Here's your 06, 07s, 05s. Let's see if they continue to defend.
Oh, you're looking at the NASDAQ, Hoag?
Yeah.
Yep. Take a look at the levels. Yeah, we got those levels pinned to the top of the chat. This is what these guys are looking at. These guys are contributing to them.
Or 710s, I should say. 705, 710s. Busting through them.
Yeah, the next question is, do we rotate right back up to those highs?
Dude.
Dakota, it's just how your 100-point move started the other day. Failed downside auction.
Exactly. Yes.
Right.
Yep. That was it. Great call out, Hoag.
Oh man,
I have short-term memory, and I forget exactly on my trades. Sometimes it's a great thing for like bad days like today. Sometimes, I don't know. I've always had mixed opinions, forgetting about trades and not focusing on what's happened yesterday or the day before. Sometimes I think that maybe it would have been beneficial to remember those things.
Forget about the bad ones.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got to. take a look at the tilt here. 67% long gold. Gold did some buyers. Seeing what's going on here. All right, gonna try to test these lows again in the Nasdaq.
Mm-hmm.
So on that winner from earlier last week or earlier this week, Hoag, we did have a much bigger extension to the downside. So for that to play out, I would love to see us just sell off below 19,000 and then look for a reversal back into this range.
Okay.
That would take us right down to settlement, basically 18,992 and a quarter. That would be a settlement gap close right down to that level.
1892 and a quarter. 992 and a quarter. Last trade 19,082. 100 points to move. Oh, the buyers come right back in. This is. Whew. I mean, the wicks are getting longer. Yeah.
Classic range bound cash register day.
Yep.
Sure is. You got to adapt because the last few days have just been trend lower. Obviously, we bounced off those 885s. Earlier in the week, it was just trend lower.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we saw reversal. Now, today, you're seeing a range. So, man, you're seeing it all this week.
Yeah. I mean, usually most of the time, the market should be in consolidation mode. It typically consolidates more than it expands, but that's not been the case here. Yeah.
You got,
I'm not surprised.
You checked in all 5 days this week. You got, there's a lot of learning to be done this week. You're seeing a lot of different market states, price action, news events, earnings, inflation. You got the full gamut this week. So,
yeah, stripped a lot of gears this week, I'll bet.
Stripped a lot of gears. What does that mean, John? I know what you mean, but what does that mean when you say stripped a lot of gears?
Well, we get used to, just close your eyes and buy it, and it works, and it works, and it works. And then something changes, and close your eyes and buy it doesn't work anymore. Usually it takes a little while to adapt to a new market state, whether it's just range bound or a bigger pullback. It takes time to get your head wrapped around on new, close your eyes and buy it, close your eyes and sell it. It takes time to adjust to that. I think it strips a lot of people's gears. You get used to, trading long side only, and the market starts to break and you're still trying to trade long side only, and you get smushed. I saw it happen in the tech bubble in the Nasdaq pit. Man, everybody was making money hand over fist. All you had to do was wait for a break, buy it, and it would just continue to go higher and higher and higher. And people base their whole career on that. Oof. And when the bubble burst, they're still trying to buy it, and they're just getting run over. They lost a lot of money. I saw a lot of people that were making big money just get murdered because they couldn't adapt. They couldn't adjust to the new market state. Even though they knew the bubble was busting, all they knew what to do was buy it, and it stripped their gears and it stripped their accounts as well.
Great. Yep, I think that's exactly it. You get kind of what's a good word for it? Just kind of programmed to doing one thing, and it's working, and then it's just the typical saying: it works until it doesn't, and then when it doesn't, it gets ugly. And the ones that survive and do the best are the ones that can recognize it faster and change.
Big time. Yeah, you're seeing this is a great week for education. You're able to survive this week, didn't blow up too much. Manage your downside risk. Hell, if you made profits this week, good on you. This has not been easy by any means. Now we're just in this range. These ranges are 100-point range. Quick look at tilt. Nothing really shown on tilt. 60% short NQ.
Here we go. Here's some volatility spike.
Where are you looking?
I thought it was going to be on the NASDAQ for just a brief second. We had a 10-point bounce and immediately 10-point sell-off in just a blink of an eye.
Just thinking where we might see volume come in to get that push. We got the London close coming up, right? Starts in the next 5 minutes or so. That half hour, we might see that volume come in, and kind of bounce off these lows here. There's just no follow through in anything right now. That those 100-point moves that we were seeing, we're getting a half hour consolidation almost.
I was going to go there too.
Can we? Is there a house account trade to buy the bottom of this range of the Nasdaq?
That would be the trade. We're actually working behind the scenes here to get MP dialed in here.
I'm going to put my check mark on a long at the bottom of this range in the house account, because if we can continue to go sideways and hover around these 70s, 60s, then I can make a good argument to push back up above 100, 120s.
I like the idea. We
can do it in my account. We can do it in this account here.
Your personal? Your live? Or your fund account, right?
Yeah, just the live account. Yeah.
Actually, we could. Well, here it is.
I believe in you guys.
I
believe in you.
Where do you set on it? I put my check mark on it too. Where do you set the stop? It has to go
50s
below that range.
Yeah, below the range. I mean, that's a range bound day. We're consolidating, and so why not just do that? Where we buy the bottom of the range and we look for targets at the top of the range.
We got to get it soon if we're going to get it.
Yeah, it's running.
Let's see.
Let me get another shot.
Yeah, we may. Because again, I'm not seeing a volume push. I would love a 70s entry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
70s. Okay.
We got a three lot queued up.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go.
So the number I'm looking at that we have to
100
get
lot
over,
just came in and at the bid right there. I just glanced over and seen 100 lot come in at the bid on the Nasdaq.
He wants you to slap a 10 banger on this one, John.
I don't know that I can.
We're working behind the scenes to make sure you can, John. And Pete's put the call in from the top of the mountain. He scales the mountains.
Got a max 5 right now.
Oh, I think they're upping it for you, John. Oh, we're popping here. Maybe we'll be able to sell the upper end of this range.
Maybe we just take the short.
Let's take the short. Let's blink and breathe for a second. We'll take the short.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of the range now. I mean, if we're going to take the short, we want it a lot higher than that, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think we can get the short here.
Yeah, definitely.
Give it 5-10 minutes. We'll get the short.
All right. You guys just, just use my account for the house account.
Adapting on the
I'll be the executioner then.
Oh, I like it.
So that was a successful house account trade.
Yeah.
that looked, that was the play. That was the play.
We'll have a shot.
Is that one of those where it's just a right here, right now buy for you, Dakota?
Yeah. When I was looking at, we were at the bottom of the range and we just didn't really move, kind of going solid, consolidating, and then we started to make ever so slightly higher lows, and we made equal highs over here on the 5-minute and the 100 tick. There's just why are we sitting here not trading a range bound day like a range bound day?
Right.
Buy the lows and look for the market to push back up into the 130s, 140s.
That's a great point.
Rapid VWAP last trade. 19,001.
MP just said he got long one lot at 74.
Great.
Global?
So we start talking shorts.
Well,
I think you could target at least 150 here.
50s? Okay, I was going to say 40s. 50s?
Yep, right around that zone. And Dakota, the reason I was asking is that the right here, right now buy, because I know you do that, that zone buying really well, where you're just hey, this is the area. I don't need a perfect price.
Oh, okay. It was one of those where as we got there, sometimes it happens fast. This one is a little bit slower as we've had a lot of consolidation before we broke out. And then as we started to push those highs and we had that time, we had a brief conversation. What was it? We talked about it for 2-3 minutes and then it broke out. So I wouldn't say it was a right here, right now. It was just one of those trades where it makes sense as we started to consolidate there. So we got the 130s.
Yeah.
MP covered. Nice trade, MP.
Smart. Good job, MP. Oh, look, I found a G on the oh, look, here's a G. Yeah. All right, so if John's, if we're talking house account, if we get to the 40s, obviously 50s. 50s would be a nice shorting area. We're not even looking at the levels. Look, right now we're going off of market generated information right now.
Yeah, and now there's something to be said, like you said, Jay. The close of the Europe session, and there is something to that, where maybe we find a lot of more buyers into this market, and I'm gonna be hesitant to short this at the highs, because maybe we just extend it. Maybe we do what we've been doing, and we go up and we extend it, and then we turn around.
And then come back.
Yeah, then come back.
All right. So what is this?
We're in the 40s now. Nice trade, MP.
So I'm still a buyer down here at 70.
Yeah, well.
No.
Megaphone.
For me, no.
No? Okay.
Not right now.
No, because we're going to break.
Sure, if we get down there and consolidate, then I would say yes. But if we just sell off immediately in like 5 minutes to 70, I mean, that's much different than what we just witnessed.
Right.
Marie?
A lot of wicks there. A lot of wicks down there.
Oh, sure are.
Dolby was and this is a 30-minute chart that I'm looking at too. So if you guys want to see a different chart, let me know.
Cool. This is awesome. Up around the range in the S&Ps.
Are we looking for? We're not looking for a short anymore.
I like what Marie just said. If this is doing that megaphone pattern, then the short probably is a little bit higher, right? Because it's expanding. So yeah, I mean, higher would be in the 190s. Go ahead, Hoag.
Okay, so yeah, let's see if we get up there. See if we can leave a failed upside auction, and then we get short.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yep. All right, what price are we looking at here, guys? Are we going to wait for the market to tell us?
190s.
IB high is 191, 192.
MP, K3, yeah. Man, Hartley here. You know your legs.
I'd argue 217. I would argue 217 for a short.
Oh, we're getting greedy with these prices, but I like it. Let the market come to us. We're not chasing.
All right, so no, 217. I'm going 16.5. I need a new mouse.
Uh-oh.
Is it a cord?
He has a wire.
It's a cord mouse?
No, it's wireless, but you know how the scroll wheel, like I'm trying to go down and then it goes up sometimes. Now I'm trying to go down and it's going up. It's just making me crazy. I got a few things I got to pick up this weekend.
Do you ever have a fear of getting into a position and the battery dies?
I replace it every every 2 weeks or month. Okay. And I've got batteries right here behind me too. So
what do you do?
You've probably
hotkeys.
Such a hotkeys. Yeah, but everything of mine has to be corded. There has to be a cord. It has to be connected to the power, and I hate batteries.
Yep.
Yeah.
When it comes to something dependable, and I have money.
I do too, Jay. But we're playing with fire.
So this Logitech mouse, it gives you a notification when it's at 20%. So then at that point, I just charge it.
That's smart. That works.
I can't stand that wire on a mouse because it messes with my chicken bones.
Well, chicken bones over everything, John. Chicken bones over 100%. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that trade. We'll see what happens here in this next 5 minutes. Just opened up. See if we get a push into the 50s, 60s, 70s, maybe. But while we're doing that, I'm going to throw it to Gabe. We got some plugs to do. So, Gabe, let's do those plugs. These guys are going to keep an eye on that trade. But, shoot. Gabe, if you want to do plugs, let's go ahead.
We are working that offer, by the way, right?
Okay, cool. What price, John?
I've got it at 216.50.
216.50. Very good. All right, we'll work that offer.
I like that.
Is our risk above the overnight high?
236. Yeah, that gives us 20 points. How many lots are you trading, Hoag?
5.
Yeah.
5 at 216.
I got in long on the breakout. I bought 148 on this demo, this practice account. Just a breakout trade of that. I'm going to look to see if I could get 160s.
Dakota, we lost your charts, so if you're able to reshare those, that'd be great.
Oh, yeah. No, I lost internet, so I had to switch to my phone's internet.
Gabe,
Gabe was asking about that. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Ishmael's asking about that crude oil long. Yeah, got it from the same area, 76.24-ish. If anyone did take that trade, really nice trade.
Okay, there we go.
All right, Gabe, go ahead. Let's do some plugs real quick. Well, take your time. We got the offer working here. John's got the house account, so to speak. Gabe, what do we got for plugs?
Just a couple for you guys. Starting off, if you guys are not already aware, Topstep is now doing some evening programming. So join Coach Dakota at 7:30 p.m. Central, Sunday through Thursday for slow markets. He has adjusted the time. We are doing a little bit of an earlier start. It's going well so far, so we're going to continue that into next week. So just know Sunday night, starting at 7:30 p.m., slow markets with Coach Dakota, and then catch Deeyana at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday for the London Open. So if you have not joined either of those sessions and you're a night owl, I would highly suggest tuning in. We also later today have Roast My Trades coming up on Shoulder Tap. So if you want Risk Manager Mick to roast your trading, feel free to submit your request. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the chat right now for you guys. Just a little form submission that you can put in. And you potentially have a chance to get your trades roasted by the legendary Mick. And then last but not least, our Discord. We are quickly approaching 75,000 members on Discord. If you are not already in Discord, it's a great way to connect with our coaches, meet trading buddies, and get answers to basic support questions. I'm going to go ahead and drop that link in chat as well for you guys. If you're not already a Discord member, we'd love to have you. There is the link there for you. But that's it for today. Back to you guys.
Roast my trades. Love it.
This crude trade looks really nice. I'm seeing targets in crude up to 77.25.
I got an email from Dee, who is absolutely just thrilled with how good that session is going. The London Open session is going. She's enjoying it tremendously. A lot of great people, a lot of great education there. I love me some D.
Pause.
He's a friend. Have you been able to catch the session, Hoag? I usually watch it on the replay. I try to get up that early, and it's early.
I have not. Sometimes I do wake up, and but I haven't for the last couple of days, couple of weeks. So I will be there. That's for sure. I will be there. I want to see it.
Oh man. Yeah, I haven't caught it yet either. I watched a couple of recordings, and it's exciting. We have Topstep International, guys. I love my slow markets. That's why I extended it for that 30 minutes, so I have more time and I don't feel crunched to do everything in 1 hour. And we have traders everywhere around the world. I love to see it. Every single night, I'm always seeing new traders coming in and saying, "I'm from UK. I'm from China." It's just some crazy places around this world that I would have never even thought that we would have traders, and I love it. I love to see it, and that's just one of those reasons why I love to be a coach here. Is like I'm helping those people, not just here in the United States, not just in these big countries, but on every country around this world. And I don't want to say third world, second world countries, but outside of the regular, United States, China, Japan, the major, first world countries, and the traders that $200 means so much more in those areas than what we realize.
What are you guys laughing about? What did I miss?
No, just Andre. Yeah, you missed
What did
it.
I miss?
You
What
missed
did I
it. You
miss?
missed nothing.
Nothing. Just chat just being funny.
Okay.
I know.
I missed something. Dang it! I missed something.
That wasn't
good.
weird. She's a friend of mine.
Just some poor choice of words. That's it.
Jeez.
Yes.
Showing his affection. That is nothing to laugh at.
Oh man, I missed it. Hey,
Go ahead.
We're still working on those 216s. We're never gonna get those two. I mean, 160s was the.
Yeah, I like the 216s if we break this range, but that selling that we've been talking about that I think changed the range for me. I think it brought the range a little bit lower. If we have my charts up, I'll try to delete all these drawings so we can actually see kind of clearly. The high of that range looks like that 190 now, right? Where we know this selling came in. We see this heavy selling here, and now we're starting to respect 50% of that. That kind of changed the range and brought it a little bit lower. If we don't get the trade, we don't get the trade. But I think we could adjust just a little bit based on that selling that came in.
You're saying like kind of like a channel down, like we're kind of
a
little bit lower.
Exactly.
Okay.
And just the potential for it too, because we know selling came in there. So how I'm reading it now is when price gets back up there, are those sellers defending that position if they sold there, if they sold to open? And it kind of looks like we're reacting to it now.
All right, we'll see if we get anything there. Oh, John, I just got caught up to speed.
Come on. Really? This is...
that got you.
Sorry, man.
This is...
just come on, guys. Come on.
Chat's not going to let you live that one down there, Hoag. You're never going to hear the end of it, man. You set yourself up for that one.
Okay. Well, what if I did?
Exactly. Thank you, John. Thank you.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well said. Touche, chat. Take that, chat. Take that. Oh, Fridays, man. Am I right? Fridays. We got my favorite number coming up in about, hour 45 minutes. Baker Hughes rig count means absolutely nothing, but when it does hit, the weekend is right around the corner. Oh, that was good. Damn it, I missed it, but I got caught up. I'll go back and watch this evening. Not this evening. It's Friday, guys. Step away from the machine.
Emery's right. We're acting like children.
We are indeed. We are indeed. We are indeed. Amen.
We're traders.
We're traders. We're not choir boys. We're not. This is trading. All right. Everything's kind of consolidated. Now kind of trading near the highs. High of the day, 40,832. Wow. Low key trying to make another run for 41,000 this week. The Olympics start. Olympics start in next hour or so. Opening ceremonies.
Oh, nice.
Arsenal. Hey, Dre, are we doing Reversal Challenge? Yes, we are. Indeed, we are. It's Power Hour. Stay tuned. Hoag's going to be there. Hoag won last week, actually. First, 1 for 1. Hoag steps in. Reversal Challenge. John, what are your thoughts on the Reversal Challenge? How much do you love it? How ridiculous do you think it is?
It's
you should hear
it's a lot of fun.
It is.
It's no way to trade. It's not a great example, but at the end of the day on a Friday, if you're still in the pit, you're chasing money, and a little entertainment is not a bad thing. So I had a lot of fun last week with it. I found that over trading was probably the best way to lose. So we'll see what happens this time. It's a lot of fun. We got who do we got? We got Coach Jay's going to be there. I thought Coach Ray was going to be there. Jay, you're going to be there.
Whoa, entering the battle arena.
I was actually talking to Dakota about this a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
I have a strategy that is either going to work
What's your
really
strategy?
well or we're going to crash and burn. There's no in between.
I love it.
So we will see how it goes. I'm going
Wow.
to try out something new.
Well, I'm glad to have a little competition.
Coach Jay
Oh,
with
yeah.
the
Yeah,
strategy.
We're throwing Coach Jay in there. Make sure we can get him to win.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hoag had the
Wow,
best strategy
yeah.
last week. Just one direction, no reverse, and
Oh,
easily took the
okay.
victory.
Well, what happens when you're taking heat on that first trade, Jay?
Yeah.
It's game on. It's game on. But yes, if you can pick that's what John did. Hoag did that. Pretty much he called it, what'd you make, like 3 or 4 trades? Yes.
Yeah.
Kept it to a minimum.
I made one trade the first time, and then I messed around and found out on the second one, but I still made profit on the second round. So yeah, it was good.
What's going on in the chat? What?
Who knows?
I have not been
Who
paying
knows?
too much attention to the chat. Dee's here, and
Hi, Dee.
she made one comment. No, 2. Okay.
Oh, you guys.
Hey, we got J running some leaderboard. We got about 40 minutes, I should say, left here in fast markets.
So we've seen those 150s come into play. We went to the top of that range, and we are selling right back off. So true to its word, consolidation, range bound day, buy bottoms, sell tops.
I'm sell tops. Yep, range.
Do we like to buy?
Are we working any bids?
Question. We should. Yeah, right. That's the cash register trade.
You guys were looking at 70s before. Do we still like those? Yep. I know.
Yeah.
Dakota, you were off on that.
Yeah. I mean, I was just saying, just not have it on there, because if we just dropped really hard, I mean, that's a different. Like how we get there also matters to me.
Okay, we're still working the offer above.
Whether it's, I wouldn't have the order on. I'm just gonna say I don't like having orders on in this type of, like, during the New York session. But yeah, if we get there, then sure, that's the option. I am a big fan of. It depends how we get there. Do we get there in just like a second, like just some crazy news event that just brings us to that level, or something unexpected that brings us to that level? Then that changes the dynamics, rather than if it's like a slow grind down to that level or somewhere in between.
Agreed. If it was a profit target, I'd say leave it in, but it's an entry. We'll see what it looks like when it gets there.
Yeah. Jeff Hall says, why? Are you asking why it matters how we get there? Because, yeah, could you imagine having an order in and just some news event hits that's unexpected, and we just immediately get there, and then you get in triggered in, and we just completely run through it. Market dynamics can and they will change throughout the day, depending on how, like, what goes on, right? There's events that happen. Coach Jay was a great example, right? When we had that big sell-off, you say, okay, that changes some things for you. And of course, with hindsight, it's like, okay, no, there's maybe just another opportunity to buy. It was for me when we had that huge rally up. I'm like, okay, well, this could be it. Compared to just like maybe it takes 3 or 4 hours to just grind, and then it eventually gets there. Then that's also a different way of looking at it.
I think you hear Dolby say it all the time, right? Where we're in this range, so I'm going to refer to Dolby a lot. But you want to buy the lows, sell the highs, but if it's a strong candle coming into that level, then you have to adjust for that, right? You can't just, you don't want to blind buy it. Sometimes that scary trade is the one.
Yes, it is. All right. So we're working no bids, no offers, correct, John?
Yeah, we're working nothing right now.
Working nothing.
Working nothing. Working nothing.
I was just in my head. I did the exact same thing. Working nothing.
Yep. Working nothing.
Code Red Production says price action sucks. Price action's moving.
Depends on how you're trading.
only sucks if we're not moving. We are moving.
In a pretty big range too, right? I would say it sucked if it was like a 40-point range in the NASDAQ, but there's opportunity here.
That's go hit the golf course type range. But this
right.
This
that sounds so tempting.
I'll be playing this weekend. All right, so buyers stepped in here in the middle of the range. Look at the 5-minute on the NASDAQ. So this is gonna be interesting. See if the buyer's like, all right, enough. Really trading 19,112. Again, upper end of this range, call it 160. Lower end of this range, call it 50s. About 100-point range, like Jay was just saying. Try to do something.
Well, since the open, right? 100-point range.
100-point range. Out in the middle of it right here. Sellers were coming in trying to take it back down the lower end of this range. Buyers tried to say no. And here come the sellers again. We're going to take this. Yep.
Looks like Anne-Marie's got a couple of small bids down at 77.
Okay. We're all in alignment there.
So I would say that's a check mark from Anne-Marie.
Say no more.
Yeah, if we get there like we've been going, then yeah, of course, that's definitely going to be a check mark for me.
70s, couple check marks.
We might not get there.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of wicks on the lows of these candles now, right?
Yeah.
Where that range, we talked about the range contracting on the upside. It might do the same thing on the downside too, right? It's just getting tighter.
Well, let's watch and see.
Yes, we will. Yep. All right. Well, while we wait and watch and see, Dakota, your boy JD's got more leaderboard stuff. So, Dakota, JD, what do we got for the leaderboard?
Hey, let's take a peek at those. Yeah, we're boys now, Dakota.
What's your handicap in bowling? What's your average?
My average, I roll a 161 average. So
damn.
Close out with a 38 handicap.
Okay.
32. No, that's not right.
I don't know why I was thinking it was higher.
Was that a shot?
I was that.
You guys, nothing gets by you. That was a little bit of a shot.
Oh man. Wow, Dakota feisty.
All right. XFA P&Ls. All right. Carlos with an impressive day trading the NQ, more than $34,000. Nathan, 33 grand trading the S&P. Corey is another micro slinger. We've been seeing quite a few of these recently.
Yes.
$29,000 trade in the micro NASDAQ. 19 trades for a total of 1,920 contracts traded yesterday. Average hold time of 12 minutes. Throwing some size around in the micros has been paying off for some traders this week. And a little bit last week, too. This is, I think, the third or fourth micros trader that we've had on this list.
Yes, we have.
Just slinging huge size.
It's incredible.
Wow. Right? Zachary, more than $24,000 trading the NASDAQ. And Edward. Nice story for Edward. Edward was copying trades across 5 XFAs for a total of $108,000 in profits yesterday.
Wow.
He also got a nice boost on the leaderboard today. We're going to see that in just a minute. All right, here is the bottom half of the top 10 list. Starting at the top, Issa. Issa didn't make the XFA P&L board. He was a close 6th place, but he was copying trades across 5 XFAs for a total profit of $107,000 yesterday, giving him a boost from 276th place all the way up to 6th place. Issa's he's only been in these XFAs for a couple days, so still not eligible for a payout, but I think he will be soon. I took a look at his trade reports. Pretty solid trader. Okay. So, Issa, if you're listening, don't forget to pay yourself next week if you hit that payout number. All right. Next up, Pinson. We've been hearing quite a bit about Pinson, popular name these days. Made about $3,500 to hold on to 7th place for another day. Nick for
1 second, Diddy.
Yep, what's up?
I think we just made another low in the NASDAQ, and we're going to rally back up to those highs.
Let me take this down.
So, We are breaking out to the upside. Just figured I'd just call that out for just a moment because we did not have that continuation, and here we are looking for
that range is getting tighter.
They finally did it.
Yep. Hi. So anyway, sorry. Go ahead and continue.
Beware the failed breakout. All right.
Exactly.
Where do we leave off? Nick for a tick made a couple $100, sitting in 8th place. Kenneth lost about 10 grand trading in 5 XFAs, dropped from 6th down to 9th. And Eric rounds out our top 10 for today. Eric was trading in 5 XFAs, profited close to $10,000 yesterday, moved into 10th place. He was in 13th place yesterday. All right, James.
Here we go.
It's time for the moment you've been waiting for.
Kiddo SpongeBob.
Wow. 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 I'm out of breath just listening to that. My
That was intense. Yeah. I thought I saw you holding your breath.
My God.
Oh,
Right.
JD. All that build up, and you're showing yesterday's best XFAs.
And I'm showing yesterday's best.
Let's play that back.
One more time. All right.
Oh, wow.
Starting at the bottom. We're on the right list now. All right. Quinn made a $20,000 donation back to the markets yesterday. Dropped from 3rd down to 5th. Brian P., our live funded P&L leader from yesterday, or today, I should say, took home a total of $23,000 across a live account and 5 XFAs to hold on to 4th place for another day. Edward, who we just mentioned, had that massive $108,000 day yesterday, moved up from 10th place to 3rd. He was in 10th place yesterday. Drayton had a bummer of a day. $40,000 drawdown across 5 XFAs. Nearly giving up 2nd place to Edward. It's a tight race for 2nd and 3rd place right now. But he hung on for another day. Still sitting pretty in 2nd. And
40,000
Rafa,
amongst 5?
40,000 among 5 XFAs. I took a look at the trade reports. Dropped 8,000 in each XFA. Had a huge day the other day, though. So I think maybe risk parameters could have been extended for Drayton. And then Rafa took a $5,000 drawdown, still sitting safely in 1st place for now, though. There is your leaderboard for Friday, July 26, 2024.
Here's a question for you, JD.
Yes, I love this.
This is
my boy,
merely a Coach Dakota suggestion or recommendation.
Let's hear it.
Is there a possibility that Topstep will show a leaderboard for the live accounts and then the leaderboard for XFA accounts?
Separate it?
What's that?
Separate it. We do have that data. Do you want to say something?
Yeah. I'm just curious because I was thinking about this. Those 5 XFAs, and I sent Mick a message.
What is
the P&L swings on that is just absolutely mind-boggling. 100K days, like you just mentioned, to go from like 200th to 1st or 2nd, and then the very next day down. It just, the swings and volatility there is just crazy.
For sure. I'll bring it up in our production meeting later on this afternoon and see what everybody thinks. Yeah, I'll get back to you for sure on that. Good idea, though. I do agree.
Love it, Dakota. I love when Dakota and JD have meetings on there about what we should do for the show. I love it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's important. It's also important. I'm sure the traders and everybody wants to see that. And like, okay, is there a difference? There's some traders that trade both. There's some traders that only have XFAs. There's some traders that only have live accounts. And I know for a fact there's a very clear difference between how traders in live accounts and XFAs are in terms of like 5 copying between 5 XFAs.
Yeah, sure.
There's a lot more gamblers in the XFAs compared to the live accounts. So that's just curious to see.
All right, guys. So what do you make of this? We're in this. All right, we had the range established 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And look at the 5 minute of the NASDAQ. We're now in the middle. Range has got much tighter. Consolidation. Jay, I saw you type in the chat. I think you were talking about Dolby. Is it pretty much it's all, hands off right now?
That range is getting tighter, right? So it's less opportunity. We were talking about, traders were saying the price action sucks before, but we had that 100-point range. To me, this is where I start saying, yeah, maybe this price action sucks a little bit. Where that range is now 45 points, right? It's getting tighter, which means there's less opportunity. The way I see it, right? Where if we're not expecting to take the full 100% of the range, I'm looking for anywhere around 50%, right? So if that range gets tighter, it's 40 points now. If I get the top tick, I'm looking for about 20 points before I think about managing that trade. So now, lower volume going into lunchtime is probably where I start to sit on my hands and wait until later in the day.
Yeah, I agree, Coach Jay. Now we're back to a normal day's range.
Right. Right.
Yes.
And to me, I'm looking at this. This is a higher low on a higher time frame, and this is really bullish. And I just every time I'm looking at the market, it's just me. I'm looking at it from the aspect of the bulls and from looking for these breakouts to the long side. And on the 1 minute chart and these lower time frames, we had that rally off the bottom around 19,060s, and we just made another higher low, and we consolidated right around 19,100s to 113s. And if we do continue to start to break out, that's to me now the bottom of the range. I see 19,100s as the bottom of the range that you're looking at right there on your charts.
Yep. Yeah. And I would agree. It was lower before. It definitely moved up.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We just moved up, and here we go back up, and to go see if we can find the top of the range again. Is it going to be? Yeah, it's a rough day.
Question here. Okay, so would you still think the upper end of this range would hold? Because this looked like it could be a setup for a breakout based on what we just saw. The sellers kind of getting rejected in the middle of the range. Could this be a setup for a breakout? Or will the odds increase for likelihood of a breakout? Or is it still upper end of the range will hold?
I think that you said that better. And the way that I think through this is, say the odds of a breakout earlier were like 30%, right? Sure. And now the fact that we made a higher low, and if we go back up and make equal highs, then I would say the odds of a breakout to the long side have increased. And that's up to anybody's discretion. Did they increase? Is it now 60%? Is it 70%? It's I don't know. I just will say that the odds are higher now to the breakout to the long side because we made this higher low and we're failing to go back down to the bottom of the range.
Yep, I would agree with that. And then the only thing I would add to that is the when, right? The timing aspect of it. When is that breakout? The probability of it happening soon to me is lower, right? Just because volume is decreasing, and we're going to need volume to break out of that. So I do like the breakout to the upside, but volume is starting to slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
John, are you working anything?
What?
What happened earlier?
Oh, you know why?
Chat's been going at it.
See what you did, chat?
Oh, it's so good, man. It's so good.
Yeah, we're working nothing right now.
Okay.
I really just like to see it tested at one of the extremes on either side.
Oh,
but that may take a while. We're right in the middle of the ranges. Just dead center. This is no man's land to me.
Yep.
Hoag, I'm looking at initial balance, and we are almost exactly 50% of the initial balance.
It's in the squishy zone.
Yeah, it is. Let's take a look at some of the other markets then. Gold. Gold about $22 range. Low of the day is 23.66. High of the day 23.89. Last trade 23.83. It's about $6 off the lows. I saw a wiggle on the ladder there. Okay, we're gonna try to sell it here, man. This is tricky.
There was a question about gold. When do we start trading December gold? The volume hasn't completely flipped yet. I'm still seeing 120,000 contracts traded in the August contract and about 57,000 in December. If you trade on TopstepX, you don't have to worry about it. It'll roll. But if you're on a platform where you have to roll it yourself, I would say stay on August for now.
Augie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Augie, no. Yep.
Yeah. This roll from August to December seems to take up months. If you're looking at the volume, it was 96,000 yesterday in the December, 285,000 in the August contract. But if you look at the open interest, there's only 100,000 in open interest in the August contract and 345,000 in the December contract. But it takes so long for that volume to roll over. It's the longest. It's the rollover that would never leave. It just takes forever. And just this particular roll, the August to December, just seems to take forever.
When would you switch, Hoag?
I'm watching every day. As soon as that volume, finishes a day, greater in December than the August, that's the day.
That's what makes sense.
I can't figure. It's just it's kind of mind-boggling how 285,000 contracts traded in the August contract, and there's only 98,000 or 99,000 contracts open. Let me see what it looks like today. 119. So volume in the December is half of what the August is today. It's going to happen soon, probably next week.
Okay.
But it feels like it's
slow right now.
week. Pardon?
I see a question from ATG about volume, and I was saying that the likelihood of getting a volume push is lower. ATG brings up a good point. The issue is that volume can come in at any time, even sometimes during the lunch hour. Is there something you look at or wait to get a feel for volume? It's just looking at prior days. What's the likelihood of seeing volume during lunchtime? Can it happen? 100%, but the probabilities of it happening are pretty low. So I just go with those percentages, right? If I get a surprise during lunchtime and the markets start moving, then I'll come back and trade them. But percentages say that they're lower volume times. So I'm just going to go with what the percentages say.
All right, let's see if this breakout happens here.
Yeah, we're getting a nice push back up into these 140s.
Yep. If it gets rejected here, it's tough. S&P is catching a bit of a bid as well. S&P's and NASDAQ kind of moving in concert right now. And Dow's just up by the highs. Last trade, 40,808. High of the day, 832. We'll trade around $76.64.
Yeah, it's like a balloon stuck to the ceiling right now.
It's pretty much what it is.
Right?
Pretty much what it is. Yeah, it's kind of like that analogy. It's exactly what it is.
Jump up and grab it.
Yep. Gold quite tame today. Did see some buyers on the open, but pretty much trading in a range. Jay was just talking about the roll. Going from August. What is it? August to what? Then what comes up? November? August, September. September's after. It's serial, right?
December.
Oh, it goes from August to December?
Yeah.
That's weird. I never knew that.
And it's nice because you get like 4 months with no rollover.
I didn't even think about that. Definitely. Oil's every month.
Yeah, crude is every month.
Brutal. There's 1 week out of the 4.
We're starting to build here in the NASDAQ.
Yep. Yes, we are,
Let's
Dakota.
see if we can get this break. Just slowly gaining momentum.
What's the big test, Dakota? If we can get into the 60s, would you be convinced?
I think this zone, like this area right now, I would say 50s would be the start. Like with anything, it's a zone, and it's hard to say this is the exact level. And it's always easier to look back and say, yeah, that was a clear breakout. I like sooner rather than later, and to give me that tighter stop. But yeah, right now, I think right now is a good test for the area, and I would say we're breaking out right now. But
feels like it.
We're talking about probabilities, right? If you want to wait and be patient and wait for more confirmation, then yeah, the higher probabilities, but then the lower the risk reward. But yeah, this is definitely the zone. This is a really key zone for the NASDAQ where we've been rejecting. So we break out right now, or we can consolidate back down.
Value high is 57.
57s. Yep.
Yeah, I say we are going up now, but we may go down. We're going up.
It's tricky. This is the moment of truth.
If I was a trader, I'd look to long this.
Breakout.
That's the traders for if I was a gambler, if I was a betting man.
You know what you got to do on that market, Dakota, get it going. You got to Hoag 2 on that thing. Just from watching it break out. All right, 141's last trade. Looking for a push into the 50s. Like John said, value area high 57s.
Yep.
Nick Vertick says, if it was me, I'd go YOLO 75 lots in my XFAs to go from what? 1,000th to number 1 in a day.
Sellers come in. This is
beautiful.
I feel like every time I look at this crude oil chart, it's leaving the level that I said I wanted to buy it. It's done it 4 times already. And I never click on the chart when it's at the level. It's always when it's leaving it.
That was us the other day in the S&Ps at 5,500.
Yep.
It was Wednesday, I think. We had so many trades there that were up money back to up money back.
Oh, right.
Jason,
okay, here we go. Let's see.
All right, let's do
I was really happy with the way we managed risk that day.
Agree.
Oh, okay. On crude oil or what day?
It was Wednesday in the S&Ps when it was stuck around 5,500, the weekly kickoff low.
Yeah, we're long off of 55s, kept bouncing, kept pushing, got in like 5508s, 5509s. Did shave some off for some profit. But the majority of the position, I think we got stopped out. But we had a tight stop. And it just 3-4 times, John, just would not go. But we managed our risk well.
Wouldn't go. We had to get out and push.
We had to get out and push. We didn't have enough pushers. Did not have enough pushers.
We're spending some time above these 150s now. Yes, there hasn't been a 5-minute candle close above this, which is also interesting. If we get above 157, 158, maybe we start to get that breakout.
57, yep.
There's no information in Delta right now.
Is there volume coming in here, Coach Jay? I'm curious to see if there's any volume at this. Because
yeah, there is. Yep. We just got
okay. Yeah, this is looking really good.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
We're having a continuation. We didn't go back into those 20s or 30s range. We tried to get back down to 28 and immediately bought right back up to the top. There it is. There. Yeah, beautiful.
Nice person buying there too.
Nice talking that out, guys. Probabilities increased. Nice read there.
So now this is the interesting spot. Was
right
like
here.
I was saying. Can you say we're still not broken out? Yes, because we've had these big long wicks this morning. but the odds, it's just probabilities, like probabilities over risk reward. You could get in as we started to break out a little bit earlier and have a better risk reward, but lower probabilities. And it's still an argument, like right in this area is you could get in now and say the probabilities are higher that we continue the breakout, but then you have a higher or lower risk reward because your stop's a bit wider. But here we go. Yep. 160s.
Well played. All right,
We're
so
still
are we
not
okay.
out of the. Go ahead.
Or would we be looking at working an offer still at the 200 level? Is that off the table since we're seeing what we're seeing right now, possibly getting out of the range?
Yeah, it's not to me. I think that's still on.
Yeah, I still think it is valid if we get up to those 217, 219 in that zone, that upper zone. It still could very well be valid. I don't think we're out of this 193, that high of the New York session. Like we could run and go make a new high of the New York session.
All right, cool. JD, let's do it right here, right now then.
Let's do it. James, cue it up. Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. Get ready, Dakota. The reason why everyone's taking this.
Here is your series 3 trivia for
Jay's
the
got
day.
his.
Oh, Jay has his book.
Everyone's got their books. You get a book. You get a book.
This is not an open book test.
Those are the only ones I was good at, John.
All right, guys. Which of the following is least likely to use the S&P 500 futures contract for trading or hedging? Would it be A, a speculator, B, bond portfolio manager, C, stock portfolio manager, or D, stock underwriting syndicate?
So it's between B or D for me.
B and D for me as well.
I'm going to say D.
I'm going to say D as well.
Yeah, speculator is a trader. That's us, right? A stock portfolio manager. The only way, that is an amazing way to hedge is
if you're managing a portfolio with bond portfolio, you might want to have some exposure to equities.
D or D for me.
Least likely to use the S&Ps.
Least likely.
Well, now you got me thinking bond. Now you got me thinking bond. Now you got me thinking bonds.
That's what I'm thinking too.
B.
Andre, because you have stock underwriter syndicates.
Trading or hedging. I'm gonna stick to my gun. I'm gonna stick with D as in dog.
Okay, I'll go with B.
I'm going with B.
Now,
I voted D.
B as in Bond.
James Bond.
All right. Are we ready for it?
Careful what I
give
say.
everybody enough time.
Let's all be wrong.
All right. Here is your answer. The correct answer is B.
There you go.
A bond portfolio manager. It is not a stock underwriting syndicate because a syndicate of broker-dealers involved in underwriting a stock issue might use the S&P 500 futures contract to hedge their risk. But a bond portfolio manager hedges with a futures contract on a debt instrument, not on a equity instrument.
Fine.
MP in the chat saying B.
You got it. Fine. Bond portfolio doesn't. All right. Fine. Least likely. Keyword least.
Least.
I bought the book. I guess I should open it.
John.
Yeah, least likely. I mean, now if you think about it, stock. The ones with stock in the name is probably likely using.
Fine. I got it. Okay. That was just very straightforward. Fair enough. Stock underwriting syndicate hedging S&Ps.
Anne Marie is carving these markets up, trading the micro NASDAQ right now. She just got out of a long. I think she was in from 77s and just got at 175, so about a 100-point trade.
Look at her.
We're building that momentum. We're continuing to build that momentum.
We are. All right. We talked about the probability of breakout increasing on this move because the sellers got rejected in the middle of that range. Dakota was saying the likelihood has increased. It has increased. Sure enough, folks, it did happen. All right, so if we get in these 200s, guys, I know we got about 8 minutes left here or so.
And this is why I've struggled, is because, analysis can be okay or good looking for the 200s, and it's timing, it's, how do we get in, how do we get out, management. I've been struggling with it, and it's like the major part of trading is
There
when
goes the
I
IB high.
finished up on Friday, and I'm going to say, guess what? NASDAQ's at that 200 level I was looking for. But yet I'm sitting here with a losing day, and it's because I just struggled to manage it down there in that chop in that range, and timing, right? I wanted to get up there. Was it now? Was it then? Was it 5 minutes from now? There's a lot to it.
It was the fourth time. Fourth time was the charm to actually break out to the upside. Fourth time was the charm. Tricky. S&P's just putting in new highs, 55.01 3/4. Last trade, 55.01 quarter. Up against the highs in the S&P's. John, like John said, the Dow is that balloon stuck to the ceiling, just keeps drifting higher. I like that, John. I'm gonna keep using that.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if NASDAQ can follow through, push into the 200s. Last trade, 19,185.
I just got short of micro at 187.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, Jay's saying this is the top of the range. Range trade.
Upside auction potentially.
Hell yes, guys.
We extended the range just a little bit, just limited that downside.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Famous last words. This time's different.
Yeah, right.
Promise, baby. This time is. We do have some hashtag fast markets coming up. Peter Tuckman coming up, man. Power players.
You know what happened the last 15 times, but this time's different.
This time's different.
And you just get smoked, and then when it does happen, I just knew it.
Mm-hmm. All right, you are short indeed, Jay. From what price?
Yeah, I'm short micro 187, 19,187. My target is 150.
Beautiful.
Great location.
Great location indeed. Wow, look at that.
I love hanging out with great traders.
Man, this was a bit of fun one, John. Not gonna lie, you guys are fun to hang out with. Thanks for letting me tag along. This has been a good one.
Thanks
We're not done, dude. Working. Yeah, dude, stay tuned all day. We got Tuckman coming up. We got Reversal Challenge coming up. We got Roast My Trades coming up. Group coaching. Jam-packed day. Let's have some fun.
Famous, yeah. Watch this. Hold my beer.
Yeah.
All right, James, let's do some fast markets if you want. Jay will monitor this trade, keep us updated, break in if something happens, but let's do some fast markets.
All right. You all sent us a lot of good stuff today, so let's get into it.
I'm scared.
So first up, from Kenny, my battle station is my mobile Topstep X. I'm at the State Fair Goat and Pig Show. Support your local 4-H, up 500% on my combine today.
Woo, what state? What state? You got to tell us what state, Kenny.
Oh, you do have to tell us what state. Very cool stuff, though, yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Topstep X Mobile, trade from anywhere. Sean King, NQ respecting the Asia IB high test since New York session open. Just playing the bounce off the IB levels for profit this morning, trading only 6 micros per trade. Looks like you're already up $1,000 in that screenshot off micros alone. So good on you.
Wow.
Got a trader sibling win. Shout out to my brother for passing his Series 9 and 10 yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Enjoying the good stuff.
Good old bottle.
Yep. Congratulations.
Got a really cool trader set up from Technical Logic.
Cool. Dang.
I always love the ambient lighting when y'all do that. It's
very
super
cool. Yeah.
We got a couple more here. We got Dakota and Jay versus the NQ on TopstepTV.
Those are the guys right there. Those are the guys right there, man. That's the duo.
This movie tonight, I think it's going to look a little different than this, but I'll let you guys know on Monday.
Okay.
And a couple of you picked up on the some bootleg movie.
Nowhere State Fair.
And then some of you picked up on the Mountain Mike trend. So, Michael, Mountain Mike hitting the trail. And this inspiration also extended to the Carl Hungus meme of the day. Mountain Mike.
Oh, wow.
Slinging NQ lots.
Yeah. Easy $1,000. James, really quick. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask the Easter egg in the title of today's YouTube. What is the song? What is the band? Please, won't let these markets make me my own worst enemy. James, what is it?
You ever heard that song? Ban net 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 ban net 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 dana.
Yep.
It is My Own
Guitar
Worst Enemy
Hero.
by the band Lit. Is it on Guitar Hero?
Love it.
They're a one-hit wonder
Yeah.
band, but man, I love that song.
There we go. Friendly Neighborhood Stoner Man. Got it. Yeah. Good job, guys. Pay attention to those. He's got drops a little Easter egg in there every morning.
The past 30 or so episodes, they're all song titles. I waited forever, and it was the Newfound Glory one someone finally picked up.
Go figure.
Anyway,
Yes.
thanks for your fast market submissions. Stick around,
Thanks,
keep
James.
making them for Power Hour, and happy
Thank
trading.
you, James. Yep. All right, Jay, we got about a couple minutes. Are you still in that short?
Yeah, I'm still in it.
That's
Target 152, and it's just a one lot micro. I'm risking 207 is my stop.
Cool. Guys. All right, guys, we're coming to the end of fast markets. What a fast markets that was. That was nice. Wide ranges, big ranges, nice call outs, some funny times. All right, we'll keep an eye on these ES pushing here. You're going to see more Hoag coming up in group coaching. Don't forget about the reversal challenge during Power Hour. Dakota, go hit the links, man. Go enjoy beautiful Utah this weekend. You've been doing great. Any plans this weekend, Dakota?
No, I do need to get out on the golf course.
Excellent. Jay, keep us posted on how this chat goes. You will see more Jay in Power Hour, the reversal challenge. But before that, we got Power Players coming up next with Mr. Peter Tuckman. Great fast markets, guys. Power Players coming up next. Let's go.
One of the features on the Topstep X platform that I've personally started to use every single day is a personal daily loss limit. Let's say, for example, Topstep allows you $3,000 of drawdown on your account. Maybe you don't want to lose all $3,000, but you still want to put restrictions on yourself to make sure you trade for tomorrow, as they always say. The personal daily loss limit can come in and say, hey, instead of $3,000, let's set it to $1,000. If I lose $1,000, you can actually then select in the back end of Topstep X what you want it to do. Do you want it to liquidate your trades, lock you out and liquidate you, or just send you a notification? Either way, it's a really good way to play defense. And if you've been trading for any period of time, you know that defense is what keeps you in the game longer. Offense is good. We got to score, we got to win. But if we don't play good defense, we're never going to win the championship, as they say, right? This personal daily loss limit feature helps you play better defense. It goes hand in hand with the lockout feature. With the two of them together, you should really be able to limit your red days, and that way your green days feel even better. So try out the personal daily loss limit and let me know what you think.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Got power players right now, and one of the most powerful, Peter Tuchman from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Peter, how are you doing today? You're looking great going into this weekend.
You know what? It's absolutely, this market baffles me, and it's fascinating. And it's so exciting. And, you know, I think that this week was really pivotal in so many ways. Because I think, look, let's think about it. Last Thursday, whatever that day was, came out and there was some news, came out of China about the chips, and the whole market suddenly seemed to completely dislocate. And suddenly we had these day after day consecutive, probably 4 of them, where the market was getting really, really badly hit. We saw a lot of heavy rotation in the market where people were coming out of tech. The Dow was up 700, S&P was down 50, the Dow was down 700, S&P up 50. Then you had the day that the S&P was down 70 handles and the Russell was up 3.8% and gold was up 50 points. So you're seeing a major rotation. This is all basically, and at the same time, the probability of the Fed cutting rates went to 100% for September, with a probability in October, November, December. So much. And then we had some crazy down days. We closed down 120 handles the other day. That was huge, right? And even the advances versus decline. See, when you've got days like this, you've got to really look in the nooks and crannies of what's going up and what's going down and the importance of it. So on these big days, which if you just looked at them at face value were quite bad, but if you notice the way what was really going on was it was rotational. They were getting out of the high top flying tech sector and they were getting into the small cap and mid cap, and they were getting into that's okay. If they're getting out of one and into into another, that means that they're not really bailing on the market. That just means they're rotating, and rotation is good. Rotation means economic data. A lot of these components of what's happening in the world and the economies are starting to churn and burn. And for the second half of the year, coming into a year where they're going to be cutting interest rates, the big players, the whales, the hedge funds, the institutions have got to get out of their high flyers where they've got some nice money in it. Think of the NVIDIAs, the Microsoft, the AMD. Those stocks have paid them a really nice dividend, and it's time now to get out of those and start getting into some of the small cap, mid cap, where there's some undervalue and that they can still have a lot of room to grow. So this week we had a lot of crazy days, but I was not sure that we were going to have the day we're having today. This week, I kind of thought we were starting to break down. So that's why I am forever a humble student of the market. If you ever think that you've got a handle on this market, look again. It's like what they say about Boston. If you don't like the weather, wait a minute, because it's going to be changing. And he said, same thing with the market. The minute you are confused, it'll change. The minute you think you got a handle on it, you know what it's going to do. It completely friggin' pulls a dumbfoundo on you. And that's what this did today. I thought we were starting to break down, and I thought people were starting to really pulling money out of the market. Not the case. They were there was rotation, and then they were waiting for more confirmation of what was happening economically. Today's PCE number was favorable. The other CPI number and the PPI number, those were okay. The labor market numbers were reasonable. Economic data has now overrun that negativity that the market had for 3 or 4 days. Look, the minute the market, it's so funny. The market goes up for 18 months in a row and nobody says much. But the minute the market turns on us and it goes down 1 or 2 days in a row, the world's coming to a friggin' end. It's like, where have you been for the last 18 months? Markets go up, they go down. That's what they do. Consolidation, reversals, the rotations are healthy for a market. So why is everybody getting all bent out of shape? They're running from the theater screaming when in fact, this is nothing more than an opportunity, right? And look, and if you're sitting here today waiting around for that opportunity, well, you missed it because you had a Wednesday and a Thursday where the market, things were on sale. NVIDIA got down to $107.48 yesterday and rallied back $50 almost instantly. Technical analysis, Wall Street Global Trading Academy, David Green, Master Tech. They were all over this trade, and they were all over trading. We were in our class last night talking about the NQ and the MES, the setups that we had this week. The trend trade, average trade, the break trade, the momentum trades were extraordinary. Seismic. What you need to do, not freak out, right? Hunker down. When the market does stuff that gets your attention, pay attention, sit down, take it calm, analyze, get a shopping list together. Because if you were a buyer in NVIDIA and you felt it was too frothy and high, and you watched it go up, and you didn't let yesterday happen at $107, and you did not have a little bit of a red flag on your screen telling you if NVIDIA gets to the 200 average at $7.48, I'm going to load the boat. Disclaimer, I'm not your advisor. I'm just trying to explain to you how to be a successful trader. These are the tools. These are the disciplines that consistent traders have. They have a shopping list. They have their moving averages. They do that. That's why the great collaboration. You guys are learning to trade futures at Topstep. If you need to learn technical analysis and risk management, come to Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Go to the link in my bio. Listen to David Green on Topstep. He's killing it, I heard. Right?
He's doing great.
He's there to Right. He's there. He's a master, and he's disciplined, and he's consistent. Right. And he's there to teach you all how to use technical analysis and risk management to trade the market. That's what we do at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Whether you're trading futures, whether you're trading equities, whether you're trading options, technicals, in the absence of the craziness going on these days, technical analysis really never disappoints. When markets are doing this kind of volatility, sometimes fundamentals don't really work. And the woulda, shoulda, coulda FOMO trade doesn't work, right? But technicals very often in a wildly volatile market, they work really well because what we're looking for is support and resistance, overbought and oversold. We're looking for the RSI and the averages. We had some trades this week in the NQ and the MES and all of the futures that were kick out your trades, right?
Yeah.
You had screaming, roaring kitty sell-off days, but this week was nothing more than an opportunity. Look, it may happen again. If it does, I want everyone prepared. Be prepared for the day. Net. The education that I've gotten from my man Dan Ives about the fact that we are in the second inning of a 9-inning game in the revolution of AI, right?
Wow.
And this is only the second inning. And then when you have sell-offs like this, there are going to be bumps in the road. There are going to be pebbles in your shoe. But don't freak out and run from the theater screaming and yelling. Down, look, the Bears are going to peek out behind the cave, right? They're still in there, right? They're dying for this. What happened this week? But it was the first time we have longest time up until yesterday. This is the longest we've gone in decades without at least a 2% pullback in the market. That's crazy. Think about that trajectory of a week after week, month after month, year after over year rally bullish market, right? We're dying for what happened this week. This week was a gift if you were paying attention and if you were using your technicals and somebody. That's why we use stop orders. You have to have a stop order trade. That's what David teaches. So, this was a great week. I know many people look at this and they feel like they got punched in the face. Mike Tyson's great line. It's all fun and games in the face. A lot of people got punched in the face this week. People who are heavily weighted in technology lost 20, 30, 40% of their portfolio this week. Maybe they're a little bit back today, but they got their asses kicked. Doesn't happen that way. Diversify, you stop order trades, and on your investments. This is a trader's market. You should be in and out. You should be scalping. You should be taking profits when you can, not when you have to. And not bail at the bottom, average in at the bottom. You're scaling out of some of your positions and taking some profits so you have a little cash on the sidelines. We don't know what the second half of the year is going to bring. We do know we're going to have at least one interest rate cut. We don't know what the election is going to have an effect on the market. Now, even crazier with Kamala in there, who is now coming out in this very pro-tech stance, right? So that's completely a wrench in. Trump was a pro-tech person. Well, now the Democrats are coming to pro-tech. We don't know what's going to happen. We get a cut in September. It seems that the inflation today coming in a little better than expected. GDP a little better than expected. So economically expected. So everyone sitting there going, we have to really keep yourself in the ass. You know, last week.
Whoa. Peter, it is getting real choppy here. We might have run out of magical internet juice that we typically use for our connection here.
You should be there.
Yeah. We might be done here, Peter. I think we're about end of the segment. It's getting a little bit wonky, but thank you for your insight. Have a wonderful weekend. We are not used to sound issues coming from Peter's phone, but it is okay. I think we're going to take a quick break, get a couple more people in here, and then we will come back with myself, JD, and maybe a little bit of Gabe, and then maybe even a little bit of Andre, if we can. Peter, thank you so much for your time. If you can even hear this, everybody, Wall Street Global Trading Academy, thank you for your insights. If we want to pause, cool. If not, production team, let me know how we're going to play this.
Yeah, let's go to a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Hell yeah. Let's do that. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Second, the back nine of power players here. Got a new player. We got Gabe and JD. Welcome to Power Players. You are now all Power Players again. So
what's up, guys?
Happy to be here. What's going on?
I think
always
the most
a
exciting,
pleasure.
Yeah, the most exciting thing recently is Gabe. You have passed your trading combine. Are you now in your XFA?
I am. Yep. Activated the XFA yesterday, and looking forward to. My light just continues to go out here, but yeah, looking forward to getting into some trades on it.
Have you made any trades
hurry?
in it?
I have.
Have you made any trades in it? Yeah.
I have. Yeah, I took a couple of losses in it, but happy to continue it next week at a fresh trading week. Hopefully, some better opportunities. I'm trying to get adjusted to trading the evenings near slow markets times at Dakota. Trying to get a little bit more acquainted with those lower, volume times of the day. I'm building some more patience, holding trades longer.
Behind that to be less encumbered during the workday?
Yeah, just to trade when I'm a little bit more available because my evenings is where most of my availability is, knowing that I'm not working on the show. But when it comes down to building some patience, that's one of the main things is being able to hold trades longer, not getting shaken out by just little moves. I think it's a good practice for me to trade those lower volume hours.
Mm-hmm. Nice. And JD, you also have, you don't also have, but you have a live account that is
looking at a live account,
untraded,
untouched, untested, unchecked. Just waiting
until now.
For that,
what are you looking for? Any setups that you like?
There's nothing going on right now. We're trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. Kind of a banger day, just chopping around. We did take out the overnight high by just a little bit, a couple tickies in the NASDAQ. Saw a little selling coming in right after that. Now we're right back sitting on the highs of the day. So not a whole lot to talk about right now. If we get a breakout above the highs, I'd like to see a test of yesterday's value area high first in the NASDAQ, which I have about 19,305. That'll be the next stop to the upside. Quite a ways away. We're not really moving that much. So I don't know. I'm expecting more chop going into the end of the day. Big Fed announcement coming out next week. I don't think anyone's really taking too many chances.
Probably not. No.
Especially now during the lunch hour, New York lunch hour.
Yeah. Definitely going to be slow, which sounds great to me. I mean, I have thoroughly enjoyed these ranges today. I hope you in chat have also enjoyed the ranges because they've been aplenty in the NASDAQ. We do have some big numbers coming out next week as well. We have McDonald's earnings and Microsoft as well. So I'm kind of curious to see how those two are going to perform. McDonald's is in the New York Stock Exchange, so that will impact the Dow. I'm also kind of curious to see if that can move the market. JD, do you think McDonald's is going to be a market mover just because if they have issues with, maybe lower end consumers or those who enjoy that type of food. I'm
going to take a shot in the dark and say no.
Yeah.
On McDonald's being a big market mover, but it's just a matter of personal opinion.
Yeah. You don't see AI in the word McDonald's.
Yeah. Do we have a non-farm payroll next Friday?
There's a bunch of stuff next week. It should be a fairly action-packed week. So I would expect more volatility as we kind of wind our way through the summer months.
We do have the jobs number next Friday, August 1st.
Wow, okay.
So that in mind
That's
also.
going to be a big one. That is going to be a big one.
Friday's the 2nd, right, JD?
Looking at my
Thursday's
calendar.
the 1st?
Thursday's the 1st. Friday's the 2nd.
Yeah, I got you.
Correct. What if they bring back the
week of data? They bring back the McRib.
Hungry. They
Oh,
bring it back
man.
seasonally every year, don't they?
They do.
Around Thanksgiving.
What are we? Man, my headphones are all messed up. This is so annoying. I got one of my cords is like dying on me, so I only get you guys mono. Very frustrating. Very, very frustrating.
Looks like we're going to take out the high by a couple ticks here in the NASDAQ right now. Slight, tiny range extension higher.
Let's grab some levels up here. Chat, what levels do you have for the NASDAQ? Let's talk upper ranges for possible targets. I got 245s. I think we're kind of like right there. I think that could be a very interesting level. Maybe even 300s. And then also, chat, what are your levels? And then are you bullish or bearish on the indices right now? Or do you think we're going to stay range bound? Look at this flood of levels come in. Jem is giving hearty eyes to Gabe. He is dreaming, isn't he?
Shout out to Jem.
Hoop with the 300s, 330s, 480s, 300s, 376, 300, 275, 280, 295. So it looks like we got a lot of stuff around the 230 area. 230s to say 300s, it looks like. 271s, 272s, 277s, 276s. All right. Looks like we got an area to look. Let's give chat a little box here. Let's say 260 to 300. We might have a reversal of some sort. I think I'm looking to get short, kind of, but that might be a foolish trade at this point. Shorts are paying earlier with the range. I don't know. I don't know if the range is going to hold up here. We will see.
Do we break out of that range? Sure. Is this a breakout move?
Yeah, that's right.
Not really.
Yeah.
Still a pretty tight range for the day. I mean, this is a good spot for a cheap short, if you ask me. Should we try it?
Should we? Yeah. I mean, I have a nice little 1 minute range here, so maybe it's okay.
Scale down to a
30 minute already looks like broken out. This kind of reminds me of those melt higher bullish days that NASDAQ
the melt ups,
used to have.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the price action feels very similar. So even though I've been kind of bearish today, I might have to lean long. See if we can get pull back down to 232s.
Yeah. Everyone's saying don't take the short. This isn't a long-term position. This is a see money, take money type of scenario, not a long-term trade at all.
Maybe 10, 20 tickies there.
Yeah, nothing huge.
No,
Did get a little pullback there.
Yeah, it is a very important level that we're kind of rejecting at. So kind of similar to how yesterday I was calling out that 4-hour range high in NASDAQ that ended up rejecting and melting lower today or lower yesterday. I think this 234s area for NASDAQ is kind of a very important area for bulls. So if we can sustain above those 240s, let's say, or 235s, it could be really nice. But, it could still get up to 400s and in long-term time frames still be bearish.
What's your thought, Gabe? You got looking at anything right now?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the 15-minute time frame. No, I don't have my chart shared right now, but if you guys look at the 15, you guys see those equal highs that printed at on the 25th. in the afternoon.
Yep.
Yeah, those two equal high prints are right beneath that area of supply. So yeah, exactly. So that, knowing that we're just piercing above those equal highs and we're tapping right into a 15-minute area of supply there, that created a breakout below the last low. That's possibly a good area for a short. Essentially, you're looking at 19,263 and 3/4 to 19,302. That's a pretty deep, zone in terms of risk. You might need to refine that down a little bit, knowing that 50 handles is quite a lot of risk for people. But we're getting up there.
Yeah, we're kind of in rare space.
This is kind of the zone you're looking at right here.
Yep. Yeah, that little back and forth, those two bases or two candles of consolidation on the 15-minute, those two green bars right between those two large red bars. That's that area, that formation I'm looking at.
What's the range
granted,
of that?
though,
what's like the number range?
263 and 3/4 to 302 and 1/4.
Okay, cool. So not quite there yet as far as the bottom goes. Although it looks like in your chart we're already there.
We're pushing. JD's got it up for us, thankfully, because I don't have my chart shared at the moment.
That's it.
That would definitely be an area of interest if we can get up there. We look like we're going to make a push up there right now.
Yeah.
Although in terms of a target, knowing that we're
August likes 295, very high. That's also on our daily level sheet. Hoag and Coach Ray. You like that as a target or a short area, Hungus?
This just feels like infinite bid to me.
Yeah. It's a melt up.
Ah. Man, those 230s would have been hot, though. Already 30 points up. Man. I'm feeling 300s. And then if we get 300s, I'm feeling 400s. There's nice big chunks of movement today. You gonna take a short at that 260?
Yeah, I'm looking at it for sure. What I'd like to see is, we're right up there. We're at 257, 258.
4 points. Quick 4 points there.
Did you get in, Gabe?
No, I haven't gotten in. I didn't quite make it up into that 263 and 3/4 yet. We got close.
I am still going to look long.
Almost feels like a little stop hunt going on. Kisses new highs, pulls right back. Kisses new highs, pulls right back.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to have any serious sellers come in until we're at least at 300 or 400. I think all the short-term people probably are just getting run, and all the serious people who have actually really good entries and we're just chasing all day. Or
someone
probably,
thinks
what are they thinking?
Someone thinks there's some short-term inventory up here. Shorter-term trader inventory up here. They just want to blow them out.
I could see it. Yeah, like for example, let's say you're a long-term trader and you got short 19,300. Are you going to cover when we get back to 19,300 if you're a long-term short? Because if you are, then you're going to become a buyer, and then this will push higher. So that's kind of why I'm looking at that 300 level, because that was a really good short for yesterday. Didn't take a lot of heat. Maybe got stopped out on the way up, but if you held through that and you're looking for a push down and you didn't get it, you might be kind of hoping your stop doesn't get touched. If it's saying at 309, 310, 320s, anything kind of above that 300 area. So I wonder if that is where the weakest shorts are. And maybe we go and get them stopped out and roll over again. Who knows? But I think it's up until then. Let's see if we can find a pullback. Like that one. Oh, Gabe, you nailed that level. That 260 right there.
Yeah, didn't quite get to the exact entry point I was looking for, but we sold off from there quite heavily.
That was perfect.
Just sold off 30 points in a matter of 2 minutes. This would actually be a good pullback to get long, in my opinion. Looking at the
I would agree.
229, like 230 with a stop maybe at like 210.
I'm already
risking
looking for
20. Risking 20 to get back up into those 60s. It'd be a little over a 1-to-1. Not the greatest reward to risk ratio by any means, but
man, let's see if we can get this one. I like it.
I mean, it's a quick, 1 minute little area. Nothing significant to say about it. But
if I could get 229s, I would try for 300s.
Might just rally from here.
Mm-hmm.
First touch on 229 might have did it.
I had an order there and I pulled it and then I put it back in and it was too late. We're already up 20 points. I mean, come on, Nazi. Come on, Nazi.
Choppy.
This might be your opportunity right here, Dolby.
Great. Now I don't know if I even like it. It was so rude the first time. I don't know if I'm going to like it the second time. Also, we didn't
feel
get
the
above
same way.
252s, which is kind of interesting.
I feel the same way about missing trades. When you miss it the first time, it never feels as good the second time around.
No, I'm like suspect. I don't trust you. But we'll see. I'm still going to lean long, though. We'll see if we can get it. Hoop. I have not traded crude in a couple weeks. I haven't had really good trades with crude. I kind of need to trade a market for like a week straight if I'm going to take it seriously. But I've been focusing on this whole NASDAQ 1 minute thing recently. We almost had 29s. We were really close to that one.
We're going to make one more push down there.
Yeah, see if we can get 28s.
You're going for it, Dolby? You got a bid in?
Yeah, I just didn't get filled. I mean, I was like probably like a tick away from getting 29s. It just didn't get filled on that quick pullback. But yeah, I mean, let's say theoretically I was in 29s. I'd be up 10 points. I'd be looking for at least 60s. Maybe go like an early break even and let it run since we took like, theoretically no heat on that.
Mm-hmm.
But 30 seconds getting pretty tight here. And we didn't get above 252s. So I'm kind of wondering if this is going to roll over. So
like I said, he's looking for a bounce off 195. It's a little inventory gap right there. That's not a bad move either.
I mean, even 222s look decent. Would I get stopped out? 18. I would be barely okay. Getting some wiggle too. It's starting to get a little wiggly around here. Jumping up in price quite a bit up and down the ladder.
Yeah, this volatility has been insane this week.
Yeah, really good. Really, really good. So if your risk management is good and you trade for tomorrow, there are probably a lot of opportunities for everyone's setups to take place. A lot of different market structure, different formations. Trend traders should be happy if you're on the right time frame. Range traders should be happy if you're in the right time frame. Like all of that stuff has appeared this week. 243s, okay. What do we think?
Definitely
bullish
not
or bearish?
Is it bullish or bearish?
Yeah.
I still think we're bullish. I mean, these are all just higher lows on the 30 second and the 1 minute. It's just a matter of how far down will we correct before we make a pushback higher.
Right. Jada, you want to say something?
Oh, we were just talking about volatility. I said this is not the kind of volatility I like trading in right now.
Oh, really?
Super tight ranges.
What do you prefer?
When it's slow like this, I like fast-moving markets for sure. Right now, I'm talking about the lunching hour. This is
yeah, lunch is its own weird little.
This doesn't happen every day, but sometimes it just dies right now. It goes flat during this hour.
Yeah. Yeah, that does happen. So got my charts up right now. Yep. So Gabe had a little range at 19,260 that rejected. And chat kind of did too. Chat was vibing with these 260s between 300s, 260 to 300. Everyone was kind of in agreement with just maybe there's some good levels up there.
Elon says maybe they skip lunch today. Doubtful.
Doubtful. There's no way. No way they're skipping lunch. So, okay. So the reason why I was looking at 252s is the high of like our recent movement had like a little formation here on the 30-second chart. Gabe, you turned me into a degenerate. Anyways, we have a 30-second chart here, but the highest candle, its lowest point would be 252. So it's this 30-second candle at 11:33 had a high of 261 and a low of 252. So I'm looking at that low of 252 to see if we can get above that. And it looks like we're trying pretty hard. So that could be pretty bullish. But that's one of the formations I look at for reversals. So let's see if that holds. Luna trades need to break 60. I would agree. Maybe chat can give us some direction here. Bullish or bearish? Are we going to hit 260 first or 230 first? I don't know. It's kind of a coin flip, in my opinion.
Yeah, not a very impressive range there, especially since we've just been in a a 10-point range for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. Very, very tight.
These 250s are trying to hold, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
I mean, all higher lows on the 1 minute, it is trying, but you know, those people at 250 who got long, I mean, it looked like a really good entry on a short time frame. Now they're back at break even, so do they cover? And probably not. It looks pretty bullish. But just as I say that, back down we go, another couple points.
ES took out the high by 1 tick. Little backing off just a little bit.
It did. Again. Nice call. Okay, some big push there. And NQ back up to 260s. Wave goodbye to 230s. Wish I got filled. See you later.
Range extension in the ES happening right now. Nice little pop.
There's that 263 and the 3/4 print. We start to consolidate here. I would consider looking at a short moment, though. Still kind of just screaming.
I'm going to see if I can get long 262s.
Yeah, this is a nice little breakout move.
Yeah, I'm just going to see if resistance becomes support. No, we even have volume coming in too on that push. So they meant it this time. They really meant it this time. Okay. Man, it's NQ has so much opportunity. Just one lot can just really ride to profit town. It's insane. So if we had gotten 240s or even 230s, we'd be up 40 points on a one lot. That's $800 in a couple minutes. Some real power in understanding NASDAQ.
Yeah, these swings are quite violent this week. I'm sure a few people have gotten chopped up.
Yeah. Either doing really well or probably quite poorly. And there's maybe a handful of disciplined few who broke even. It's always hard to lose a little bit of money and have that be your day.
Yeah, it's hard to walk away from that.
Mm-hmm. Cajun LA, this guy got chopped bad. It's okay, Cajun. Markets aren't going anywhere. And if they are, we all have bigger problems. So hang in there for next week. Am I cheating on the Dow? Yes.
When's the last time you traded the Dow? Did you trade it this week?
No. I mean, I made one trade last week. It was garbage, like insta stop out, and then haven't really looked back. I've been working on this system with NASDAQ and like the 1 minute, 30-second chart, and I've had a lot of initial success so far with the 1 minute ranges in NASDAQ. They are so much better than the larger time frame ones. It's really bizarre. Just they set up so much cleaner, and the risk can be defined a lot tighter. So if you want to switch to my chart, I can point out a couple of them where you can just get really, really good risk reward. Hell yeah. Okay. It's like, so for example, this would be a really nice 1 minute range. This was at 11:15 Central. I'd also say 10:54 Central, really nice 1 minute range. What else? We got 10:22 had a really nice 1 minute range, bounced off of 19,100 a bunch of times. You could have had a 10-point stop and been totally fine. What else? 950s were really good. 9:50 a.m. I'd even say 10. Like, these are all really good, really tight 1 minute ranges, not a lot of wicks. Really easy to just define risk when it sets up like that. So that's the stuff I like looking for. But that's what I've kind of been taking advantage of recently. YM 5 minute ranges. Still working 262s.
Working on offering the ES just above new highs.
Ooh.
Failed top left.
I like it.
See what happens there. Tapping on the ceiling right now. Tight risk. I'm going to risk $150. $150 on this trade. I'm short.
Nice.
183 and a quarter.
Right. All right.
Oh, nope. I goofed that. I am short one, but in the NQ.
Oh, my man likes the risk. Here we go. Liking it spicy. First live account trade for JD. Short the NQ.
Tight risk here. Real tight. $150 of risk.
Yeah.
It's coming to get me.
So Carl was looking at those 295s.
I'm going to walk up a bit to 267. I'm just assuming we're staircasing higher here. So I just want to see if I can get long on any pullbacks. And if it ends up not working, it's totally fine. But the staircase play has worked since 10:30.
Oh, JD, you just almost got stopped out there.
Just a couple ticks. I'm up 300. I'm going to move my stop. I'm going to take a $300 profit on this.
Nice one.
Haven't taken it yet. And I'm out, up 302.
Let's go.
Nice. Man, sniper entry right there. Nice little 2-to-1. All right, I'm long now. It's 262s, but this feels like dog doo-doo. We're going to need a super bounce to come in here. So just long 262 live account. Let's see if the buyers step in here. 10-point stop. Might be right formation, but maybe wrong momentum. But you don't know till you bet. Let's see if we can get to 300s on this one. If we can get to 281s, I'll go to break even.
Were you in at Dolby?
I'm long, 262s.
Gotcha.
Risking $200 to make, I don't know, more than $200 ideally. But I want to see 272s break higher. And if we can do that, I'll probably go to break even. I kind of also want to buy a second one at 256.
Scaling in. Yeah, that was a good buy at the top of that 3-minute range there, right at 62.
Yep.
Good entry.
Little resistance becomes support area. This might not win, but it's technically the right trade for that formation. Yeah. It's like if I just so happen to, catch that one staircase where it decides to do a lower high, lower low, that's just unlucky. But I'm staircasing higher until further notice. Okay, we got a little bit of a push. Let's go to break even. And now we're just waiting for 300s. Maybe we can get 312s. And we wait. It's the fun part about trading. What do you guys want to talk about?
What's going on this weekend? What's everyone doing?
I don't know. What is everybody doing? I'm hanging out. Probably play some drums, if I had to guess. I think I have to record 2 more songs for scratch tracks, and then I'm good.
You guys been playing live anywhere?
Nah.
Any shows?
Nah, we're working on an album. If like a really good show pops up, we'll take it, but we're not trying to play just like any other like bar show. We're looking for the good stuff. Let's see if we can push. Yeah, let's see if we can push higher here. So what are we looking at? Possible resistance. 280s could be possible resistance. Because that's the low of a candlestick. So maybe that ends up becoming resistance on the way up. I'm on a 30-second chart here because Gabe has poisoned my mind. So, yeah.
30-second chart.
It didn't take long, man. It didn't take long. When this type of volatility kicks in, man, though, those 30-second to 1-minute ranges, I mean, they could be good for the frequency of trades that you might be looking for, right? I mean, it's the same range environment, just on a smaller scale. So
yeah,
it's more action.
It can give you a really good risk reward if you know what structure you're looking for.
Yeah.
And if you have the patience to hold.
Right.
If you have those two, I mean, you can get just insane risk reward on NASDAQ just because of the way it moves. So a little bit of on the struggle bus here at 280s for NASDAQ. But 1 minute range, or sorry, 30-second range, 1 minute kind of ranging. I think we're still good. We're still going to hang. Chat, what do you think? Bullish or bearish NASDAQ for the next 7 minutes? Do we hit 300 in the next 7 minutes? Ooh, nice push higher here. We like this.
Yeah. We're dead in the middle of the zone. Gabe pointed out right before we started. I think we're going to hit the other end of it.
I'm going to lock in 215, or I'll move my stop up so I'm plus 215. So that basically pays for the trade because I'm only on a 1 lot. I think there's some levels on my chart ruining this. Okay, there we go. Very, very range bound. 280s, please bounce. Higher lows on the 30-second, Gabe. We like seeing that.
Yeah, we do.
Oof. Man, it is just it's getting real weird above 280. I would say between 280 and 290, the price action is just getting so slippery. It's like it's on ice skates. It's just zooming up and down the ladder here. Okay, 290s. Hello. We like that. Let's move our stop up a little bit. So now we'll lock in 315. We'll probably just get wicked out here if I had to guess, though, because we're so close to highs.
Mm-hmm.
I might join you on the 300 train, JD. Not a bad trade to be on.
Not bad at all. Seems like the chat agrees, too. A lot of people are talking about $100 and $200 scalps, $300 profits today. It's definitely that kind of day.
312.
Nice trade, Dolby.
We'll take it.
Very nice. Couple $300 winners for the both of you. Great job, JD, popping the seal on his live account.
Yep, well done.
First trade.
Done.
She's opening up now.
Feels good. Yeah, now you can do anything you want. So we got a couple of minutes. Actually, not 5 minutes left here. What do we have coming up? As you know, Top Quiz is currently paused. But if you've been watching us, you probably know that by now. We do intend on bringing back Top Quiz. It's just going away for a little bit. But coming up next is everyone's favorite segment, Shoulder Tap, Roast My Trades edition. I wonder if Andre has some roasts prepared. Do either of you know if Andre is roasting anybody?
I don't know what he's got up his sleeve, but I'm sure he's back there prepping.
I am sure he is too. Maybe he had Jack help him do some joke writing. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to seeing it. Any final words from either of you two here?
We got a big week next week. Stay on your toes. Andre from Edgeville came in and talked about price action around FOMC meetings. That kind of starts today going into Wednesday's Fed announcement at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to keep everybody updated on how those stats or how the market is reacting in comparison to those stats. So I'll be back on Monday to talk about that a little bit. And NFP next Friday. So big numbers next week. Try not to blow out your accounts in this chop right now because it is really just chop. So enjoy your weekends, everybody.
Gabe,
See
what do you
profit,
got?
take profit.
Any wisdom?
Get outside this weekend. I don't know where you guys are at. The weather's nice, but get outside. Go get off the computers. We spend plenty of time on the computers each day. So get outside, get some sunshine, fresh air, surround yourself with people that you love. I'm actually jumping on a flight to Florida to go be with my parents for a day. And then on Monday morning, got a flight out to Jamaica. So I'll be out all next week. And might call in from the island. We'll see. We'll see where we're at, what we're up to.
Yeah. Nice.
Little island Gabe action, but we'll see.
Don't
But
forget to send in your fast market picks either.
Yeah, no, I'll be in the chat. You guys will see me hanging out a little bit, and I'll probably send in some pictures to share. But yeah, for the moment, I'm just prepping to head out of town, getting the house in order. Hope you guys have a fantastic weekend, and we'll see you next week at some.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to wrap it up here. We got Shoulder Tap coming up, and then group coaching with JD and Hoag, and then we have Strategy Lab with Robert, Deeyana, and Anne Marie, and then Power Hour, the Reversal Challenge, a little Friday special for you. The Andre, myself, Hoag, and Coach Jay. Coach Jay, this will be his first time. Andre and Hoag are our last two winners for the Reversal Challenge, and of course, you can play at home, but please open a practice account. This is not actual money-making trading. This is just an exercise, only for fun. But let's move on here. Shoulder Tap coming up with Andre and Mick, Roast My Trades edition.
Okay, another awesome feature within TopstepX is setting your own personal daily loss limit. Yes, we have daily loss limits because they help slow us down. When we're trading poorly, but setting your own personal daily loss limit, like I try to do, is really helpful in your trading.
Here we go.
Yes. Well, look who stuck around. The man in the middle. It is shoulder tap, but the man in the middle is here, Mick. Mick, we had to do it in the green room. We're like, we got to adjust on the fly. Mick, we got to give some shout outs, but we got to give a shout out to our main man, Mick.
Oh yeah. I arm wrestled him to keep him on air right now, so we can give him a shout out. He, first trade in the live account on a Friday afternoon, $300. 3 Hondi is as JD made sure I would say 3 Hondi. How's it feel, JD?
Yeah, JD.
I love taking risk. I love taking risk on a Friday afternoon. You know, it's nothing feels better. It was just a simple trade, fail top trade. You put in an offer a couple ticks when the markets are slow like this, low volatility. Put in an offer a couple ticks above the high. Super tight risk. I talked out the trade as it was happening. I took $150 worth of risk. Came within a few ticks of stopping me out. Rotated right back. Nice 2-to-1 risk reward shot. And that was it. First trade in the live account. I've been waiting for a couple weeks to take a shot in the live account. So there it is.
Not a bad day to sell a market that's been, heavy for the last 2 weeks, not really taking a shot. But yeah, like you said, it's been a little bit slow today. So, with all the heavy weight we've had on it, even though despite being up today, selling around the highs, pick up a couple Cicero clams.
Yes,
am I even using that in context? I don't even know. I know Cicero. There's a really great spot there, Freddy's, that I like to go to. I don't have my car here at the office, JD. Otherwise, I'd say, you're buying lunch at Freddy's in Cicero. But I might have to settle for having you bring me over to Berghoff for a corned beef sandwich and a root beer and a frosty mug.
Ooh, that sounds pretty delightful. Nice day for a root beer for sure.
Oh, a couple pops after the close for sure. Well, JD, good job. They want to know how much is $300, JD.
$300 is $300. As
Thank
they
you,
say in
JD.
Cicero.
Thank
All right,
you,
boys.
JD. All right, thanks, man.
Enjoy
Good
the
job,
show
dude.
today.
First
I'll
trade.
catch you later.
Hell yes, JD. Yep. See you later. Very good.
Yeah,
JD.
JD floating like a butterfly, stinging like a queen bee.
Queen bee. I like. All right, let's get into this shoulder. Let's get into this shoulder tap, Mick. I was looking at my live funded trader board. I'm seeing some green from like the 10 or so names that we got out here. But you said you might be seeing a different picture. What are you seeing on your end?
We've got some green. I mean, there's definitely, we got a lot of XFAs. So we got a lot of people that are up money today, a lot of people that are in the red. Live accounts predominantly, though, I would say, it's a down day today. And it's, kind of the finishing the week, we were okay on Monday and Tuesday, but not a great week for the live accounts. Although we have had some people, stand out that are trading well. Joanne, who I featured twice recently, she's up another 12 grand today. Her strategy is certainly working in this market environment. Someone I haven't talked about in a while, I know he's been on with you guys though, Rips, having about an $11,000 week this week. So really happy for him. Just great work this week, all in all. Obviously, JD, we already gave him the shout out. Brian P, up 4,200 in his live account. I know everybody's familiar with his name. And then Chung, one of our traders who's been live for a while now, putting up some big days. I might want to get into his trade report with you, Andre, here in a little bit, but I don't have a trading card for him. He's not having a good week, down 22,000 this week, which has given back a little bit more than half of that $41,000 day that he had recently that we were talking about. He's also been featured. And then some other big names that are not doing too well today. We've got Pin down 5,000 in his live account. And we've got Raphael, who I think is Raphael's the number one spot, right? Number one?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
That is correct. Rafa's number one.
Raphael's down 5,000 today, but for someone like him who can put up as many large winning days as he does, that's all right. So, Andre, it's Friday. I don't have anything too juicy in the way of trading cards. I've got some people I wanted to talk about. We got 2 live traders, 1 XFA trader. If we have a little time, maybe we'll look at Chung's trade report and talk about that. But if you're cool with it, let's get into Shervin. Shervin's
let's get into it, Mick.
One of our live traders, 48 days in the live account. He's up $4,300 today. And average daily P&L is not big. So he's not overwhelmingly profitable today. Again, very good day. But I wanted to look at some of his metrics here. And I want to say that, these metrics are some metrics for success. So Shervin, winning trading days, 27%. This is not a metric for success. It's not too great. But the average winning day is $1,315, and the average losing day is only $530. So that's very, very good. His average losing day is almost 1/3 of the average winning day. That is keeping the math on your side, and allowing him to, only have 27% winning days and still be treading water. What I really like here, and I like this especially after 48 days, Andre, because 48 days is a large sample size to be looking at.
Yes, it is.
The risk-reward ratio, it's $850 on the winners to 297.
Yeah.
So that's a good risk-reward ratio that's helping them out a lot. And, the winning trade percentage is right there with the winning day percentage. It's at 27. So these are not good winning day percentages and not good winning trade percentages. But these metrics that they have going here are metrics for success as far as the risk reward go. So the per trade management and then the per day management. What we need Shervin to do, and what Shervin's certainly trying to do, is actually find some nice winning trades though, because if he can apply that math and those metrics and increase his winning trades, which would increase the winning days, then we've got something good going here. By no means is he anywhere close to his account balance highs, but like I said, he's treading water, and he's been doing it for 48 days in this live account, which is a feat in and of itself. That's a good long period of time. I've seen him take a payout for $4,800. I really like that. And I also like that he is, for the most part, he's very low risk. His worst day is only 24. Go ahead. You want to talk about the
the low. Well, just like the 27% winning days, 26% winning trades. At first glance, you're like, no, how is that sustainable? But like you said, the math is on their side, but the 2 trades a day. So we're taking 2 shots in the day, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I've looked at the whole time. You like the whole times too. This is a very interesting test case. Okay, go on, Mick. I'm just thinking out loud. Just look at these numbers. This is I haven't seen one like this in a while.
Hold times are pretty good here. I mean, 25 minutes on average on the winners, 35 on the losers. I do like that, they're 3 hours and 25 minutes on the winners, 34 minutes on the losers. So the hold times are freaking incredible. Very patient. Yeah. I see that they're doing some micros here, but really not a lot. The majority of their trading is in gold in the S&Ps, the mini S&Ps. Today, that $4,200 that they're up, that was a gold trade. So I haven't looked too closely at the gold market today, but happy they were able to take some Cicero clams out of the GC there. Andre, I just I'm probably using the Cicero clams, but it's Friday. I'm feeling a little spicy.
Yeah.
I'm just using it.
JD's laughing. I see JD laughing. You guys can't see him, but JD's laughing his ass off right now in the background.
I don't think we've got it zoomed out enough on my shot where you could see JD's feet. I wonder if his feet are tapping in the background as he's laughing or something like that, twitching a little bit. Show some leg, JD. Yeah. Yeah, two trades a day on average for the that's in the gold. 2 trades a day. Yeah, 2 trades a day overall. We're doing one lots and 2 lots, which I like. Shervin needs to find some more winning trades. I don't know if it's trade location that's getting him caught off guard, or what it is, or if there's subtle tweaks to be made to the strategy.
The only thing I'm seeing, there are 2 trades a day, 1 to 2 contracts.
Yeah.
I don't know how much screen time. I mean, that requires, you would think, very little screen time. Although on the other end, you could, put on that one trade on the morning, then we'll be watching all day, put that second trade on in the afternoon. We have to look at what they're trading. Actually talk to them, maybe start considering taking a few more trades, see if we can up that winning percentage. Because if you're taking 2 trades a day, I mean, either gonna be 100%, 50%, or 0% on the day, right? There's
know. That's one way of looking at it. I actually, I'm happy you mentioned
risk
that
management.
because I feel, well, I mean, you manage risk for a living yourself too. I mean,
Sure.
I feel a little bit differently about that. If I'm only having 27% winning trades and I'm only making 2 trades a day, I mean, it leads me to,
I don't know.
I would think so. I mean, maybe look for 1, but again, there's not bad stuff happening here, but it's, I don't know. I'm going to make an analogy here, a sports analogy. You're never going to get a golf coach to tell you to swing harder. Always swing lighter. And you're probably never going to have a risk manager tell you to trade more unless you're doing like market making or something, trading calendar spreads. And, if you're consistently profitable, making 1 tick or scratching a trade, they're going to say, why'd you buy 100? You should have done 200, that kind of thing. Or, you know what I mean?
Touche. Good point.
A different game, a different business strategy. But I just wanted to, give a shout out to him because I'm sure that there's a lot of our viewers out there who, are at the 27% winning trades, the 27% winning days. If you're one of those people, just know that you can be profitable if you're looking at your risk reward and you're managing that daily downside risk. These things that I talk about, managing the daily downside risk. I mean, it's not the most exciting thing. It's not the most fun thing, but are you here for excitement and thrills or are you here to be profitable?
Bingo.
No doubt, Andre. I mean, it's more fun talking about, a Chung who puts up $42,000 in a day than someone who's, making $1,300 on average and only risking $500-$600 on average. But I just mentioned Chung, he gave back 22,000 of the 42,000 or 41,000 in, 1 week. So it's like, what's sustainable over time? And is it more exciting at the end of the year to have some extra bucks in your pocket or a bigger trading account? Or to have those cheap thrills and the dopamine hits, on an intraday basis, intra-week basis,
Option 1.
I don't know.
I'll take option
Probably
1.
a different answer for everybody, but the people that are here to, treat it as a business and make money, you'll take door A.
That's right.
All right, enough of Shervin.
All right, Shervin.
I've got
Get out of here.
Got a shoulder tap here for Benjamin.
All right, Ben. What happened, Benjamin?
So Benjamin.
Look at that picture.
Yeah, Alberta, Canada. I really want to get out there.
Sorry. All right, Benjamin, what'd you do?
Benjamin had his back against the wall. Take a look at that trade report. He had $104 in his live account today. That was his account balance after 4 short days. I'll be honest, we didn't transfer him over with a ton of money in his account, but that's because he was trading really well in live. What's up, Dan? Do you want to get on TV? We got our VP of Biz Dev here.
Hodgman. There he is. What's up, Hodgman?
JD's taking us to Berghoff for lunch because he made $300 his first day trading in his live account, Dan.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. So I wanted to talk about Benjamin because he got a bit of a second lease on life today trading the gold. Had $104 left in his account. Made $630 today. 1 trade, 1 lot, less than 1 minute. So I'm very happy for him. But Andre, if you're taking a look at the trading card,
What happened here?
It's the trading over 3 of the last 4 days that kind of put his back against the wall with a $100 balance. Average losing day is $2,000. So he had a $2,000 loser, a $2,600 loser, and then he actually, I'm happy to say this, he hasn't traded since July 1st. So he took some time off. He was like, I got $100 left. He paid more in market data fees than he had in his account. But he took his last bullet that he had, used it today. It worked out for him. And I want to get for this card. So now he's got like $730. It's not a lot. He certainly shouldn't be risking $730 in a single trading day. I want to ask the viewers out here, get a little interactive. If you are in a $730 account, that's what you got left. Your back is, kind of against the wall here. What would our viewers do? And Andre, this question goes to you too. What would you guys do to manage your money over the coming days? Hopefully you can string together some more $600 winning days like he did in the gold today. but I want to know because I know a lot of people. Oh, chat's going. I don't have it up right now.
Micros.
I like that.
Micros. Max loss 125. Yep. I mean, a lot of the responses. I was going to say
I like that.
I was going to say micros as well. You got to jab your way out of that thing. You ain't hitting a home run. I know what happens. Oftentimes, more often than not, you'll see they'll just go all in, full port, take the position into a number.
Exactly.
Hopefully it hits. If it doesn't, oh well, their back's against the wall. The real traders, the ones that are in this for like a business, like you said. For my end, I'm trying to jab. Try $600. Maybe I can make $400 that day. Right now, my account balance is up to $1,000. Now it's on a Friday. Maybe I can roll that into a Monday, and now I got a fresh week to start over with. But I'm seeing a lot of micros here in the chat. What do you suggest, Mick?
Yeah, I like the micros. That's definitely something I would do. The nice thing about micros, and I don't see too much of a reason to trade micros unless you're trading your own personal account with a very small account balance. Other than when you have your back against the wall. Now, we didn't trade the micros today, so I don't know if this is going to happen for Benjamin. But yeah, micros aren't a bad thing. Even if you scoop up $50 a day, even over like 4 days, what that does is, that's $200 extra right there. So you build a little cushion, but more so than that, you're building confidence. I always say it, we're all here to make money from trading, but goal number one is capital preservation. My mind immediately goes to the downside risk. So I start thinking about, deleveraging with the micros. That's great, everybody. But then also, I'm curious, with $750, $730, what are you going to risk on a daily basis? Andre, you mentioned, all in, all out, risk it all. I've seen that way too many times before. It doesn't make you a better trader saying, maybe I get lucky, flip a coin. It doesn't help you a year from now. What helps you a year from now is grinding it out, limiting your downside. I like to think of how many swings at the plate. If I have 3 losing days at $200, I've still got that $150 left, which we saw that he could, do something good with $100 left in the account. So think about how many losing days you can buy yourself. Hopefully you don't have 3 $200 losing days in a row, but even if you do, you can still live to trade that following day with a small little bit of money. So that is that's my piece here. But Benjamin, if you're watching, it's not good to start out in a live account that isn't a huge balance and go risk, $2,000, make 600, 700, then risk 2,600. Yeah. Traders, you don't want to be doing this early on in your account unless you have a cushion. Honestly, I don't remember what we moved Benjamin over with from his XFA to live, because it could have been $5,000, which is unlikely. He probably took a payout during that transfer because we don't really like transferring people over with that small of an account size, dollar value wise. Yeah. So I think he probably took a payout, but everybody needs to think when you're getting that transfer from XFA to live, what am I leaving myself with in the account? And if I'm only leaving myself with like $5,300, which is what he started with in the account, right, what am I doing losing $2,000 on my first day trading?
Ain't gonna work, man. That's just not gonna work. Hey, Mick, what's a sufficient account size that you like to do? You will transfer over to live. What's a balance that you do like? $5,000 too small, obviously. $10,000, $20,000. Yeah. What's the number that you guys do like?
It's a good question, but I don't think about it that way. I mean, we don't think about it that way. It's about trading activity, not so much the account. Now, we've made decisions to keep people in XFA because they've traded well, but they take a payout or something and then have a little bit of a drawdown. And it's like they got, I'm not going to transfer somebody in a 150K account size that has only $3,000 left in their account into a live account with $3,000 that they could then, lose on one single day. So I don't want to do that. We want to make sure people, based on their trading, have enough to, have a fighting chance, even if they start off on a losing streak or in a drawdown. Like I said, start slowly. You don't want to risk too much early on.
Love it. All right, Mick, we got a couple more minutes left. Do we have another card or what do we got? We got your boy.
Let's go to Jourdain. Someone we called up trading out of France. XFA to live. Let me get his trade report up here. So Jourdain had some good stuff. Traded 28 days in his XFA before getting called up. Average daily P&L about $660. The 3 main equity indices minus the Russell, Dow, S&P's, NASDAQ. And these are some really good metrics here as far as the trading goes. 79% winning days, best day of 5,500, greater than the worst day of 3,000. Average winning day. This is, something I don't really like too much. Average winning day is $1,600, while the average losing day is $2,700, $2,800. But there were, 79% winning days. So he doesn't have a lot of losing days. And I think it looks like, out of all those days, he only hit the daily loss limit on one occasion. Risk reward here at 1-to-1, that's fine. But he is putting up, a high number of winning trades at 71%. 6 trades a day, trading one contract. I like the one lots, guys. Again, not the most exciting thing. You're not going to have those $42,000 days, but this is good. And if you yet
you won't have those. You won't have them yet.
Let's talk about extrapolating and treating this as a business and scaling what you're doing. If you can be right consistently with one lots, what do you do, Andre?
Yeah, you try to go to 2s, then you go 2 to 4, 4 to 8. But you got to work your way up there. Your account balance needs to be appropriate for that type of size. You shouldn't be trading 15 lots with $5,000 in your account. You got to work your way up. At the prop firm, when I first came into the game, I was a 5-lot trader. Then we went from 5 to 10s, 10s to 20s, so on and so forth. By the time I was done, I was trading Eurodollars. By the time I was done, I was a default 200-lot trader. That took 18 months. It took 2 years to get there. You work your way up, and you start at 1 lots. Before you know it, you'll be a 15-lot default trader. But you got to get there. Your account balance has to be able to handle it. Anyways, that's my rant for the day, Nick. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the account balance, like you said, is absolutely something to consider there. But like consistent profitability, those 18 months where you went from 5 to 200, you were consistently profitable. Like you could justify the increase. And I always say that I like that more than the account balance, for justifying increasing your position size. If you're consistently profitable doing it with 1s, 2s, 5s, 10s, you should, if you're implementing the same strategy, as long as you're not trading an illiquid market, you should be able to do the same thing with 50 lots or 100 lots. So we agree there. We do. All right. I think we're up on time. JD's going to take me over to Berghoff.
Did you? You guys got lunch. You got Sisto Clan. You guys got. What's your order at the Berghoff there, Mick? What's your order? What's your order at the Berghoff?
Oh, probably good for like 3 frozen mug root beers and corned beef with Swiss cheese.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Well, enjoy your lunch, Mick. We got group coaching coming up next. We are seeing some sellers here in gold, NQ and the ES trading around the highs of the day. YM as well. See a sell off here in gold, but we got group coaching coming up next. Hoag is back in there. Then we got the reversal challenge during Power Hour. Mick, thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Group coaching up next. Let's go.
Good afternoon, traders. It is that time of day again. It is group coaching time. You're staring down the barrel of John the Goat Hoagland right now. I'm JD behind the scenes. We've got your questions. We had that form pinned in the chat for the last couple hours. I'll be feeding Hoag these questions. Hoag, happy Friday. We're crushing 2024. What's going on? How are we feeling today?
Feeling great, man. Happy Friday to you too. And I absolutely love doing these group coaching sessions. And we got some really good questions, and looking forward to answering the best that I can.
For sure. The question form is still pinned in the chat, actually. So if you do have a pressing issue or question for Hoag, throw it in there. We may be able to get to it before we're done. But we're 2 minutes in already. So what do you say we cut to the chase, Hoag?
Let's do it.
First question comes from GP. Relevant question to today's price action. Hey, Hoag, can you explain a failed auction? Just so happens we had a failed auction today, huh?
Yes, we did. If you were watching on Fast Markets, it was almost the same failed auction that we had the other day when Dakota took a long. He has his reasons. The reason I would have taken that would have been a failed downside auction, but he made 100 points in the NASDAQ off that trade. Well, look what happened again today. Now, one of the easiest ways to see a failed auction, whether it's upside or downside, is on the market profile. But I'm going to start by looking at it on the 30-minute chart. Okay. The failed auction is based off of market profile data or information. And this is making this kind of hard to see. So I'm going to take this off of here for right now. Okay. The 8:30 bar, okay, the 9 o'clock bar put in the initial balance. The initial balance is considered to be the first hour of the trading session, the regular trading hour session, or any trading session that you choose to trade. So knowing that the initial balance was set by the 9 o'clock bar, the 9:30 bar looked below, extended the range slightly below the initial balance, and then rejected. Now, for it to truly show that it is a verified failed auction, you have to wait until the next 30-minute bar closes above the low of the initial balance. So it needs to close above this level here, 19:059.75 to be precise. So the market looked below the initial balance and rejected quickly. It's verified by the next 30-minute bar closing above the low of the initial balance. But if you do that, you're probably going to miss some of your better trade locations. And I think I don't remember if anybody if Dakota took this trade today or if we just kind of pointed it out in real time. But look what the market did after that. It moved higher, pulled back a little bit, and continued to move higher. I mean, if we took that failed downside auction, the moment it started to raise its pretty little head, let's say we bought 19,060s, we could have taken 200 points on that trade by the time we put in this high, which, by the way, JD, nice short up there, man.
It was perfect timing. That was it. Nothing short of perfect timing.
Now we're seeing the market come back into the initial balance. Now, if you want to see this on the market profile, I'm going to make this big here so we can kind of see. Well, you got to make it small because the initial balance is the first hour of trade, right? The first two 30-minute bars on this platform. It's represented by this dark blue line to the left of the profiles. So there we see that third 30-minute period, the 10 o'clock bar, 10:30, 8:30, 9, 9:30, 10. Yeah, the 10 o'clock bar looked below and rejected. This leaves a buying tail at the bottom below the initial balance. This is 3-tick TPOs on here. So this tail is actually three TPOs longer than it looks. The longer the look below and then the return to the initial balance, the more substantial the failed auction might be. This was a pretty good failed downside auction. In other words, it looked below the initial balance, came back above, If you take the long right when it happens, you're probably going to get the best trade location. You're probably going to be able to limit your risk better as well if it doesn't play out. But I mean, taking that long there, I mean, this was a beautiful, beautiful failed downside auction that provided a wonderful upside opportunity. Does it always happen? No. But if you think about the amount of risk that you had to take to get that failed auction, if it first showed its head, then you had a very limited risk, and the upside potential to that trade, in hindsight, is very easy, of course. But when we saw it happen earlier this week with Dakota, and he took 100 points in the NASDAQ on that trade, the same thing happened again, and the same outcome happened again. All right, I'm gonna try and get this back up here. Move chart. I hate that. I hate it when I do this. Move to. I'm just going to.
Oh well,
go on
Hoag
to a
works that
different chart.
out.
Yeah, well,
We're
I'll just go to a
getting some
different
major
chart here.
downside price action right now.
Yeah, we are.
Equities are just rolling over right back down a weekly kickoff low, 5,500 in the ES. NASDAQ is approaching 19,160. We're hitting it right now. VWAP, we have at 19,151. Hoag's got his charts back up. All right, let's get back to it.
Yeah, these markets have put up some really good rallies, but look what happens to them all. There were big rally off the 5% level in the S&Ps yesterday. Big rally, couldn't hold it. Rally today, having a hard time holding it. These markets are struggling to hold rallies, and I find that to be very interesting. Okay, go ahead, JD.
Go ahead. Next question.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Next, more price action questions. We got a question from Kevin about TPO charts and late spikes. Kevin wants to know, how do you determine a late spike looking at a TPO chart? Is it a time of day? Is time of day a consideration, like after 3 o'clock or not? As well, can you remind us on the rules regarding late spikes? Popular question. We haven't talked about it in a while, though.
Okay.
This is one of your masterful fortes, Hoag. Let's hear about it. Late spikes.
All right. So here is on a 30-minute chart yesterday. At the end of the day, we put in a late spike to the downside in gold. So this shaded area or highlighted area is the regular trading hours from 7:30 until 12:30. The market settles at 12:30. Now you can see through here, most of the volume is during that period of time, and after 12:30, the volume tends to really fall off. So we had a late spike to the downside in gold yesterday. The market opened some downward kind of rotating activity, right? So then with the 11 o'clock bar, the low was 2356.70. In the last 30 minutes, so that's at 12 to 12:30, coming into the settlement time, the market pushed lower and closed below the previous range. That creates the late spike. It's the last 30 minutes of any market's regular trading hour period. So like in the S&P or the NASDAQ, the late spike has to be created between 2:30 and 3 o'clock. The rules. All right. And this kind of played out really nicely for gold. If we were to open below the base of the late spike in gold this morning, again, the base of that late spike was 2356.70. Anytime we open in the late spike or below the late spike to the downside, it's indicative of potential acceptance of lower pricing. All that says is the probability is that value will move lower throughout that next session. It doesn't mean we can just say, hey, we open below the late spike, we're going lower, and sell it. No, you got to be smart. It doesn't just mean that. The market can come all the way back up to the base of the late spike before really kind of rotating back to the downside. It is so situational, and like we always say, anything can happen. We got to be smart about trying to get into these trades. Well, this morning we saw that even before the extended trading hour closed last night, the market was trading back above the base of that late spike. That's not good for shorts. We had overnight inventory that continued to push higher all day, and then when the market opened, it opened again substantially above that late spike or the base of that late spike, which indicates probable acceptance of higher pricing. The market opened, the overnight longs continued to get paid as longer time frames, stronger traders continued to buy into this market. We had a nice little sell-off at the end of the day for some possible profit taking in shorter time frame, and the market, for all intents and purposes, has settled at 23.80.90. There were some other late spikes. Let me take a quick look here. Okay, so in profile, this is what a late spike looks like. So I'm going to make this big. We're going to take a look at the entire range. The market opened, looked higher, looked lower, and then closed. I could find out where settlement was here. Hang on just a second. I can see where the last trade was. Hoping this is going to ring true. Nope. All right. So, well, I was going to try and give you another example of a late spike, but it wasn't one. I know we saw a couple here recently in the S&Ps. This one, I think, is yes. Okay. So this is the profile, which represents the regular trading hour session for the entire regular trading hour session here on the 23rd. The market opened, looked lower, looked higher, extended the range higher, failed, rotated lower, and then we put in the late spike at the end of the day. I'm going to make this really big so you can see where the market. This was the last trade at 3 o'clock, and it would be relatively very close to where settlement is going to be. Settlement's probably going to be within a tick or two of that last trade at 3 o'clock. Remember, settlement time is 3 o'clock in the equities. So now we've created the late spike. The base of the late spike is up here. It's 56.03 quarter. Well, the next morning, the market opened below the base of that late spike considerably. The market it took one look towards the upside and was down all day long. Did it put another late spike in? It did. Second late spike in a row. This was Wednesday. This was yesterday. We talked about this yesterday, how well the market opened in the late spike. The market tested to the base of the late spike, and it never went any further. So that's going to be a short until something changes. So if we were able to take that, we had a really tasty, nice little trade all the way down to 54.32 half, which yesterday that was really close to. This let's look at the S&Ps. 53.40, 54.35 even. That's that 5% level. Well, we got to the 10% level yesterday in the NASDAQ, and at the 5% level, both of them attracted buyers from that level. Then we started looking higher. But when you look at the value of where the market, when we were looking lower, I said, okay, so the base of the late spike was resistant, and it started to look higher. But when we pushed lower and we spent some time down there, the only thing that is proven by the late spike is that value is lower or overlapping to lower by the end of the session. So here's value high from the day that put in the late spike, value low from the following day, lower high in value, value low from the day with the late spike, value low from the following day. So this proved to be true with value moving lower, prices being accepted at lower levels. Not so much true today, but markets are never going to go in a straight line. I really love the question, and I hope that cleared it up for a lot of you. When I'm doing the opening call, it's difficult to kind of visually and verbally talk so much about what the late spikes are, what they mean, and how to possibly use them. But it's a great context tool, and it's something that I'm always, very interested in seeing the market and how it opens the following day. So to review, a late spike to the downside opening in or below the late spike indicates a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing. A late spike to the upside opening in or above indicates probable acceptance of higher pricing. In the case of gold, we had a late spike to the downside. We opened above the base of the late spike. That's a high probability of rejection of lower pricing. And in the case of a late spike to the upside, opening below the base of it indicates probable rejection of higher pricing. And when I'm talking about opening above or below, I'm talking about the regular trading hour open. Regular trading hour open. We're not talking about any of the overnight activity. Regular trading hours. Hope that helps.
I'm sure it did. Great answer, Hoag, and thank you for the question, Kevin. We're going to clip that entire tutorial on late spikes for posterity. We're going to use it as a one-off video on our YouTube channel, so look for that in the next couple of days. I saw a couple people in the chat commenting about it, so I made a note and sent it over to our production team. They're going to clip that entire bit, and we're going to post it on YouTube. Late spikes. If you ever want to know more about late spikes, go to our YouTube channel in a couple of days and just search for late spikes. All right, next up, this is a popular one. We got this one a couple times last week. Coach Robert answered it. I guess we'll give Hoag a chance to answer it too. This one comes from Kenya's. Kenya's wants to know, how much should I be risking on each trade in a 50K combine? Well, that all depends on how many swings you want to take at the plate, doesn't it, Hoag? You have finite risk in a 50K combine. You have a max loss limit of $2,000. So how many trades do you think you need to take before you possibly lose an account? What's the max risk you would take on a trade on a 50K combine?
So, Kenya's, I get the question, and it's a really, really good question. But for me to, or anybody to really be able to answer that question, I need to know a little bit about who you are as a trader and your time frame. What are your expectations from wins, losses? Those kinds of questions. I was talking to a trader that I coached personally for a little while last night, and he's a gold trader, and he's a really good trader. He just has a tendency when he gets past a certain loss level, then he starts to kind of get emotional and he'll size up, trying to make the money back even faster. And 9 times out of 10, that's not that's not going to benefit you at all. But we have this tendency to think if it worked once, it'll work again. Or most of the time it happens this way, but this time is different. So he's risking. This is a really good question, and it's hard to answer. Kenya's, some folks like to have a static stop. Okay, so if you're using a static stop in the S&Ps per se, and it's a 10-tick stop, you're risking $125 on every trade you take. That's going to give you 7, maybe 8 opportunities in any given day before you hit your daily loss limit. Static stops I'm not really a fan of, because I want my stop to be where price is telling me, hey, you know what, this trade is probably wrong and you'd better get out. How much size are you trading, Kenya's? If you're trading a lot of big size, well, you're only going to get 1, maybe 2 shots at it, right? So the risk each trade in a 50K combine. If you're up against a very, very strong support level, well, you may be able to risk less on that trade. If you're further away from your risk on that trade, you may have to risk more. And again, I don't know what your time frame is. I don't know how long you're in trades. I don't know what your risk parameters are. So I'm just going to say, this trader I was working with, he's mainly trading gold. He's mainly trading on lots. His risk is he won't risk more than $250 on any given trade. He wants to get good trade locations, so he doesn't have to risk a whole bunch per trade. So that's a $250 per trade risk. And I reminded him, if you're at a good level, you may not need to risk that much. He gets 2 losing trades. He's down $500, and that's when the wheels come off for him. I don't know about you, Kenyez. That's when he'll begin to add contracts to try and make the money back quicker. This, that, the other thing. I said, I looked at his trade report, and if the day starts out good, it usually continues to go well for him. If the day starts out bad, he gets a couple of losses. Most of the time, he's going to hit his daily loss limit. So, I suggested to him to have the discipline and the maturity to say, if I have two consecutive losses in the morning, I can't trade anymore. At the very least, I have to take some time, let go of the venom, and then maybe come back and take one more trade. If that one trade is a winner, that buys him another trade. And if that trade is a winner, that buys him another trade. And if that trade is a winner, that buys him another trade. So maybe he can take himself out of that, but not through anger and from being on tilt, right? So he needs to go take a break, get centered. He can take one more trade, and if that's a loss, he's done. He's done for the day. No more daily loss limits. No sizing up to try and get the money back, because I can see in his trade report that the next day, if he starts out good, then that momentum has a tendency to continue with this particular trader. So that he has a winning trade, he has another winning trade, he has another winning trade. We're going to keep half of profits after three winning trades, and we're he's had 10 XFAs, and he's done well. And so right now he's in the trading combine. So he either hits his daily loss limit or he hits the consistency target, $1,500. Well, if we can just cut the losses on the down days in half, and we can reach that consistency target half the time, he's going to make a bunch of money. He's just got to get his head wrapped around the fact that we can't take those daily loss limits. We've got to recognize when we're on tilt, and we've got to walk away and let go of that venom and come back the next day, because the next day very well possibly could be a good day where he's going to be able to make $1,500 or more once he gets past the consistency target. I've seen him do it. He's a good trader. So Kenyez, it's a hard trade. It's a hard question to answer without knowing your appetites for risk, your time frames, how long you stay in trades. What is your risk currently per trade in a 50K combine? And I don't think that risk is a static thing. You've got to place risk where price is telling you you're wrong. And if this might really help you, Kenyez, when you're looking at a trade and you say, okay, well, I think my stop has to be here, then start looking for your entry. Base your entry off of the risk. Okay, if I want to take 10 ticks of risk on this, I need my entry to be at this level. If the market comes and gets you, then you're in the trade at good trade location with a little risk. If you miss the trade, believe me, we all miss trades. I've missed a lot of trades. Just continue to work towards it. Journal. One of the best things you're going to be able to do, Kenya, is in solving this problem for yourself is journaling and reviewing each trade and looking back and saying, okay, I remember, Hoag said I should take a look where my stop needs to be on that trade, and then try and get a good trade location based on that trade, based on that risk. And this one didn't work, but the one later on That one worked, and it was great because I had great trade location, little risk, and it turned out to be a wonderful trade. All of these things are going to happen going through this process. Kenya, I appreciate the question. I wish I could do more for you, but without seeing you and your trade reports and taking a look at all that stuff, it's very difficult for anybody to tell you exactly how much you should risk on a trade in the 50K combine. We don't even know what product you're trading. So think about some of those things that we did that I just talked about, Kenya. Man, time flies when we're doing this.
And that's it. It's a wrap. Thanks for the question, everybody. Kenya's, hope that helps you out. Thank you for the answer, Hoag. Yeah, we are out of time for group coaching today.
Boy, that flies by.
That went real fast, didn't it? All right, stick around, though. You guys are in for a treat. Coming up next, we've got a strategy lab with Anne-Marie. She's going to be joined by Coach Robert and Deeyana. Special strategy lab today. Then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, Hoag, and Coach Jay. That should be it. Another high-flying close. They're going to be doing the reverse challenge to close out the week. So stick around for that. It's usually a lot of fun. Hoag, you got any dad wisdom for us?
Sure. Yeah. Here's Pops. You always told me, he said, when you start making real money, if you start making real money trading, make sure that you put it away, save it, because nothing lasts forever. There are really good times in markets, and there are some lean times in markets. You may need that to survive lean times, and nothing could be more true than that. You started making some real money, put it away. When things started getting lean, you may need to lean on that savings for a little while until you get things ironed out and the markets change or you change, something like that. So there was very sageful advice from my dad, and I suggest that for everybody. You start making real money at this, don't start buying Lambos. Don't do it. Don't start buying Lambos until maybe you've been doing it for a long time and you can just kind of buy a Lambo if you want to. But when you're building as a trader, put it away. Blessings, everyone. Thanks for joining today, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome, everyone. As JD says, you made it. Here we are. It is 1 p.m., just after 1 p.m. Central Time. We have, watch me get the direction wrong, right in the middle here, we have the lovely Anne-Marie Baiynd, and on the end we have Deeyana, Angelo, whom you know from mostly from Fast Markets, and she's doing this wonderful nighttime, we call it nighttime for here in the U.S., but the London Open session, she's on for a couple hours there, and we encourage you to join that as well, and that starts D2, say your time, say your London time, and then we'll convert it over.
Yeah, it starts at 9:30 a.m. my time, which I believe is 3:30 a.m. Central.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep, exactly. I want to get your time for our wonderful London listeners or European listeners, and then we get the U.S. time. So great to be on here. We have a great topic coming up here. It was from Anne-Marie. We had a little chat beforehand, and Deeyana's like, "Yeah, we're all about this." So we're gonna really get into breaking down some trades, breaking down some markets, and taking a slightly different just look at things from a different angle. Hopefully making some suggestions that will hopefully help out some traders. What's interesting is usually when we have a panel of 3 different traders, a lot of times you get 3 different answers. But in this case, all 3 of us are kind of agreeing on the same thing. So what do you say we kick it off? Hello, Anne-Marie. Hello, Deeyana. And Anne-Marie, I'm going to start with you since that you had this wonderful, wonderful idea. So I'm going to turn it right over to you. Let's take it away from there.
All right. So one of the favorite things for me as a trader to do, and it's become a favorite because of what it does for me, is assessment of prior trading sessions. And so yesterday I was on Fast Markets, and anytime I go on Fast Markets and I'm looking through my trades and motion, I will step back and I will say, okay, well, how did the session go? I'm very much keen on that. And my audio seems to be, am I sort of moving back and forth? I see glitching on this end, but I'm fine.
No, you look
Everything
fine.
looks fine. Looks
Yeah,
fine.
okay,
Here,
great. Okay, super. So what happened was we got into a day. We saw that after the first few moments, it was really volatile. And we started making some trades, I felt, and, I did not speak up, which I should have. I have to be sometimes it's hard to have a loud voice when a lot of trading is very subjective. And so my voice wasn't loud enough, first of all, so I blame myself for that. But what we ended up doing was choosing stops that were too tight relative to candlestick motion. And we did that on both ends, on a long end and on a short end. And so the reason that we have TopstepTV, I think, is to help the trader advance. And so I think that this would be a great time to sort of reflect on that really bad trading event and listen to both Robert and Deeyana talk about, hey, here's why I don't like to trade the first 15 minutes. Here's why I don't like to trade the first hour. And if we could put up maybe Robert's chart that just shows what kinds of the size of 5-minute candlesticks we were seeing yesterday morning, we could see that the range of those candlesticks began to tell us a very big story. And that was, that's it right there. Yeah. And so if we take a look at what begins to happen in the morning as a new trader, or even a trader that is keen on understanding and following what's going on, we end up opening the space and it starts moving very rapidly. And so one of the first things John will say is, hey, listen, we just broke the the opening range low. And it looks like the opening range high is the open of the market, and now it's the dead ass high. And so a lot of times John will say, hey, this is positioning for short, but price action's moving so quickly that we immediately start going, all right, well, maybe I can pick the bottom. So the big takeaway for me there was, number one, our humanity makes us look for the reversal trade because we don't want to get in late. But the market is always delivering information to us. And so once we took a trade and then it began to break down on us, I think we went in quickly with a 5 lot and had an automatic 20-point stop or something like that. So for me, that is an absolute no-no. Now, true to form, folks, I had also tried to pick the bottom, but I was using MNQs, and it still put me underwater a significant amount because I was trading both my practice account, and I had a small order that I was just going to let run on my live trading in my IB account. And so I was very much underwater, but I knew that I wasn't going to add. And so the takeaway there is, listen, when a market floods out of the gate and John says, wow, we just broke the initial opening range low, the first thing we have to think about is a bounce that doesn't take out that opening range high so we can continue short, or at least move into a downward space where we get out of yesterday's range, right? Because we're always looking for in value and in range. As traders, Deeyana, love getting to have you on here. So I actually said something about it a little while back, and Danielle heard me, and she went, I'll do that for you, because she's awesome. Yeah. So when you get into a trade, tell me why you like to wait for that first 15 minutes, that first 30 minutes, that first hour.
For me, the whole point of waiting for so long is because I'm looking for understanding of the sort of a day type that we're going to get. And very frequently, you're not going to get that at the beginning of, at the open. And for that matter, you're probably not going to get it for a whole hour, maybe hour 15, and some days even for longer than that, 90 minutes. And that's because I do like to see something called the initiative activity, which is when the institutions who are generally interested in some very different goals than the market makers who are most active during that first hour, they before they appear, I always find everything is really messy. And in case of NQ, just looking at it from yesterday, I have quite a few traders who trade NQ, so I was very familiar with what happened yesterday. If you look at the, like this is a 1 minute chart that I have. If you look at the sizes of the candles on a 1 minute chart, that first bar opening range was 28 points. And then as the day developed, those candles just kept getting bigger and bigger. And it finally sort of culminated. We did reverse from one of my levels, which is the average session range low. But the reversal candle, get this, it was 45 points, 45
Yes.
handles. That's massive on a 1 minute chart. So obviously, even if you're going to use a 1 minute chart and still use the 20 points for a stop, you're just going to get whipped out. And if the positioning is not perfect, and if you don't somehow snipe it from the very low, which is pretty much impossible on most of the days, yeah, you're going to be in trouble. And I suspect that was one of the issues, that we weren't really trying to scale the stops with any kind of methodical approach. We were just going in on a default 20 handle stop. And on this particular day, that was not a good idea. So having some way to scale the stops in relation to the volatility, and then to modify your position sizing to accommodate that, that would be a better idea. I'm so sorry, I just hear an ice cream van outside, and he's going to probably stop right outside of my house.
I love
That
it
time
that you
of
have an
day.
ice cream truck coming down in your neighborhood.
Yeah,
That's fantastic.
yeah, it's a very, very homely sort of community area over
I
where I
love it.
live. Yeah, even though it's London, it's still, you know, there's a lot of families, a lot of
That's
children and stuff,
fantastic.
and it's a quiet street. Yeah.
So
Well, that
let
just
me
took
ask
a
you a
turn.
follow-up question. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's just a good picture. You saw Ice Cream Man, I think of two things. One, the Eddie Murphy skit, and two, the Van Halen song. Every time I hear that, so people can go and Google those. So,
My gosh,
Anne-Marie, what were you going to
that's
say?
I was going to ask Dee a follow-up question in terms of speed of motion.
Mhm.
So for me, speed of motion is a very big thing. I will look for reflexive action with a speed of motion. And so by that, I mean, if something starts moving savagely, like the NQ started moving savagely downward, I'm looking for some place where the brakes stop and the market turns on a dime. And that happens once in a while. It's a true V bottom for an intraday motion. It's very, very rare. But when speed starts tracking, at some point we either follow along and then go, okay, I don't want to have a lot of size here, but I don't really, everything's collapsing. So the first 2 minute bounce, I'm in. And then the market shifts and I can get out for a little bit. So my follow-up question is, when you're looking at volume profile and you're watching price action within that space, how do you look at speed in any kind
speed
of
for me,
additional direction?
yes, yeah, it's a great question. So speed to me relates to very particular setups. So if I'm looking for a failed auction, I want the follow through to happen crazy quick. So I don't want to see a sluggish price activity right after the market falls back into the initial balance or goes back up into the initial balance. So that would be a very particular setup where you see a lot of volume after that initial reversal and just keeps pushing. Now, something that on occasion can be helpful in those situations is if you do have VWAP somewhere around that area. I like to use overnight VWAP for this purpose because it tends to be located at slightly different areas. And then once I see the failed auction happening, sometimes you can see a run through VWAP. and a build of volume around there. So that doesn't necessarily have that much to do with the volume profile, but it has to do with TPO profile, where we are in the chart location, and then how much follow through we're getting. And very frequently, if you're going to get what I call the failed auction, you will see the fallback into the initial balance. And I think we had that in ES today, actually. So I do have that chart somewhere. Okay, so for example, there was this massive candle that fell into the initial balance, but then sort of stopped and went back up. So that's not good, because it means that there's no failed auction at this present moment. And also because the previous candle was so massive, I would actually doubt whether we have any potential for follow through. So that's how I look at it. There is price velocity that comes into my decisions, but it's not always the case. The second setup where I want to see that sort of a velocity pick up is for the gap fill. So if we're opening outside of value, outside of range, and then we start breaking the initial balance, then I want to see that push, the crazy momentum that takes everything away from my entry. Now, NQ is completely insane. I mean, it always has a lot of momentum, and then some days it just goes even more insane. This is one of the reasons why I don't really gel with it well, because I find it too jittery, too nervous. I gravitate towards products that are a little bit more smooth, if that makes sense. And actually, out of all the equities, ES and YM would be probably my stronger products on that side. Now, crude oil can be whippy in that way, but it's usually a result of some sort of news coming in. And it's the same thing. If I see a big movement in a very short space of time, I will think twice whether I want to be involved in that or whether I should just take a step back, reassess, and then figure out what's going on, maybe size down so that I don't get smacked in the face for like $1,000 in the space of 3 seconds. So all of that plays into the decision making for certain setups. But if we have a neutral day and we're just kind of ambling around and, there's extensions on both sides of the range, those tend to be not as crazy. So I would expect much slower, smoother movement. But it definitely can delineate the failed auction, the true failed auction, from a potentially rotational day. Does that make sense?
Yes, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. So if we go back to that NQ yesterday, also, the second thing that happened was John. Oh, is that you? With the fins back there?
No.
I was looking for, okay. I saw the back screen with the fins, so. I love swimming. I love diving. I love anything like that. Fantastic. So I was just hooked. So the next thing that happened was the shorts. We tried to go long, got stopped out maybe a couple of times, and then we started thinking collectively, holy cow, why are we thinking about continuing to buy but at the same time, John said, listen, we just moved 10% off the high in the NQ. I mean, he said it, and then he said, listen, I'm not the only one watching that. A lot of people watching it, and just like fire, it started holding a bottom. And if we're looking at Topstep TV to go, all right, I'm watching these traders. They're live. They're not perfect. Nobody's perfect. We're going to make mistakes. What's the takeaway from there to shift without getting your mind in a kerfuffle? And so the big thing would be, number one, don't think about, holy cow, what did I do wrong just a minute ago? Be in the present and say, okay, John's our goat. And so if he goes, hey, listen, then our mind has to go, okay, well, maybe we're just early to the trade, and then quickly say, wait a second, we need to be long because we were right over here. We knew it was going to accelerate. We just picked the wrong time to go long without the right amount of risk. And so when you're looking at something, the big takeaway for yourself is if you've taken 2 trades or 3 trades and you're wrong, step back and realize you're 2 things, wrong or early. And if you're early, you're still wrong. And so your goal is to go, wait a second, what's telling me that I might still be able to go long? As opposed to saying, okay, I've gone long, I've stopped out. Now I have to find a place to go short. And that's
so for me, I have
it sounds.
It's very hard.
Yes.
It is very hard.
Yes.
Especially when you have massive candles. But I do have a timing technique which I've worked on quite heavily over the years, and kind of sort of forgot about it in the COVID times, but then kind of went back to it about a couple of months ago. And what it is looking at a very simple sort of 9 EMA with something called equi-volume candles on Ninja. So when you have a big reversal, I love those. So what I do, if I'm looking to pick a bottom, and I'm a contrarian just like you, Anne-Marie, and I have been caught many times in moves just trying to pick bottoms or pick tops, same difference. And then I realized, okay, I can't keep doing this because it's just stupid. So can I somehow realize the true reversal and separate them from the fake reversals? And it's a very simple way to do that. I have equi-volume candles. Let me see if I can drag them out. Let's go on NQ. Okay, so I'm going to try and go back to the previous day just to see exactly what was going on there. Is this still?
And you'll be keeping this on a 5-minute chart as well, right? Is that what we are referring to at this point?
This is 1 minute chart, actually, because you're not going to be able to catch things on a 5-minute chart without needing a stop of bazillion ticks for these sort of days, and that's why you have to go down to super small time frames.
So I'll go after that.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I have a great trick for that.
And okay, so it should be coming up soon. Probably should have prepared this if I knew we were gonna talk about.
We didn't know. We're just going off the cuff.
You didn't know?
Okay.
While you're looking through the
so
okay, got it. Great.
I found it. Yeah. So here is the same 1 hour chart, but with equi-volume candles. Now we have a potential reversal that's kind of trying to reverse right around. That was quite possibly about half an hour or so into the fast markets. And that was a fake out because it never actually went above that 9 EMA. It's a very, very simple measure to figure out whether you're crossing over that or not with quite some volume. And really the only time that happens is down right here. So this is the only time that we're crossing that 9 EMA with quite some volume. And lo and behold, that was the reversal that kicked everything off. So before that happens, if I am in a super fast market, I'm not going to be getting involved because you still have the risk of the price just kind of walking down the 9 EMA still. And even though I'm a profile trader, I consider these sort of tools to be more timing tools and entry tools rather than let's use them as levels. You can use them as levels as well, maybe on slightly higher time frames like a 5-minute chart. But for me, it's never been like for me, the profile levels tend to have more accuracy. But this timing tool has been absolutely invaluable for me to figure out whether we're actually reversing or whether it's a fake out. And obviously it's not perfect. It's not going to be a be all and end all to reversals. However, I know that around this area, we also had that average session range low, which is a high probability reversal point. So combining those three, simple timing technique and my actual level that's taken from a completely different concept, those two matching up and giving me confluence, that would have been the entry signal. So until I see that, there's nothing for me to do there.
Plus, your volatility bands, right? Your volatility bands that you've got
standard deviations.
Just, they just start lifting right off that edge, coming back in reverse. So there's really a lot of things telling you that there's a bottom.
Yeah, you're a master at standard deviations. I don't use them to that degree. Maybe I should start. But yeah, you've just got it down to a science with the standard deviations and everything.
Just looking at beautiful to watch. Yeah, just looking years and years and years of studying them, you just sort of start wanting for them. And a lot of times when we're on fast markets, our charts are really very clean. They're not showing too much. And I think a lot of times it's better for the trader because their brain just goes, seizes up when you've got all kinds of
I can have a lot of stuff on my charts. I mean, I can switch them on and off quite easily, but I like to have all of my levels and profile and the graphical overlay and everything, so I can understand it gets a little bit much for maybe some more novice traders or some people who have not used profile and stuff. But to me, everything that I have on my chart serves a purpose. And like yourself, I've had 16 years of staring at this stuff day in, day out. So obviously, the things that we're looking at is going to be a little bit more complex than somebody who's just starting out.
Absolutely. That's amazing. Well said, both of you and Deeyana, especially with that breakdown there. And kudos to you for jumping in there on NQ and going down to a 1 minute chart, because I know that's not your jam. You're into the oil quite a bit and in the RBOB, right? And then here we are talking NQ 1 minute charts at the US Open, and that's a leap for you. So way to go, jumping in there. It's gonna be a challenge.
It's not that much of a leap, because I do have a lot of my own traders who I'm coaching who do trade NQ, so I have to watch it. Like, I have no other option. And it's not like I haven't traded it. It's just I choose not to, because it's a little bit too crazy for me these days. It's completely a personal choice. I've traded it actually quite a bit during COVID, and it was nuts. It's like completely insane. Like whatever level that you use. Oh my God. Yeah. It was
absolutely
crazy.
You know what I did for on COVID? Because everybody has our strategies set up, how we work. And then at the beginning of, COVID year, I'm talking 2020. So it got really bad at the end of March. We're really nuts. So at the beginning of the year, January, February, you had to make a little adjustments on the strategy. And then once we hit March and we had 60, 70, 80 point 1 minute candles, and I'm not talking the open, I'm talking all day long. Those things were insane. So this is what I did. I literally programmed in, if it closes green, short, my stop is a high of the candle, and I take 50% of that retrace. That was my strategy, automated. I ran it for 20 minutes a day and walked away, period. It was so, I hate to say simple, but just basic. Like, hey, because we know the market was flying up and then coming down and flying up and like just kind of chopped it. You didn't really see it up and then up and then up. It always went up and down, not always, but up, down. So, hey, you close green, short it, take back half of it. Exactly. Nuts.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I was trading it as well, because some of my levels, like average session range lows, they were actually getting hit during the initial balance. And I started noticing that they're bouncing. And I would stay in a trade for like maybe 5 minutes, which for me is nothing. I stay in trades for like 45 minutes, couple of hours, and suddenly I'm like getting all of my targets within 5 minutes. So it was pretty fun, but very fast paced. And then I think after that, I just got a little bit tired of it because I was like so into it at one point. But now I just wanted a little bit more, calm and smoother movement, and so.
Yeah, it's definitely, we all made our adjustments. So thanks for going over that. And I'm going to jump back into the what we were talking about yesterday for just a third point of view on this, but we're on the same boat when it comes to this market. So I have on my chart, I have the standard 5 minute that we are kind of discussing before, but I'm going to switch around. What you have highlighted, there's my chart. Thank you, Gabe. The yellow rectangle here is the first hour. I plotted off of the first hour of the U.S. market. These are 5 minute candles, and there's one section you will see right here. You can see it as 8:30. That is the 1 minute candle. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to toggle through a couple different time frames for a couple different looks. It's really hard, in my opinion, to throw a 5 minute chart at the U.S. Open and be correct and be good. Everybody trades different, but a lot happens in the 5 minutes. And if we're looking at 1 minute breakout, a lot happens there as well, as we saw yesterday. And this isn't hindsight capital. This is analysis, right? We're just looking at how could we do this different? So you're looking at a 5 minute chart.
It's post-mortem.
I'm sorry?
So it's not
exactly.
There's a difference between hindsight capital and there's a difference between post-mortem on a trade, right? So at least I think so. Post-mortem is very useful because it can teach you stuff for future reference. Hindsight capital is just like, oh, we shouldn't have done that, but we should have bought here. Right. It's like, yeah, easy to say, right?
Right. So there's our green section, this vertical line on the left. That's not the whole candle. I'm just highlighting that particular area. And that is showing the first 1 minute. Okay. Now, as we're saying, this is a pretty big candle for that first 1 minute on the NQ. What we had marked out is we have the overnight low. This is the white line, the overnight low, 19062. I would have definitely waited. Again, hindsight capital, right? Well, this is a hindsight capital thing. Like, what would we be looking for if we break that overnight low? Do we now put our hands up and pause for a second and say, okay, let's wait and see what happens? We know these markets are nuts. We know we just had our massive candles at the open. We know that there's a lot of orders and a lot of volatility happening. Hands up, sit on hands, whatever you want to do. Wait. It's dropping down like crazy. Should we wait until that overnight low either is broken or bounced off of? Thinking, yeah, that's not a bad idea. But it was moving so far, so fast. Every time the trades were entered, it was just out, enter, out, 50 points, out, or 40 points, out. Just bang, 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 right? So now I'm going to show one more picture on this. Okay, one more setup. I'm going to throw it on a tick chart. So this is your first hour, and then the green is the first minute. I'm going to throw in a 500 tick chart, and I'll really scroll this down so we can see our. Where is it? There we go. Here. Move this way over so we can all see it. Now, this is a 500 tick chart. Now, what I like about these types of charts, not just tick, but I'm a fan of the range bars, is we can see what happens within that candle, within it. So if we look at, I'm going to really zoom in. This is the first hour, but this green, I'm going to really zoom in on this green because this is the first minute. I'm going to make this large. Now, can we get any information out of that first minute? It's just in this green area. Okay, well, what do we have? We have a couple of greens. We have a descending coming down. If we had the other lines in there that you had, Anne-Marie, with the VWAP and the deviations and Deeyana's 9 EMA, we could see that. So this is what happened within the first 1 minute. I think that gives us more information than you're just sitting there waiting for the minute to happen. So the example I'm going to give is, I'm going to just as a different example, a 5 minute chart. We're going to sit down right now, look at it, and we see a 5 minute candle, and let's use it's 50 points. A 5 minute candle, 50 points as this example. What we don't know is, did it stay at the bottom 2 points for 4 minutes and 55 seconds and then shoot up the last 5? Or did it shoot up in 5 seconds and stay at the top for the next 4 minutes and 55 seconds? Or every 30 seconds did it come up and then down a little, up and down a little? If we're looking at a static 5 minute candle, it's hard to tell. We have no idea what actually.
But you can't tell it. Unless you were watching it, you wouldn't be able to tell. Yeah.
Exactly. So that was the point I was making here is, great, we're going to look at a chart. We let's say our favorite 5 minutes, but we want to look at the 1 minute just on certain time frames for better entries. Well, what happened within that time frame? Using these types of charts that are just show different relativity versus time, I think it's a nice way to see inside of what is actually going on in that time frame, especially if we're looking at, we play the 1 minute opening range breakout quite a bit. It's one of Hoag's favorites. It's a good choice, especially on the ES, because it's not flying low like NQ. I would really love to see, great, let's also put this on a 100 tick chart or 50 or a range chart and see what happened within that 1 minute candle. And maybe, just maybe, it may give us a better, clearer picture of what we really can do. Yeah, even though it opened up and even though the 1 minute was the dead ass high, on a 1 minute candle, we don't know if it dropped and then stayed up there the whole time, but still closed red. You see, we don't see that. So I just wanted to really point that out, and so we all don't get stuck with in ourselves in our own little bubbles. Explore and show, and that's what we're talking about. This is the whole strategy lab and breaking down yesterday's trade. Yeah,
Robert, let me probe that. Let me probe you on that just a little bit. So you're looking at that and you see it without knowing the future, and I know that's very hard to do looking at this space. But if you were to look at that 1 minute on the 500 tick that you're sitting with there, what are you going to take away from that? What is knowing this new piece of information going to arm you with for the next 500 ticks or for the next minute?
Exactly. That's a great question. Ticks aren't actually 100% my favorite either. It's the ranges that are. But we don't have those, so we're going to stick with this and go with your question. Looking at this, we're looking at on the left side is 6 a.m. to 8:30, and I moved it to the right, so this is the first 1 minute. So this is where your question is. What do we do at this point? Well, what I can do very easily is I can see what happened right before. So I'm going to look left on this, and I am simply going to, I'm going to turn my magnet on, and here's a top. What is it? About 19,208. I'm going to mark off the top here. I'm going to mark off the high right before the open, which happens to be about 10 minutes earlier. And I'm going to mark off a couple of pivots. So I have a pivot in this particular area, and I can actually go back and see that this was actually a support area, resistance area, and it's bouncing right off. So what I would do, honestly, at this point, we're not going futuristic. I mean, we know it went down, but at this point, when I see this, personally, I'm going to wait until we have the 190, 174, 178 level. It's either coming off and rejecting it and going back up again, or we're going to break through it and continue to drop down. So personally, if I was looking at this, and this is the real time, it would be at this point in time, what is my decision? Well, I get a couple of levels marked off before. I get a couple of pivots on there. I have a couple of support/resistance areas. First thing I'm going to do, I'm not just going to look at that 1 minute and say, well, there's our opening range. We have our opening range from roughly 195 to 225. I'm just not going to touch it. I would rather wait and see what happens around the 174, 178 area. Again, it's personal for me. And if you want to know what my trade would be, it would be a break of this, and I would be targeting somewhere in this particular area, because that's what I do. I don't look for big trades. So if we broke this pivot level, my target would be visualizing it somewhere in this area. You're only talking 10, 12 point trades, and that's all I do. Hey, that's $240, $260. $200 a day, you can take payouts. So that is what I would look at. We can mark off the two other levels. We have a resistance level here, and then we have one more here. So there's what, honest to goodness, what I would look for. Let me take my trade off. That is my setup if I were to play this 1 minute range at the market US Open, because on the tick chart, you can see the levels, in my opinion, much, I'm going to say, better or easier. Now for contrast, let's click on the 5 minute and see what it actually looks like on a 5 minute chart and see if it makes sense at the same time. So I'm going to scroll over, bring it to the same area that we were just looking at. There we have it. This was the overnight. I'm going to pull that off so we don't get confused. So those are the lines that I marked. Now, does that make sense the same way as looking at it more granularly? To me, it doesn't, and that's only my opinion, and it's shown only how I read the markets. It's really, really hard, in my opinion. Okay, because what do we have? We don't have anything at this point in time. We don't know. We look at this candle, but as I stated earlier, here's a 5 minute candle. We don't know what happened. Did this completely dump down? We might get a bounce, or did it like trickle? What did it say at the top and then tank? We don't know that.
So what you're saying, you would rather see it build momentum to the downside rather than play around between those pivotal points that you've marked off, if I'm understanding you correctly.
You understand 100%, and that would be the patience side, and it's really hard to do. So after that 1 minute, if I were to look at that and say, hey, it's a 1 minute, what am I going to do? for me, my answer is like nothing. I'm going to wait until we hit and bounce or hit and break one of those levels. And this happened to be at the downside.
So
and we saw those tick levels
something.
building up red candles. Yes.
Here's something that is that's not maybe talked about enough. When we're looking at price movements and how the price behaves before it breaks a level, I think that should be given some weight, especially if we're looking for a breakout trade. Now, I'm not necessarily a breakout trader in that respect, because I look for very big reversal points. And yes, sometimes I look for gap fills, which could be classified as momentum trades. And typically what I want to see, if I am going to get involved in a break, is that the movement that came before it is pretty consistently pushing from the bottom up or from the top down without too much pausing, right? And I think that's something that's just definitely not analyzed enough. It's not being talked about. So this is a similar thing that you're doing, Robert, only on a very, very small time frame, right? But I also want to see that if I'm going to get involved in a sustained auction, going with the break, I want to see momentum building. I don't want, one candle, then we go down, and then another candle, then we sort of migrate downwards and then come back. There's not enough momentum there to bring that power that is very much needed for follow through after the break. If you don't have that, what's going to happen is that it's going to reverse. It's going to be a fake out. So that's my
I agree.
take on that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a piece, honestly, I think that is a piece that we are missing as a whole. We're looking at what happened to this candle, which is great. We're looking at what are our levels. We have Hoag's awesome weekly kickoff levels and the daily levels given by the coaches. Those are great as well. But the piece that I believe we can get better at as a whole, myself included, is the strength of the direction, the momentum behind it. There really isn't an indicator for that, because if you're trying to measure strength and like volatility, you need to have like a choppiness index. You need to have a look back. So what happened 20 candles ago in my opinion, is absolutely irrelevant when you're crossing from one session to another. So if I'm looking at a 20 period anything, and it's the first 1 minute of the U.S. Open, you're looking at 19 minutes of London, which is entirely different types of trading market,
interesting
right?
you say that. Interesting you say that, because I have a software development company where all of the indicators that I use, they're hours, and that's something that we found when we were making mechanical trading systems, that if we were using the mishmash of the value areas that included the overlap, as well as a portion of the New York session, it would completely mess up the data, and the levels were not really doing what they should have been doing. So what I've done is to cut off London at the start of the next session. This is actually a question that I get a lot during my segment that we're running now overnight for you guys. So somebody actually asked, how do you calculate your value areas? Do you include New York? And I don't, because I think it would pollute the data. It's an entirely different set of players that come into the market. So why would I include something that completely changes the picture when we've had something happening from 8 o'clock all the way till, let's take the cash open, my time is 2:30 p.m. So obviously I'm going to cut it off at 2:30 p.m. and that would be my sort of shortened London session, even though London stays open for another 2 hours. But I'm not going to be mixing and matching. And that's exactly the
right.
same reason why. It's the same reason.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's exactly right. When you cross those patterns over, it's like from one day to the next. Wow, we just closed the day right here, whatever that is. And an hour later, the market opens up again. And then trying to use the last 2 hours of data from the close of the U.S. session and try to use that to figure out what's happening at the open of the Asian session. They're just two entirely different worlds, and we have to change up what we're doing. I think what Anne-Marie said with this whole topic here, which thank you for, is what else are we looking at? What are the reasons behind it? What are we actually seeing happening, instead of just going, oh, there's a level, and oh, good, it broke out. It's like, well, it broke out, but it was freaking weak. It's just like tap it and push it and very easy, and it just didn't make sense. And in this case, when we looked at it, it's like, man, this thing, I put it on a 1 minute chart now, flew down. And every time it came in contact with a couple of those pivot levels that I highlighted, it just blew right through them. The candles expanded, they're red. These are 1 minute candles, and it pulled a whole bunch of data with it. Then you have your natural bounces, and slightly after that, I'm looking at 838 to 843. You have your natural recoil bounce. You're taking back about 50% of that drop, and then instantly 2 candles later covered the last 3 green candles. We bounced a little bit back and forth, and as soon as we broke the 19,109, it was game over. And those are hard levels that we had from the night before. And the final level of 19,062 was the overnight low. When that broke, and it broke with conviction, that's a clear, like, yeah, I'm gonna short it. That's close your eyes and press short, because we know that this is not, we don't know, but 90% of it we're positive it's just going to be continue to tank and tank and tank. When those things happen, every level that you see there, it tapped and blew right through it. Tapped and blew right through it. To me, it's a clear indication of, nope, we need to go short. We need to short this market. And then, damn, kudos to Hoag. He called the, nope, we're at the bottom. We're down this 10%, around 18,880s. And now we're pretty much out. And you can clearly see it on the chart right there that it was spot on. And now we start going, all right, I guess we need a direction change. But point being, this whole thing, this whole spiel that I took way too much time talking about, was to look at different time frames of it, look at different values of it, different, like even the tip charts or the range charts, to give you a better and more information point of view of not just, hey, here's a 5 minute candle, but what happened within that. And it's going to give you a heap more information. Anne-Marie, I'd like to give you the last 5 minutes or so to wrap this up. You've had a wonderful topic, and I thank you for that. So please go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm glad it was received well by you. The big takeaways for me, my goal is, how can we spend time to get traders better while we're all trading together, knowing that nobody's perfect, right? And so Dee had an absolutely fantastic indicator. She said, hey, listen, just pop on a 9 EMA. If it's sloping down like this, people aren't buying. And so wait
exactly,
for
it's
that
so simple. Yeah,
shift. Yeah, and listen for things like value area low, or just these big key levels, and then watch for the slope of that change. Here's my thought. If I am running 5 minute candlesticks and people are talking about shorts, if I'm getting higher lows, I am not going to short with them. I'm not doing it. If they are looking for longs and I'm making lower lows on those 5 minutes, I'm not joining the party. And it's as simple as going, okay, if I see 3 higher lows, I'm going to look for my last floor, set my risk, and I'm in the trade. And if that 9 EMA starts curving in the right direction, I know I'm sitting on the right side of strength of motion. And if we make it simple like that, we can stop looking at our zone levels trying to be snipers. And for those of you that do not shoot, my apologies. I like to shoot. And one of the things, we're not snipers. We have a gunshot, and it's buckshot, right? It's rock salt, because we're looking at a zone that's going to end up working for us. We're not looking for a point. And so think about that. If you're looking at zones, everything's got to be relative to trend. And instead of saying, okay, I'm going to try and pick a bottom, let the market tell you that somebody's coming with you. We don't become heroes picking bottoms, but we can make a ton of money if we're first adopters and we begin to follow strength in the direction that it's going. And I feel like I didn't do a good enough job at drilling down and focusing in on the things that I know to do when I'm by myself trading. And I feel like maybe a lot of us might have felt like that watching fast markets yesterday. And I really wanted to cover it. So I appreciate you giving me the floor, Robert.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you, Deeyana. allowing me to probe and having you share those things together. I think they're.
Oh, it's amazing. I've been looking forward to this
so
all week.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because it's fun exchanging ideas. It really, really
Yeah,
is.
yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
Super great topic. And Gabe, if you can switch just to my chart for one quick moment, please, and then we're going to jump off of this segment, and I'll introduce the next one. Power Hour is coming up next. Thank you, Gabe. I'll jump right in there. Andre is going to be taking over the driver's seat. Joby, it's always fun watching Joby on Power Hour. Let's see what type of glasses he has on today. Hoag is beginning the show, closing the show. The guy is everywhere. And we got Coach Jay also. I saw him in the chat. Hello there, buddy. I'm behind the scenes watching. The one thing I wanted to show you guys, I'm going to clear my entire chart off because both of you were talking about moving averages. And I want to give one potential little tip, I guess, or opinion. Moving averages. If we put two of them on there, we put them at different lengths. I'm just example, I have a 20 and a 25. And then we calculate them at the different part of the candle, you get some really cool information. So I have a 20 moving average calculated on the close. So it's a 20, which is faster than the 25, which is calculated on the open. What does that do? It gives us, I believe, if you're an MA user, a little bit clearer picture.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you can see when this, it's not a typical moving, it's a moving average crossover. And I mean, straight up, I don't trade these, but for those that do, it's just something that I noticed. Two different lengths, one is faster than the other. And the faster one you calculate on the close of the candle, so when the market starts going that direction, it's going to react quicker than the one that is calculated at a longer time frame on the open. And that's what you'll see right there. The green is the quick one. So just imagine, visualize this. Hey, I'm going to short when it crosses down below because I know the closes are on a shorter time frame are faster reaction, and it just dropped below it. And what happened? We literally just, in this particular instance, we had a whole short here. Let's say we had a bad fill, and there's our cross back. That's a 208-point move by doing nothing but a crossover. And what do we have next?
Yeah.
There's your next section, right? We had, if we took a crossover, and let's say we have a bad fill on this, and this bad fill happens to be, it crosses here, so let's give us a really bad entry. And then here is our exit, and we have a bad fill, 130 points. So you had 200 something for one cross, and then 130 the other way. You had two trades for 2 hours, and you're done. So I just wanted to share that because I know that there's a lot of traders that like to use moving averages. Instead of having just one and set and forget, I will encourage you, explore it. Is it right for you? I don't know, but it's just something I noticed, and I hope you guys give it a shot. Anne-Marie, again, thank you. I love the topic. I love these strategy lab sessions. We love to nerd out with these things. Deeyana, same to you as well. You're doing a kick-ass job on those overnight sessions and fast markets. As always, pleasure to be on here with you. We're going to jump off into the power hour, and we will see you guys next time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Power Hour Special Edition. If you've tuned in the last 2 Fridays, you already know what's about to happen. It is the TopstepTV Reversal Challenge. Everyone, welcome. Get your practice accounts in the gates if you are playing along at home. If you are playing along at home, here are the rules. This is the Reversal Challenge. Everyone on screen will be entering into a trade at approximately the same time, and we will be trading the micro NASDAQ 5 contracts. When I give the word, we will all enter into a 5-lot trade in the MNQ, in which we will only be able to manage the position by hitting the reverse button. So there is no scalping out, no position management tricks where they're all in or all out. There is no in between. We will do, 2 sessions. So one will be about 20 minutes. The second one typically is like 25 to 30. And we'll do plugs in between. Anyone have questions?
Nope.
On the panel.
We
Jay,
start.
you're first. You're new here. Any questions before we begin?
When do we start?
When I say so. When I say so.
Okay.
Everyone, make sure that you have 5 micros. I'm on MNQ. Thank you, chat. 5 micros for the MNQ. Everyone's in the right markets. We're going to begin in 30 seconds here. Actually, 20 seconds. We're going to start at 3:08.
Okay.
And
start now?
Who's going to win? No, you cannot start right now, Ho. We can start in 15 seconds. Everyone in chat, make sure we are in practice accounts. Practice accounts. This is only for an exercise. This is a drill. Just for fun. We are testing our abilities. All right. 3, 2, 1. Get into a trade. And I am short.
Short 5.
I'm short also.
Long.
Oh, no.
I know.
What's that?
Great.
What's that BS, Hoag?
Oh,
Right. So everyone, we should all be in a trade 5 MNQ. And we will all manage these positions. Reverse button only. No partials. None of that funny business.
Nope.
Trying something different today, so I have no idea the outcome.
Well, the last outcome you had was a victory, Hoag. So hopefully
Yes, it did.
you do change and you lose. So one of us wins.
Jay, what
Very
price?
nice.
I'm in at 28, 128 in the orders.
27 quarter.
We-
Taking heat.
Oh, man.
Do
That's
not have
129
Jack
right
right now either. So we're not going to have the fancy schmancy P&Ls today. So shout out if you got them.
See a bunch of people in the chat saying they're voting for me. Just so you guys know, I voted for Hoag. So,
I voted for you.
oh, man.
And I'm
How much heat?
A lot of love here. A lot of love here.
How much heat do you take on these?
all of it.
Don't be short or long.
I'm short. 128s.
He's got a better price.
Just let me know when you guys get out.
Hey.
Nope. Hoag, if that is your strategy,
Nope.
that is not cool,
we,
man.
We can't add, right?
No adding. No adding, no partials, all in, all out, reverse button only.
Here we go. Moment of truth.
Come back down. Let's come back down.
Realize minus $92 right now.
Yep. I'm with you on that one. I
Yeah,
might get a
no,
little
that's
weird around
50.
150s, but we'll see.
Here we go.
Short now.
Ooh, nice flip, Hoag.
Nice.
Flipped at my entry. What are you doing? What's going on here? So, Hoag, this is your second time playing. How did you feel like the first time went? Feel like you learned anything? Become a better trader, more knowledgeable about the markets, increase your hold time?
It took like 4 hours for me to get rid of the adrenaline from last week.
Wild.
I'm long.
Who needs Kentucky snow cones?
I don't know if I like that idea, but I'm long.
Yes.
I'm hanging in here.
Same.
I don't know how,
So-
but I'm realized down money.
Ah,
That market
Phil.
order.
Welcome to that market
I don't know
order.
how that happened.
It's an unusual feeling for you to be down money, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I was gonna say.
No,
What's this
I was
red
long.
My goal
doing?
is just to not hit
I
a
forget
DLL.
I
That's
was
what Ray did
long,
on his
but-
first time.
oh, yeah, maybe it did get me.
Ugh.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
all
that?
the shorts are not
good.
feeling too hot right now.
No, I gotta stay short. Hit VWAP.
I got a breaker point. I'm just not telling.
I'm long
you
again.
what it is.
Okay.
I'm chopping myself up.
You're sounding like me. Yes, the last time.
Same.
Can we bet on this? No, you cannot bet on it.
Absolutely no.
There's a poll though. You can participate in the poll.
What's the poll looking?
I'll do a quick lock-in
That's a good
reverse,
question,
double
actually.
reverse.
Hoag.
There you go.
Shredder.
Unrealized up $19, $20.
Okay, well done.
Okay.
Dre and I are never reversing. Realized
Not yet.
$1.85.
Not yet. Yep. Sell this sucker.
Yep, Hoag does have odds here. 41% for Hoag. No pressure.
Smushed.
No pressure, Hoag.
Hoag and Jay are
half
long.
the chat thinks you're going to win.
Getting smushed here.
Uh-oh. Very nice trade.
When
VWAP
does it flatten?
145. Oh no. Come on. Little double reverse.
I don't use the double reverse too often. That's like a profit lock-in sort of.
Yeah, if you catch a
sort of
runner.
play.
Right now we're chopping.
So, yeah, this is all
Yeah, we are
I
chopping.
was trying to lock in $100, but with the terrible fills with these market orders, it gave it all back.
Yep.
It is a challenge.
Yeah, market orders are not favorable in the Nasdaq.
Short
What's your,
again.
what's your realized, Hoag?
Minus 260.
Okay.
Oh no.
That adds up.
My little technique here isn't working too well, is it?
I was gonna say, run this up now. Oh no. Who's long?
I'm long right now. 139.
I'm not. Still short. We'll end this at 225 and then do 5 minutes of plugs and then hop back in.
Okay.
Yep. Speaking of plugs, Dre, hashtag Power Hour. What's good over there?
Oh, glad you asked. In the upper left-hand corner, you'll see hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up on Twitter, X, call it what you want, at Topstep. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Send us all the cool stuff you want us to share. Swag, for the trader certificates, performance dashboard stuff, whatever you want to share. We will turn that around to you guys in about 45 minutes or so. Right now, I am taking heat on this short. When do I get out?
Can I add more? I want to add more to my short.
I know.
I can't do it, though.
I wanted to add more too, but
Do I hold? All right. I got a plan.
Okay, what's the plan, Dolby?
I'm not telling you what the plan is.
Tell me your plan. I need a plan.
You'll know about my plan when it
he's
happens.
distracting you by talking about the plugs.
You don't want my plan.
That's right. You're still short. I've been long this entire time, Dre.
Oh,
Doing
you
plugs,
dirty
man.
dog. Man.
I'm kidding.
My plan ain't
I'm short
working
now.
today.
Realized $63.
Back short.
Okay.
Realized.
Go ahead, Dre.
No, realized down 224.
Oh, I got that beat. Short again now. Damn it.
Same.
All right. I am
Gonna take a miracle.
Lock it in.
no, I'm long. Realized 132.
Positive?
That was a bad switch. Yeah.
Nice. See, I voted you for you to win.
Exactly. Short.
Hoag, what's your realized?
Minus 457.
Ooh.
Short.
And Dolby.
I've been
what's
short
your
the
realized?
entire time. Negative $1.85.
Get back in.
Yep. I might have just gave back all those profits. Damn it.
Yeah. I feel like I have been seeing NASDAQ pretty
Reverse.
well recently.
I'm long now.
I'm looking forward to this.
Realize minus 27.
Nice recovery, Andre.
Yeah,
that's how I'm going to do it,
realized.
guys. I'm going to put the board up, and I'm just going to, every time you guys give me a realized update, that's how I'm going to do it instead of trying to flip long and short every 2 seconds.
That works.
That works.
Realize plus 23.
I think I can also do Jack's Frankenstein scoreboard. Let's find out.
Yeah, if you have time, that'd be cool. Oh, yeah, there we go. Kind
Long
of.
again.
Same.
Is there?
Down 406.
I flipped it.
Thank you, James. That is
Yeah,
way
that
better.
works. Oh yeah, there we go.
Nice.
Chat you received, and you got it as soon as James puts it back up again. But that was the scoreboard. Hey, there it is.
Avex,
And that should
Avex
be
on there.
everyone.
Sellers.
Oh, we got it up on the board. I don't know. We don't
Short
need it
again.
now. I'm short.
Yeah, just
short.
Cool. Everyone, just make sure your P&L
Nope,
is associated
flip.
with you.
Realize plus 72.
Yep, that's mine.
Oh, nice.
Realize minus 565.
Long now.
Man, Hoag's in the butcher shop right now.
Yep.
Flip this. Shit.
We're just not getting any direction. I need direction.
Nope.
I'm short. I'm on the range here. Flip it.
Long again.
Yep, long again. Realize 5 cents.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Looking for a breakdown underneath 19,100. That's really what I'm looking for here. Let's see if we could get that. I think the much better short would have been around 148s, 150s, where that kind of support became resistance.
Short. Sell this.
I feel like I
got
need
the
some
green
like Sonic
going.
the Hedgehog music.
Is that Jay? Nice.
Oh, Jay, you're up. $1.50. That's pretty good. When did you lock that in?
I've reversed at least 8 times.
It's fun, isn't it?
It is.
Here we go. All right, who's short right now?
I haven't changed my position since the beginning.
Damn.
I'm short.
No, I'm short.
All right, I'm short. I just reversed it. Realize
Oh,
up
$800.
157. Uh-oh.
God, I hate the NASDAQ.
Oh, you trading minis over there?
Yeah, right?
Try this thing.
I mean, to all those who say you can't make $200 trading micros,
Oh, yeah,
Hoag
you
is
can.
a perfect example that you can lose at least 500 trading them.
I bet you I could lose 1,000 by the end of this.
I might be there with you.
Somebody's up big over there. Dre, what's going on over there?
Up 157.
Up 30.
Realized.
I need to
Boom.
turn off my
Reversed.
brackets.
Up
Oh, what is
283. Up 283. Realized.
Oh no, Jay.
What happened?
What
I got
happened?
the same thing.
A new version
an
of
update.
Topstep X is available.
Oh no.
Oh no! What?
Right here, right
Did you all
now?
get
Same thing.
signed out?
Just click the update real quick, and it goes away.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's like the
Yeah,
banana in
that
Mario
happened when
Kart.
I'm
Yeah.
when I stopped
It is
short.
the banana Mario.
The blue shell.
I'm realized 36.90. Oh, sorry. Yeah, never mind. I regret pressing the reverse button big time. Big time.
Nobody regrets it more than I do.
What am I short? I don't even know what I am sometimes.
Wait, this is garbage piece of trade right here. Oh, maybe we can get
I'm
that.
going
Oh,
long
here we
again.
go. Reload and update.
Terrible position. Terrible entry.
I should still be in this trade though, right? Oh, I'm still in the trade. Okay, cool. Very choppy so far. Very, very
Yeah, it
choppy.
is.
Sorry,
Just
for
no
the first
direction.
round, this will end at 225.
6
Even.
minutes.
225 evens. 6 minutes until the first round is over. So far, we're kind of in the chop shop a little bit.
A little bit.
At this rate, Hoag's going to need a reset.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, a perfect example of how not to trade.
Yep, I'm short now, 117s. Hopefully we can get continuation down to 100s here.
Short from 160.
This long is
Flip
gonna, this long is
Oh,
going to take me to
Ray.
it's going to take me to victory.
Hey, it might. I mean, now I wish I was long, and now I'm not. Now I'm short, just getting chopped up.
I am getting chopped up.
30-second chart? Do you have answers?
So I should be
Sure.
looking at, right?
The answers are on the 100 tick chart, I think.
Ooh, 100 tick. Is that
Shout
the
out to
answer?
Dakota.
Ooh.
Oh, is he feeding you
Dakota-
cheats
well, yeah.
into your,
What's
into your
going on?
in-ear?
He literally
Yeah.
talks about the 100 tick chart every time he's on Top Step TV. I'm just
All right,
you know,
all right.
I flipped it there.
An avid
Realized
listener.
286. Oh.
I'm pretty far from tilt. mean,
oh, what is this? Postpone.
This is just fun.
Postpone this.
Click update, Trey. It doesn't go away.
Oh,
Paddington
just do it?
doesn't go
Okay.
away when I click
Yeah, it
postpone.
won't get rid of your trade.
It's real quick.
Shoot.
All right,
Okay.
I'm long. Do we get above
It just cost you $100.
Just cost.
Am I short or long? Okay. Short.
That's the funny thing. Like, this range is so clear on the 1 minute. It's such a clear range.
So I'm kind of trading it.
And I feel like I'm on the awkward side of it.
Oh, the VWAP. What's it gonna do?
Where's VWAP at, Trey?
144.
You lying to me? Or is that actually the okay?
That's what it says on my chart.
All right. All right.
Oh, it says 156 on mine.
Ooh.
That's on the 30-minute chart. That's on the 30-minute chart.
Okay, this is the 5. Come on. Hanging up here too long.
All right. I reversed. Now I'm at negative 126.
And here he goes. They're going to test it.
I kind of know where I want to be positioned. We're just not there yet. 3 minutes. Not much. 2 minute 20 seconds. 2 minute 15 seconds.
Yeah, you hit flat and all when we cancel or close out the session.
Yeah. So 225 will all be flat and do a little 5 minute break and then do plugs.
We need to do a 20 lot to get caught up to you guys.
Hey.
No, you never know. You never know.
What's it going to do here?
I don't know. I like my entry better though. I kind of know where I want to be short.
Throwing legs.
I'm watching this 150 though. Is that what you're watching, Dre? This 150s?
The level?
Yeah.
I'm watching this 144, but it keeps looking like buyers keep stepping in here. I'm short.
So am I. What do we got here? Where's Hoag at?
Bust
What's
it.
Hoag? Oh, Hoag, nice. Oh, up 200. That's nice. What, 122s? Oh, you have a nice entry, Hoag, for your long.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna bust it here. Yep. Shoot.
Let's see.
It's weird at this point. Up. Hoag, what's Delta? No, I'm kidding. Not right now. Not right now.
NASDAQ 1400 positive.
Okay. Looking for anything. Oh,
here we go.
They're
Here
gonna
we
run
go.
it
Here
up.
we go.
Come on.
Come on.
I'm long. Let's see if we get the push.
Wow, Dre.
There it is.
It's all away.
Little stop run above, maybe.
Oh, 40 seconds. We have to be flat.
Come back down.
3 seconds.
I'm short.
Come back down.
I shouldn't be though. I should be long.
Oh
yeah, I switched 30 seconds
time.
until everyone has to be flat. 30 seconds.
Gotta be long.
Oh,
Gotta be long.
No. Right now.
No.
No.
I don't want to flatten this.
Oh, this whole thing.
Pull back.
It goes.
Please pull
Oh,
back.
Dre.
Seriously?
Are we
15
flat now?
seconds flat. Nope. 15. 10 sec. It's on the counter at the bottom of Top Step
Okay.
X. I'll do a 5 second guy. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Flatten.
That was nasty. That was gross.
Ugh. Dre up 72.
Green.
My man.
All right.
Nice.
Well
Take it.
done.
Nice.
Take it.
Jay down 98. That's nothing. And then Hoag and I, 243 and 648. Not too hot, but congratulations for the first round to Dre. Well done. Going for
Nice
his
job.
second championship here. Production team, do we have hashtag Power Hour stuff or any other plugs that we need to get through?
Hashtags will be ready in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
In the meanwhile, I got some plugs for you.
Yes.
Ooh, we'll take them.
Eddie's out, but I can do this. Did you know TopstepTV not only covers the New York Open, but the Asian and London Open as well? You can join Coach Dakota at 7:30 p.m. Central from Sunday to Thursdays for slow markets. And don't forget, if you can't sleep or if you're across the pond, Deeyana does her London Open session at 3:30 a.m. Central, Monday through Thursday for the London Open. If you haven't had a chance to watch Dee's segment yet, catch it live or watch the recordings on YouTube. Plenty of good information in there. And of course, everyone's favorite Coach Dakota at Slow Markets. New time, 7:30 p.m. Sunday through Thursday.
Yeah.
And then it looks like some people are trying to reset their practice accounts. These are cumulative rounds. So this is just a pause. So think of it as like 2 halves of a game. So we have the second half of the game coming up. So you are going to keep your first round score. And we will take the sum of the numbers.
All you longs wish you're still in.
That was the thing. I was hoping we got
I'm glad.
reversed.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, no, that probably bailed out a lot of shorts.
Yeah,
right
I
there.
did. Big Saved by the bell.
Yep. And then Gabe, let us know when you are ready, and we will begin the second half. Once we're done with hashtag Power Hour, CB, use 5 minis. Not a chance in hell. None of us would make it. I would be down 2,400. Hoag would be DLL'd.
I think round 2 we should do three minis, but I agree we'd probably do DLO.
Oh, minis, it'd be very, very hard. You have to trade almost perfectly.
All right, let's get going.
Love it, John.
What? No, we gotta wait. We gotta wait, Hoag. You see a level you like already?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is
right here, right there.
I gotta follow
Right
the
there.
script, man. We gotta we got hashtag Power Hour to do. Or we can save it till the end, but I feel like the end is the most exciting time, so I don't want to do promos in the last 5 minutes. Because that's when anything can happen.
Next round with your eyes closed, Ace says. Pretty much what we're doing here, Ace.
That's pretty much the same thing.
I don't think I could have done it any worse with my eyes closed.
All right, y'all. So let's do some
Hey.
Power Hour.
Okay.
So first up, we got Luna. Might need to clean my desk before Power Hour. It does look just a tad messy, but you got some essentials there. I see some food. Always good. Market profiles.
Markets and Profile, great book.
Yep. Got a lot of good. I see some casino chips. Is that what that is? Yeah. Thank you, Luna. Next
Luna's in
up,
chat,
we got
too.
Phoenix drawing inspiration from Dolby to trade the YM. You see, it's not getting left out. It still gets a little bit of love. Shout out to Phoenix. Looks like he's got some realized P&L up there in his XFA and some unrealized in an open trade. Hope those trades closed well for you, but keep up the great work in that Express funded account there, Phoenix. Moving into, we got Teletrader. How do you handle a bad trading day? I gorge myself on sugar.
There you go.
Oh, those are so good.
All right, so quick poll. I was about to say, what's everybody's favorite Starburst color if you used to have one? Mine was red.
Yep, red.
Oh, pink or red?
John?
Look to see what we got in the chat there. But Hoag, how about you?
Cherry and strawberry.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Seems like the common theme is pink or red.
Hey, can't go wrong.
Yeah. Very solid.
Can't go wrong.
numbers.
Okay.
Next up, we got Goober. I thought this was pretty funny because it just happened to all of us on there. He says, seriously, WTF, Topstep. Now, granted, that update took all of 1 second to apply and refresh your screen. So it's just a funny joke. I thought I'd show that. So shout out to Goober. And then last but not least, let's go ahead and show a Carl Hungus meme. Top traders choose the D. I love me some Topstep D.
Nice. Vitamin D, right there.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Shout out to Carl Hungus.
Thanks, Carl.
Oh,
Thanks.
Hoag.
Thanks, buddy.
It might be a while before you get rid of that one, buddy.
All right, here we go. Fridays.
Thought I got away.
All right.
Oh no, that's gonna be around for a while, Hoag. Good joke though, very funny. All right, we ready? 20 seconds, or do you want a minute 20? Do you want 20 seconds or a minute 20? Take your pick.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, 15 seconds. Everyone in chat, perk up. We're hopping back in 10 seconds. Reversal challenge, 5 MNQ. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enter to and trade.
Short, 5.
Short.
Long.
Long.
I'm flipping along.
Oh, shit, I need to add. Okay, now I'm short 5. Was on the wrong one. MNQ, cool, we're good.
Oh man, bad flip, bad flip.
Yeah, that was okay.
Bad.
I was about to say,
bad.
half of us are winning, half of us are losing on that one.
What
right
was
there.
that?
I'm looking forward to the results when the winner is who has lost the least amount of money and not made the most.
Okay.
I thought that was going to happen the first two times,
Same.
to be honest. I'm surprised anyone has actually come out in the positive. And I think the first show we had 3 people come away in the red because it was a nice trending day.
And this is just a harsh wow. Who's short?
I am
right now, but right here, 43.5.
I'm at 54s.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm
flipping long.
Hold this.
Flipping long, nice.
I at least want to see 105s, maybe 110s on this move down.
Where is this going? Oh, I flip. Get long.
I think we're going lower.
Realize minus 150. That was quick. We sure are going lower. A lot of red. Wow.
I mean, God, what a move. I mean, that
Look
bull
up
move
low.
up to 190s and then already back down to 130s in 1, 2, 3 minutes. I mean, NQ is offering a whole lot of opportunity today.
Oh, man. Look what you did, Dre. Unbelievable.
See, Chiris, we are doing the reversal challenge if you are if you just came into the middle. So everyone on screen and some people in chat are participating. Essentially, we are trading 5 micro NASDAQ. We enter into a trade, and we can only manage the trade using the reverse button. So we are perpetually in the markets for at least 20 to 30 minutes. If you're playing, use a practice account.
Definitely.
And please don't trade like this.
No. Oh, man. You're just going to... Wow.
Who else is short here? I see a negative there. Nice. Ooh.
Is anyone long? Just
I
me
am.
on silent. Okay.
No, I am. I'm looking for a place to get out of this, but
Right. It's like I don't want to be long, but I don't want to close. SK, I hope you're inspired by the fact that you can do so much better if you actually have a trading system. I hope that's what you're getting at.
Make up your mind. No, they just did.
They just did. The answer.
Oh. Yep, man. Get out here. I'm going to get long. Get long.
All right, let's teleport to the downside now.
You got to be kidding me. Realize minus 368.
Doesn't take long, Andre.
Sure doesn't, Hoag. Man. I can keep selling it.
Man, this is a long candle into 100s here.
Wow.
Unrealized of 300 right
reversing.
now.
Up 300? Who's got?
Yeah.
Dolby Time got some green going.
I reversed, yeah. It really depends, though. Like, I need this to bounce, like, right now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm going to be eating it like everyone else is. This could get really nasty at 100s.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Who saw that coming? Good on you if you did.
Oof.
Oh, finally a little unrealized green.
Wow.
Nice flip. Look at this. Dead cat.
No, a live cat. Let's go.
Live cat.
How long? Let's do it.
You guys are all long?
Yeah.
I'm long 11s, 111s.
Short 25s.
I don't even know where I'm long.
Long 16s.
Well, Hoag's
119s.
tilted.
Yep.
Is anyone actually up money?
Dolby Time
Yeah,
is a little bit, right?
Yeah, I'm short now. 125s.
I'm in this
I
spin
mean, I
cycle
did
right
draw
now.
out levels on my chart, so I do have like points of reference that I'm looking for.
The buyers, yeah, maybe oomph. Give it a little oomph.
Dolby, you're
This is
making the
announcement.
17% of people who voted for you very proud right now.
There's like 24 minutes a game left, so I hope you're proud for this, whatever my realized profit is. There's so much more game to play here.
You didn't get a chance to see the poll. Hoag is the winner, crowd favorite with 37%.
There you
Oh,
go.
far
Thinks
and
he's
away.
gonna win.
I mean, he did win last time. That's a great bet.
Appreciate that, everyone.
Dolby's up $300. How'd that happen?
Try not to let you down.
I had a really good short. I did 152s down
Ooh,
to like
look at that.
110s, but this shit's gonna smoke me right now.
Oh, this is brutal. Oh, come on.
No.
This is
No.
such a
No. Goes from no to go. Oh,
This is such a hard day to trade. I mean, 190 down to 110, 80-point move was 5 minutes.
feels weak. Feels weak.
It's so choppy.
I don't know.
Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
Get on back.
Get up there.
What's this? Hey,
Get up there. Get
quick
up there.
announcement.
Hey.
Rips. Hey, Rips up $7,500 in his live
Oh.
account this week. Shout out to
Let's go.
Rips. He'll be joining us for
Hey, Rips.
FOMC next Wednesday as well.
God, where are you guys at? 315, 364. Oh, I'm in a good spot right now. I just need to maintain.
Yeah.
When this market
Figure it
spikes
out.
100 points, Dolby, into the close.
Then my
Just
face is getting melted and one of you three are winning. That's the only answer I
Ride it
see.
out.
And I'm short now.
Ooh. I feel that.
Is anyone else actually trying to use levels, like long time frame
No.
stuff, and like trying to get aligned on market direction, possible
Short.
support
Yep,
and
I'm
resistance?
short now.
I could show you what I'm using. It's not working, but I can show you what I'm using. It's
If you want.
this is 100 tick
It's
chart
just-
and these moving averages. I said earlier today, it's either going to crash and burn or I'm going to win, and I'm crashing right now. So
Yep,
we're not going to share the strategy unless it works.
of course.
Hindsight capital.
Oh, yeah. You won the green. Nice, Dolby.
I mean, a little bit. I got to figure out this. I'm kind of in the middle right now. I'm short 125s and
Nice,
we're in
not
between
long.
a range. So this is like not great. And I had a good long on, but I flattened it. So I should have stuck with the range that I was going to play.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
Realize
Roll
minus
over.
490.
Roll over.
Roll
Roll
over. Hey,
over.
I'm with you. I want the rollover
Red
too.
Rover. Red Rover. Anyone short?
Me, 125s.
Short from 140. But,
It's a nice entry.
I mean, that's because I was taking max P on my yeah. Now 491. Here we go. My goodness.
Shit.
Yep.
Double. I just lost $300. So those $100 profits can get. Now I'm short 150s.
Might as well get long. Just
No,
run this
I
up.
like when.
Way too late.
Yeah. Am I long? I am long. I didn't double
I've been there.
reverse.
I've been there before, Dolby.
We'll take it though.
Short.
Just a happy little mistake. That's all.
Can't stop the bleeding.
You've just overtaken Hoag with the worst P&L. So
Did I? Man. I was in the lead at halftime, too.
First to worst.
Yep.
Even that happens.
Penthouse to the outhouse. Might just ride it out into the close then.
You had a nice slow long.
Oh man, just everything's going wrong. Everything's going wrong.
It really does make you appreciate a good entry, though.
Oh, yes, it does.
I am looking at 177s as a possible reversal. We'll take it.
Everything's going wrong.
My money where my mouth is. Short 169.
Everything sucks.
Just getting rolled. Y'all suck. Gosh. Short 57.
I think it's a hard day. This is probably the hardest
go short.
thus far of any of our market states that we've had.
Realize down 433. I've halved it.
Okay.
Short 169s.
Nice.
I wonder if anybody sees what I'm doing.
No, because your chart is not on MNQ.
Oh no,
Johnny.
Well, that's all right. I mean, I'm
Yeah, his
trading MNQ.
his
What matters
orders.
what's the chart.
Yeah, his dome's
Oh,
MNQ, but well, because you asked if anybody was seeing what you're doing, and I wanted to crack a joke about the fact that we were not looking at the right product.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. That's good. Pause.
Yep.
I was about to say it wasn't as well placed as that was, but
All right. Short 140s.
Wow, Dolby. 500 bucks.
147.
Well,
He's up.
so far,
Nice.
I'm not counting anything until it's 3 o'clock.
It's just don't trip and fall at the goal line, right? That's all it is.
Pretty
No big deal. It's not like I have a history of being a choke artist or anything, so no pressure.
Ooh.
No pressure.
Look at the wick. Look at the wick on that candle. My goodness.
What has our total movement been so far? We added up all of the progress we've made, all the ticks. What's it? Started at 4. I mean, there's 140-point move, 180-point move, 2 80-point moves, and then another 60-point move, all within 40 minutes.
To the moon.
Realize
what time frame is everyone looking at?
274 now.
1 minute.
Nice little comeback.
What do you, Hoag? Are you? Oh no, this is not good.
I'm almost back to even. Can I quit when I get back to even?
No, you can't.
Nope.
You can't
Gotta
leave.
keep
You're,
going.
you're stuck in here with us, Hoag.
Yep.
It's like an
A few
escape
more minutes. Yes, we
room.
do. Ooh. How much more do we go? How much more do we go?
All right, I'm back to break even.
Yep. I just flipped it.
Holy crap.
Down 218. Down 218.
I'm short 176s.
Same.
I lost quite a bit of money being short in the
Why would
middle
you
of
short?
no man's land. Huh?
Why would you short here?
I like
messing-
the level.
Are you messing
I
with
like
us?
the level, Hoag.
I'm just.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
just
gonna
messing
say. I was gonna say. You got short, didn't you, Hoag?
Hey, there we go. Unrealized.
I'm
Positive
long
again.
now.
Wow, look at the green. Hammer this.
Ooh,
I
now
got
it's a
short.
game.
No.
Here, let's go.
Let's
Oh,
go.
Down 135 right now.
Hammer this.
No, go the other way. Come on.
No, yeah. No, not that way. The other way.
No, the other way.
Just pick a direction. to
15
go.
minutes.
Okay.
Yes, we do truly suck.
I mean, who's killing
15
it
minutes.
doing
Oh,
this game?
God.
I mean, I was doing okay for a second. And then people started talking about me doing well, and then I got nervous, and then things got bad. So I'm just gonna not say
Right.
anything.
Everybody tell Dolby he sucks, and then he'll do well.
The
Dolby
rent
time.
in my head is very, very cheap. It's very, very
Rent
cheap.
free.
Yeah.
Who's green?
Double top 190s.
Put in higher highs, higher lows. Moving averages are the right way for shorts. I don't like it though.
Mm-mm.
It does feel like we're going to get one of those like 50.1 minute candles though today in close. I just don't know what direction it's going to be.
How's the sale? I'll take it to the downside
It
right
feels
now.
like we're going to get two.
Yeah, so will I.
Just
Two of
one
them?
right
Yeah,
after the
might
other.
be.
Yep.
It is all higher lows though, especially on the 1 minute. Not a huge fan of that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the tick charts too. What makes me nervous about being short, but
stay short then. Nope.
I mean, I have an idea for longs. It's just not up here. Because now we're
Not
trading
there
at
yet.
premium. Trading at premium for longs. Oh boy, I don't want to see that.
I know. No. Oh,
Negative,
that's
negative,
better.
negative, negative. Oh, we're all short, huh? Okay.
Everyone's short. Ooh. Should I flip
Long.
it? Should I flip it? Yeah, I knew it. Someone was going to do it.
Someone, yeah, for trying to get ahead.
Could be the play right there.
That could be the winning play, Hoag.
yeah, I'm not getting a signal. I'm just doing it because then maybe I can catch up.
Do it.
Above 190s. I think we're all
190,
going to
yeah.
have some questions to ask
Yeah, they're short.
ourselves if you're short.
Then we're getting long up there, and they're going to turn around and yep.
Okay, now short again. No, you
Wait,
shouldn't
it
have
is.
done that.
Yeah.
Up your mind.
Excuse me? Calm down,
Uh-oh.
FedEx. FedEx is coming for me.
I thought that was the Brinks truck backing up to your place, Dolby. Deliver all that money.
All this sim money. Yeah, throw it at me.
It's monopoly money.
148
Pretty
lot
much.
filled.
You reading the dome, Dre?
Yeah.
That's the secret?
What are you guys looking at? The chart?
The chart, yeah.
That's making
Hell
me
yeah,
dizzy.
looking at the chart.
Yes. We are well aware this is no way to trade, ladies and gentlemen. Please
We are
don't
well aware.
try this at home. We are
Fun exercise.
professionals.
It's a fun exercise.
There's just
Robert, I'm
no
trying, man.
freaking direction here for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
No, very tight 1 minute range right here, which leads me to believe we're going to get something pretty crazy. 30-second chart, very tight. We got a range 164
we got MOCs
to
in
about
50 seconds.
187.
Oh,
my god.
Lovely. Here we go. Well, I'm going hands off. I'm gonna raw dog this MOC. Let's go.
Yeah, MOC will determine who is a winner and who is a loser. 30 seconds
man.
to MOC. Oh my goodness.
It's gonna be buys, isn't it? It's gonna be buys, isn't
Oh
it?
no, I don't know. Probably.
I'm long again now. I'm not getting any crossovers on these moving averages. I wouldn't even be trading right now.
There it is. It just came over. Or it's about to.
Wouldn't even be trading right now, Hoag. Isn't
Wouldn't
that
not.
the point of this show? Yep.
There you go.
Yeah. What are you doing? You don't have a choice.
Hey, wait, get back here.
Quick sell.
This
Quick
is
sell.
Insane right now. What was that? Okay.
It's teleporting.
It really is.
I'll push it lower.
Both ways.
164. Could we break you or what's going on here?
Oh man, who knows?
I'm chewing myself up again here.
Oh no, I'm getting long. You break out. Oh, you dummy. You dummy. I'm getting short.
Short.
It's just casual 15-point moves in seconds. That's all.
Oof, look at this.
Down $1,070 now.
Look at this. Oh, flip it. Oh, bad,
Just
bad
chewing
flip.
myself
bad,
up there.
Bad flip.
Just chewing me up.
Dolby's still posy.
Yep.
Well, at least I get a signal now.
Let's look for 105s. This is the halfway point of the current range.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. And there goes
Give
my
me this
shot.
move. Let's lock it
Can't make
up.
the trade there.
There
Give me
goes my
this move
shot.
and lock it up.
No, you lock it up.
You
Oh,
lock
I will. I wish I could lock it up
You-
right now.
You
Still
lock
got 8 minutes.
I wish I could lock it up and take my little sim money home.
Yes. We all suck.
For anyone watching at home, if your hands are sweating while you're trading, you're probably doing something that you shouldn't be. My hands feel crazy right now.
I'm sweaty.
And it's a prank
Mom
account.
spaghetti. No, here we
Right.
go.
Let's do a little biofeedback check.
Short. Yeah, good
Yes,
on you.
palms for sure sweaty. For sure sweaty palms.
And wow.
Let's go. Keep on pushing.
Keep on pushing.
I am deathly afraid of a very, very strong pullback, though.
What was
The
MOC?
volatility is so high. I have no idea what the
Oh,
number was.
shit.
Chat.
I was
neither.
waiting for Eddie. He's not here.
Eddie, what's MOC? All
I'm
right,
long.
guys. Yes, 1.1 million buy side.
Do you know where he gets that from?
Financial juice.
Financial juice.
Financial juice. Oh, shit. I missed that. I missed that reverse.
Short.
How's Dolby $600?
Dolby time.
I'm trading really well right now. I've been in the zone all week. The Nasdaq and the 1 minute chart. We're vibing right now.
Yeah.
Where? Oh,
It's all
everybody's
buys.
putting it in.
Yeah.
Buys?
Yeah.
Turns out 1 minute ranges are really, really good and very well defined on the Nasdaq. 5 minute ranges, not so much.
Okay.
MLCs are to the buy side.
That's what it says.
Allegedly.
Yeah, it'll change.
Feels a lot like the EIA number, though, recently.
Right.
Long, Dolby, huh? Too short, too long? Too short.
Yep. I'm looking for an extension down to 100s. And
That's
then I
bad
took
flip.
profit about in the middle and then got like $100 scalp and then switched back to the short side in the middle.
I'm just gonna
Shout out to
wear
Jay.
this.
He's back in above water.
Well done.
I was about 10 minutes ago. Now I'm down $1,200.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wear it just this long is just punishing me and gonna rock it. No stops. So let's see what happens.
Really, what this was, like Dolby said, it's a range trade, right?
It is
105s to 190s. But
Yep.
Oh boy.
I locked in and reshorted.
Oh yeah.
I'm curious to see
This
where
guy
most
can
of my
go plus
executions
1,000.
were.
And guessing you guys are gonna get long down here. Well, I'm long from 160. You guys are gonna get long from the teens.
There's our
149 Dre. Oh my god.
liquidity.
Yeah, might as well reverse this. I'm gonna buy it if I can. Long. Realize minus 700. 700.
You know, Andre,
yes,
there's a guy out there like me that wishes he was down 700.
Thank you, John. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh.
When can we stop the ride? When is this over?
We're
5 minutes.
Yep.
5 minutes. All right.
Long too.
Yep, I'm long. I got chopped up a little bit at the bottom. But this could be the last long of the day here.
Last hurrah.
Hey, if bulls are serious about bouncing NASDAQ, then yeah, kind of. It's because other than that, it's lookout below. I would see 050s below this.
Well, that was a good long.
Yeah.
For now.
Yep. Yep, John. And what we were,
We got that going for us.
There's that,
which is nice. Which is nice.
Everyone's long. No, Dolby's still short. Ooh.
No, I was long for a little bit and covered.
Oh, it says you're. Oh, is that a plus?
You can't cover. You got to flip.
No. I mean, I flipped. I covered my short.
What is the high score? Do we? Oh, did you make over a grand last week?
I was up. I was up 1,400 week one.
Oh,
that's
nice.
true.
They made about 700, I think.
This is just range trade. This is all range trading. This is like range trading 101.
Sure is.
Dolby put in a call to market makers and said,
"Yeah,
don't break the range."
Yeah, let's keep it between 100 and 200. It's like, okay, and there's your range, 80 points. 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 times.
I think Dolby's got an in with the Goldman interns.
Interns, yeah.
Oh, what? You think that's what I'm doing in my free time? Is buttering up Goldman interns? Yeah, all right. All right.
They like Chipotle, I hear.
Not the stock, apparently, though. Maybe they like the food, but not anymore.
Everyone's long.
I don't even know what my... Yeah, now I'm long, I think. There was like a natural delay, though, in that reverse button. It goes gray for like a second or two, which is probably for the better. I think I've chewed up my P&L getting chopped up in here. Is anyone close? No. Okay, good. I'm safe. I'm safe.
We need a miracle. An absolute miracle.
I need a miracle.
Need a push.
Short now.
Just stay long. Just gonna stay long into the sucker.
I just need to keep this money. How much time do I have? Minute 30?
Yeah, 90 seconds
really?
left.
Push one time to the highs.
I think I'm okay. I think I'm
90
okay.
seconds. Wow.
Time flies when you're pushing buttons, Hoag.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna flip it just for bleeps and giggles.
Oh, this is fun, you know. You can't trade this way, but it was fun.
The fees alone will kill you, and then you got your P&L.
You'd get murdered on
fees, slippage.
Yeah, slippage, absolutely. Fees and micros, forget about it.
Now I should be long again.
50 cents.
Last minute. Zane, does anyone have a plan here? I've tuned in and heard nothing besides panic and hope.
Yeah, pretty much. That sums it up. It sums it up perfectly right there. Yep.
Is panic and hope not a plan?
Yeah.
So you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was a bad idea.
Welcome. I had a plan. I mean, I like trading ranges. I had set some levels on the higher time frame to work off of.
When are we flat?
10
shoot.
seconds.
No, 10 seconds.
10 seconds. For
perfect ranges. Perfect ranges.
Perfect ranges.
Flat.
Is it time? It's time. Get flat.
Flat.
All right.
602. Hey, some green out there. Well done, Jack. Well done.
Oh yeah. Hey Jay, nice job.
Nice. Good job, Dolby.
Solid work.
Wow.
Man.
Jay, you're up $887?
No, that's Dolby.
That you?
I'm up 306.
Oh, that's Dolby.
I'm up
Nice
8.
job. 307. You guys
Down
rock.
600. John, what are you at? I'm down 600. You're down 790.
I'm down $79,000. No, $790.
All right. Who's doing the closeout here? Is it Harden?
Oh, I don't know. Probably Harden, I guess. Is it? If he wants to.
I'll do it.
Yeah,
all right.
Man.
Lovely.
All good.
Well, have a good weekend, everybody.
Yeah, same. I'll do it. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Remember,
Shout out to all the Bell to Bellers. Hell of a week. That was a reversal challenge. Hope you guys had fun. Of course, it was strictly for entertainment. Do not actually trade like that. This is all practice account. We only do this on Fridays, last hour of the day. Shout out to Dolby for winning the reversal challenge. Coach Jay, thanks for joining us. Hoag, great to have you back for a full week. Everyone, cannot thank you enough. Let's get it. Click like, click subscribe one more time. Let's get to 111,000 subscribers. Enjoy your weekend, and we will see you guys Sunday. Tune in then. Take care.
I'll be gone for 2 weeks. Love you all. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Later.
See ya.
Are we out?
Look at James's face. Look at Harden's face.
No.
Look at all the pain.
The party never ends. We're never going
Look
anywhere,
at you.
baby. Topstep
We're
TV,
here.
365
Look
days
at the
a
pain
week.
and suffering.
Hot mics all around. Hot mics, guys.
All right. Good night, all.
Thank you.